Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Let Us Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became a Killer Assassin? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you. When the moon exploded, it finally dawned on Izuku how weak they all were. He had spent his whole life enthralled with displays of incredible abilities, of the feats of heroes as great as All Might, who could stop any villain and save hundreds, thousands of people at once. They gave him hope that anything was achievable and that anyone, including himself, could be a hero. But then the moon burst, leaving only 30% behind in a permanent crescent shape, and it made Izuku realize that, while many things may be possible, there are some things that will always be inevitable. Because not even heroes as great as All Might could stop the destruction. The symbol of peace, the #1 hero, proved secondary to the new purveyor of terror. A giant, yellow octopus man with a smile arched like the new moon. A completely unknown threat launched into the spotlight as the new #1 villain the moment he declared responsibility, and immediately turned himself over to the authorities. No one knew his name before this, no one after either, but the media settled on one for him, the Tentacle. His arrest did nothing to quell the fear sent throughout the world. If anything, it exasperated it. To everyone else, the message was clear. It didn't matter if he was in custody, he could still wreak havoc everywhere. And he did. Crime rates spiked exponentially after the moon incident. Everyone seemed to have it in their minds that the Earth was next, so many turned to anarchy as the only proper way to live out the world's final days. Every hero, cop, paramedic, firefighter, and military personnel worked double time, while the rest of the population cowered in terror. Not even All Might could bring hope. Not anymore, for the hope of the Earth was no longer in the #1 hero's hands. It was in the hands of the Kunugigaoka Junior High Class 3, a class with a roster filled with delinquents, quirk failures, ill-motivated students, and, recently, Midoriya Izuku. And this was the story of how the #1 villain, who stole hope from the world, became their shining beacon in the darkness. When Izuku came home bruised and bloodied for the 3rd time in a week, all thanks to Bakugou and his goons, his mother finally decided enough was enough. The next day, Izuku was withdrawn from the school and registered to transfer to the ever-prestigious Kunugigaoka Junior High. His mother hoped it would help him get into an academically strong high school. Izuku just hoped UA would think as highly of it as well. Before he could attend, however, he was first required to take a written test, followed by an evaluation, to determine what class placement he would receive. Apparently, class placement was a very sacred thing here at Kunugigaoka, judging by the secretary's expression as she explained it all. The written portion of the test was by far the hardest test he had ever taken. But such was to be expected of such a prestigious program. He felt confident in his answers, though. He's competed for top of the class against Bakugou since they were children. Surely nothing could be more brutal than that. The evaluation was the real source of stress, though. There wasn't much explanation on what it entailed. He didn't know if it was going to be more practical-based or a physical exam. He just prayed going in that it wouldn't require too much running. It turned out to be way worse than running. He walked into a dimly lit room where a panel of teachers and administrators sat at the front to judge him and the resourcefulness and strength of his capability. The intimidating, deep-voiced man sitting front and center then asked him to present the best merits of his quirk. To this day, there was nothing more humiliating than having to look the faculty board in the eye and tell them he was quirkless. The intimidating man unabashedly laughed at him, and all the other adults followed suit. A woman with a firework hair quirk laughed so hard she let off sparklers, while another man shaped like a literal egg rolled out of his chair and across the floor. The intimidating man's mockery cut off abruptly, shifting into the image of perfect composure and oppressive authority, forcing the other faculty members to scramble, sobering up. The gap between the strong and weak grows larger every day, he said, his voice low and mocking. There's no doubt where you belong. You may leave now. Izuku ran out of there so quickly, it probably looked like he had a speed quirk all along. He got his official acceptance letter a few days later. He was honestly surprised to see it but figured that maybe they were the type of school that accepted anyone offering to pay their outrageous tuition prices. The letter was quite simple in layout, with its main message in display in large, red letters. Class 3E. Class 3E was unlike any other class in the world. For starters, it was located high on a mountain next to the main campus, so students had to trek up it every day just to get to class. Secondly, it was held in a run-down wooden building with no air conditioning and barely functioning water. There was no available cafeteria set out for the students, or designated sports facilities to hold athletics in. Thirdly, the students were ostracized and isolated from the rest of the student body as punishment for their poor performance, as well as motivation for those on the main campus to work hard to stay there. This meant 3E students couldn't participate in any extracurricular activities or clubs provided on the main campus. And finally, the students were the most disheartening people Izuku ever laid eyes on. Apparently, if you were a part of 3, it meant one of a few possibilities. Your grades fell so low you were ranked at the bottom of all the school. You had disciplinary issues or conflicts with school policy in the past, or your quirk was deemed to hold no potential, or you were quirkless. In Izuku's case, the teacher was nice, at least, if not a little eccentric. Her fashion choice was questionable at best, and her jokes often fell flat, but her concern for and dedication to her students was undeniable. She welcomed him warmly the first day, even when he came in a little late, and happily introduced him to the class of hopeless misfits. "Hi there, you must be the new student," she said, her smile unceasing. "I'm Yukamura-sensei. Why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us your name, and maybe even a fun fact about yourself. Oh, and also your dream in life. I know many of your classmates have lost a lot of motivation for their dreams, but our class goal this year is to get all that drive and inspiration back." "Oh, okay," he replied awkwardly before turning to his classmates. He could feel their burning stares and lowered his eyes to the floor instinctively. "My name is Midoriya Izuku. I just transferred here from Midoriya Junior High, which is in Musutafu, where I just moved from. A fun fact about me is that I love studying heroes and their abilities and even have all of the top 50 heroes action figures, except for Endeavor because his is always so much more expensive for some reason." Izuku cut himself off with a deep, shaky breath, his cheeks heating up. He sucked at being put on the spot. His brain always went haywire and could never focus on what he was actually supposed to talk about. "Right, and and my dream is, well," he clenched and unclenched his fists, building up the nerve to briefly look his classmates in the eye. "My dream is to become a hero as great as All Might." His second of courage dissipated and he immediately dropped into a deep, 90-degree bow. Why did he admit that out loud? It never did him any good back at Aldera. He probably sounded so stupid in front of them. And now they were probably all going to make fun of him, and it'll be like he never escaped Bakugou. "Is your quirk speed talking? Because you sure can mumble, man," said a strawberry blonde-haired boy. A girl with pale brown hair pulled back in a pony sent the boy a sharp look. "Be nice, Mihara," she said before turning back to Izuku. "It's nice to meet you, Midoriya. I'm Kadoka Megu, one of your class representatives, and I would just like to say, I think your dream is very honorable. There's no need to look embarrassed about it." A dark-haired, handsome boy with golden eyes nodded eagerly. A lot of people like to think they could be a hero, but only a few would be able to honestly admit it as their greatest dream. Was not what he expected, only about a minute in. And these people were already more accepting than anyone else in his life, even more than his mother. Izuku felt like he could start crying right then, right there. No, wait, he already was. A stinging pool formed, blurring the corners of his vision. "It's because they don't know you're a quirkless loser yet, Deku." Bakugou's voice seemed to echo in his head, and Izuku slammed his eyes shut. The tears stopped immediately as he grounded himself in grim reality. Despite it all, he put on a brave smile. "Think why you," he said. "Hey, didn't Shinsou say he wanted to be a hero too?" A blue-haired, androgynous-looking student commented. "Maybe you guys could train together." An athletic boy with black hair and red sweatbands on his wrists snorted loudly. "He'll have to wait until Shinsou gets back from suspension later this week, remember." Okay. You can all get to know each other more at lunch," Yukamura-sensei said. "It's very nice to meet you, Midoriya. Why don't you take the seat next to Nagisa? I believe it's empty." The androgynous student waved and Midoriya swiftly sat at the rickety desk. He took off his backpack and started pulling out his materials while Yukamura-sensei got started on their first lesson. "You keep data notebooks too?" A quiet whisper came from next to him. Izuku jumped and saw Nagisa staring down at his bag, where all of his most recent hero analysis for the future notebook sat in plain sight. He could feel a blush creep up his face and scrambled to make up an excuse, but stopped short when he noticed the other student pull out a small notebook labeled Quirk Potential and Limitations Study. Even with Bakugou's insults swimming in his head, Izuku couldn't help it. A bright smile lit up his face, and Nagisa easily matched it. A strong, unexpected sense of trustworthiness overcame Izuku when he looked at the blue-haired student. Before today, Bakugou was the only person ever as interested in quirk data analysis as Izuku, and all he did was treat Izuku cruelly for it. But in an unexpected turn of events, now he has Nagisa. Class 3E may be in the boonies with little accommodations, and they may be a bunch of destined failures, but at least he has a friend. It was more than he ever had before. He met Shinsou Hitoshi 2 days later. The boy looked like death itself with a face ready to kill. It set off all the alarm bells in Izuku's brain. What did Sujino say about him again? That he got suspended. But what for? Izuku never asked, feeling rude to pry. Curse his kind instincts. As if he could hear Izuku's anxious thoughts, the purple-haired boy turned his direction. Izuku glanced up and down, unable to hold the dull, intimidating gaze as Shinsou approached closer and closer and closer until he was right next to Izuku's desk. Wait, could he actually hear thoughts? Was that his quirk? Was it all thoughts or just anxious thoughts? Or just thoughts about himself? I'm terribly sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Shinsou continued past, falling into the desk right behind Izuku. The same desk that's been empty since Izuku joined the class. Oh, right. Embarrassed and a little ashamed he thought so cruelly of someone he didn't know, Izuku steeled himself to make it right. As his mother always said, you should never let your first impression of someone be nothing more than assumptions. Shinsou could be the best person Izuku ever met. He just needed to give him a chance. He turned around, smiling awkwardly. Hi. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm new. I don't care, Shinsou snapped immediately, almost like an instinct. His lips pursed together, face twinged as he actually looked up at Izuku. Izuku said it genuinely, confused and frazzled. And it only got worse when Shinsou raised his eyebrows. Great, he probably thought Izuku was mimicking him. Has anyone ever told you ... that your hair looks like a beanstalk? Shinsou said without an ounce of emotion. I'm serious. It's like, freaky similar. Got anything growing up there? His eyes narrowed, inspecting Izuku closely, unsure how to react. Izuku just froze, well, sort of. His hands kept trembling. With his anxiety levels, even if he wanted them to stop, it wouldn't matter. Shinsou's eyes dropped down, noticing as well, and he frowned. So he was capable of showing emotion on his face after all. Izuku might have laughed at the joke in his head, but instead, his head quickly became consumed by a dense fog. The kind of fog he felt when he stayed up all night watching Hiro report on a school night, where his brain felt a million miles away from his body. Something more powerful than his own mind overcame him, tying him down effortlessly. He was still in his body, but it was like it was just out of his reach. Hey, calm down. And Izuku did. His heart rate slowed. His hands stopped shaking and sweating. It was unnatural and completely unstoppable. As quickly as they appeared, the imaginary bonds faded and Izuku's brain met his body once again. He flexed his fingers experimentally, expecting them to go right back to shaking. They didn't. Izuku's head shot up, a million questions on the tip of his tongue, only to bite at the moment he saw Shinsou. The boy's head was turned, staring out the window, displaying the tense muscles of his clenched jaw. Anger blazed in his purple eyes, and Izuku got the feeling it wasn't directed at him. Izuku started. Shinsou's jaw clenched tighter. Thanks. Izuku spun back to the front of the room before it could get any worse, scrambling to catch up on his notes as Yukimura-sensei started the lesson. He blocked all thoughts on brain fogs and quirks and beanstalks and focused only on the math equation on the board, or he tried to, at least. He's never been very capable at controlling his own brain. Not at all like. Welcome, a small voice whispered behind him. Izuku paused, risking a glance over his shoulder and offering Shinsou a small smile. The boy stared back, and Izuku could swear the corner of his mouth flicked upward before Shinsou laid his head down to nap. The next morning, Izuku showed up to school with a cup of coffee he got from the batch his mother made that morning. Shinsou already sat at his desk, staring blankly out the window, chin resting on his palm. Izuku took a deep breath. All Might would never get nervous like this, and placed the cup on Shinsou's desk, along with a copy of all the notes the boy missed while out on suspension. Shinsou startled, eyeing the offerings suspiciously. Izuku nodded jerkily, brimming to say something, but his throat seemed to close off completely. He settled with collapsing in his seat and praying the boy didn't think he was a complete weirdo for that. He couldn't take another year of people calling him a freak. He couldn't handle another bully making his life hell all because he tried to be nice. A light hand tapped his shoulder, and Izuku startled, jerking his arms and dropping the pencil he was chewing on. He spun around, mentally bracing for ridicule and jeers. He didn't realize he was physically bracing until he saw the sad, pained expression on Shinsou's face as he pulled his hand back. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Shinsou shook his head, muttering something to himself as he rubbed the back of his neck. Izuku blinked. For a moment, it felt like looking in a mirror. I just want to say thanks. You didn't have to. I don't have anything to give you right now. Izuku shook his head aggressively, waving his arms to sell his point. No, you don't have to, I swear. I just thought you might need it. You looked really tired yesterday, and I saw you dozing off during a lot of the lessons, and I didn't want you to fall too far behind in class. Hard to fall behind when you're already in the end class. Shinsou shrugged, smirking. Appreciate it, though. Midoriya, right? The jolly green beanstalk. Yeah, wait. What did you call me? Shinsou grinned for the first time. All toothy and terrifying, and Izuku officially gained his second friend. Every day, he continued to bring Shinsou coffee, and in exchange, Shinsou would bring him a small sweet from the convenience store he worked at. Their conversations got more frequent and less awkward, and they even started hanging out with Nagisa and Sugino at lunch. Nagisa and Izuku spent most of lunch geeking out about heroes and comparing separate notes. They usually had the same data and analysis, but that didn't stop the fluttering excitement Izuku felt knowing he finally had someone to talk to about it. Compared to his old schools, his time at Kunugigaoka was going perfectly. He's made multiple friends and no enemies yet. And the rest of the class seemed to really respect him, recognizing his strong academic skills. Based on Izuku's analysis, this difference could only be based on one blaring variable. No one knew he was quirkless, because that would change everything. Wouldn't it? How could it not? It did for all of his old classmates, for Bakugou, for his mom. If they knew, things would never be the same, and he'd go back to being useless Deku, pitiful, annoying, stupid Deku that no one wanted to be friends with. Besides, it's not like he was lying to his classmates about his quirk, because the truth was, in all his time in 3E, not one person ever brought it up. No one in 3E ever talked about their quirks. It was like it was some unspoken rule. Aside from those with mutation quirks, who couldn't hide them, no one else ever displayed them in class to show off or even help themselves with simple tasks. Even Nagisa deliberately talked about any quirk but his own. The only quirk use he witnessed was Shinsou the day they met, but that was the last time he used it, and he never explained what it was. It was like the end-class mentality extended further than grades, and they all gave up on their quirk to the point where they'd rather pretend they didn't have one. Even Yukimura-sensei, with all her encouragement, learned to stop persuading them to embrace their quirks. It was strange. It was unlike everyone else in the world. But then again, it was E-class. A week later, the moon exploded. Yukimura-sensei resigned and disappeared, and government officials showed up at their class with the world's new #1 villain, who declared that he was going to be their new teacher. "I'm Karasuma," a dark-haired agent said. "This is classified information you're about to be told, so what is said in here stays in here. And, well, for the sake of mankind, I'm going to need you to kill this thing." The whole class blanched at the exact same time, unsure if they actually heard the man correctly. This is a joke, right?" someone voiced. The agent sighed loudly. "There's only so much I'm at the liberty to tell you, but what I can say is that the Tentacle is still very much a threat, and this March he is going to obliterate the Earth as well. We haven't been successful in killing him yet, no matter how hard all the world leaders tried. The greatest heroes can't even touch him. He's too fast, topping off at Mach 20, and is superiorly intelligent in every way. It was quite amusing watching those little heroes try to stop me. But hey, I got to groom All Might's impeccable eyebrows. Who else can say they've done that? Ha! The octopus bragged. But then I ran out of eyebrows to groom, so I made them a deal to become your teacher at this shining institution." "What the hell?" Shinsou muttered. "Look, we didn't have much of an option here, but we did make him swear to never let any harm come to the students in any way," Karasuma said. "This means, however, that we have a very important mission for you. We need you all to train to become assassins and kill him before he can blow up the Earth." The gasps were audible. Izuku's jaw dropped. His brain still felt stuck on the mention of All Might and his eyebrows. There's no way he heard the agent right. Absolutely no way, because what he said was insane. Absolutely, utterly, completely insane, and no government, no hero would ever agree to a deal like that. Did he mention it was insane? Shinsou blinked widely and rubbed his eyes as if he was trying to wake himself from a bad dream. Izuku instinctively pushed his coffee toward the other boy to encourage him to take a sip. Maybe this was a bad dream. Wouldn't be the worst dream Izuku's had about the terrifying octopus villain since he blew up the moon. It also made 1000% more sense if this was all some weird scenario concocted in his head. Oh, and if you succeed, you all get to split 10 billion yen. A small thank you for saving the entire planet. Shinsou choked and spewed out his coffee. Some of it splashed on Izuku's arm, and he marveled at how realistic the liquid felt in his dream. His sleeve actually felt wet. "Oops, no worries. I'll clean that up for you boys." A slight breeze rustled his hair, and suddenly, the #1 villain stood right in front of him, terrifying crescent smile and beady black eyes aimed down at him. Cleaner and a rag seemingly materialized from nowhere hovered in his tentacles. And Izuku realized with a delayed jerk, all of the coffee was clean, spotless from the desk and his sleeve. Something about it seemed off though. "I also received the missing button on your jacket sleeve." "You're welcome," the Tentacle declared, showcasing a tentacle holding needle and thread. Izuku poked the button that he knows was not there seconds before. It felt real. This was all real. Izuku screamed. From that point forward, it became their mission to assassinate their teacher. And they were really terrible at it. It wasn't entirely their fault. When your teacher can go Mach 20, it's understandably difficult to hit him. Even when they all opened fire on him at the same time using their anti-sensei bullets, the man was still able to dodge every single one. It didn't matter how many of them came at him, or how many different weapons they used, the man was too superior to be touched. The day after he arrived, Izuku drew out a page for the creature in his notebook during lunch and began to fill out what he knew. Name, unknown. Alias, the Tentacle. Quirk, undefined. Seems to be an accumulation of quirks, if such a thing is possible. Known abilities extend to super speed, invulnerability, tentacles, superior intelligence. Weaknesses. Other information. Has strange cleaning fetish. Don't forget he also seems to change colors based on his mood, Nagisa commented, watching what Izuku wrote as he filled out his own data. Remember, Karasuma said that they know he gets green stripes on his face whenever he's feeling arrogant. I'm trying to figure out what the other colors mean. Izuku hummed and added that information to the creature's known abilities. He was about to ask Shinsou if he noticed anything useful, but it seemed the boy fell asleep on the ground and Izuku decided against it. They might need to save the Earth from being blown up, but more than anything, Shinsou needed his rarely achieved sleep. I think I'm going to focus more on gathering his weaknesses, Nagisa said. We can use it to finally devise a plan to kill him. Izuku sighed. If he even has weaknesses. After Nagisa's unexpected suicide bomber attempt, Izuku added 2 things to his notes on the tentacle. Known ability molting. Name Koro-sensei. Have you come up with a plan to kill him yet? Shinsou asked one morning after they exchanged the coffee and sweet. Izuku awkwardly fiddled with the packaging on the treat. Not anything special, really. He just seems so strong and well. I don't see how someone like me could even come close. I don't see how a quirkless failure could even think about defeating a creature more powerful than All Might. Ever since the government gave the assignment to kill Koro-sensei, Izuku grew increasingly uneasy, not with the prospect of killing a teacher per se, but with the fact that someone like him was expected to do it, someone who didn't have a quirk to help him. If he ever really tried, he would just make a fool of himself. The only time he attempted so far was when the entire class decided to open fire on the creature during roll call. Any other plot, he stayed far away from. What about you? Izuku asked. Shinsou shrugged. I'm not sure yet. When Izuku walked outside and found Sugino trapped and suspended in the air by Koro-sensei's tentacles, a number of things happened. Firstly, he screamed very loudly. Like a girl, Shinsou told him later. Secondly, though he didn't remember telling his body to do so, he started running towards the yellow octopus and his friend, even though in his mind he knew there was no point. And it probably would just get him in bigger trouble, he didn't care. Sugino was in danger. His friend needed his help. Izuku must save him. Thirdly, at some point, he pulled out his anti-sensei knife and began stabbing sporadically at the tentacle man. It did nothing. Koro-sensei didn't even need to use super speed to dodge Izuku's panicked attacks. Just like Izuku's brain said, he finally attacked Sensei one-on-one, and he looked like a total idiot. But how he looked didn't matter right now. What mattered was getting Sugino to safety. Stop. Sugino didn't do anything wrong. He was just trying to kill you. Put him down. He cried. We were just doing our job. And you promised you wouldn't hurt any of us. To Izuku's utter surprise, the octopus actually listened and placed the baseball player back on the ground. My Midoriya, I was beginning to worry this day would never come. I think that's the first time you tried to kill me with effort, and all to save your classmate. Koro-sensei sniffled and pulled a handkerchief out of nowhere, whipping his tearless eyes. I'm so proud. The creature began to ugly sob and blow his nose for dramatic effect. You don't even have a nose, Sugino muttered. Minor details, the octopus said, instantly composed. Now, I didn't mean to give you such a scare, Midoriya. I was just using my tentacles to get a full understanding of your classmate and his pitching potential, and I've come to my conclusion. You've been trying to mimic the pitch of pro player Arita, correct? The question was obviously pointed at Sugino. The boy nodded, shocked, and Koro-sensei grinned almost menacingly. Well, I am pleased to inform you that you will never be like him. Their teacher said it as if he was praising them, and Izuku blanched. Hey, you can't just say that to a student. He tensed, prepared to fight to defend his friend again, but stopped when Sugino put a hand on his shoulder and scowled up at their teacher. What do you mean? He asked. Your shoulders aren't flexible enough to throw the famous Arita fastball that you try to mimic, Koro-sensei explained. So, what I mean is that the pitch you idolize is simply never going to be your thing. No, Izuku wouldn't stand for that. He couldn't. What makes you so sure? He cried, trying not to snivel. What gives you the right to say he can never do it? Is it just because we're E-class? Lost causes at best, right? Well, you're wrong. We can be even better. We will, because when we take you down, we'll all be heroes. He locked teary eyes with his teacher, and an unidentifiable spark passed through the creature's beady eyes. His smirk softened. I never said you were lost causes, Koro-sensei said softly before suddenly perking up, holding a newspaper showing a Major League Baseball player suspended in the air by tentacles. I'm just speaking through first-hand experience. What is wrong with you? Sugino and Izuku shouted at the same time. You see, Sugino is different from his idol in many ways, so trying to follow in his footsteps completely is redundant. That doesn't mean, however, that you don't have any talent. You're more flexible in your wrists and elbows than Akira, so you should put your focus there when you throw, Koro-sensei explained. In the end, while those we idolize help us dream, We shouldn't dream to become exactly like them because, well, we aren't. But just because we have different talents or quirks doesn't mean we aren't strong. Instead, strive to become your own person, to be better. Izuku could only blink. Inside, it felt like something was cracking. No, not just something. His very foundation. The ideology he built his dreams, his motivations, his goals upon, brutally slammed by the words of the number one villain. Becoming a hero like All Might wasn't just his dream like he told E-class weeks ago. It was his reason for existing, for getting out of bed every day and going to school, even when it meant dealing with torment from bullies or risking snake attacks climbing a mountain. It's all he's ever wanted. He practiced all of All Might's best phrases for when he finally makes that daring rescue in his hero debut. Every design sketch for his hero costume was a deliberate and direct personification of the symbol of peace. Koro-sensei said to be the hero he's envisioned, but to not be All Might ... But Izuku only pictured himself embodying everything he could about All Might. So if what Koro-sensei is true ... then where does that leave him? Oh, and by the way, Koro-sensei added, his expression suddenly becoming dark. Izuku stepped back. There's been a suspicious trend I've picked up on since my arrival, and I believe Sugino's assassination attempt with the baseball has only confirmed it. What is your quirk, Sugino? No, the rule. You broke the unspoken rule, Izuku wanted to shout. His eyes darted to Sugino, who shuffled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. It's called energizing, sir. It allows me to take kinetic and potential energy built up in my body and thrust it into inanimate objects I touch to increase their energy. Koro-sensei hummed. And doing so, would you say, has the potential to drastically increase an object's speed, correct? The boy nodded. Yeah, basically. Then why? The teacher began, towering over the two students. His face became a shadow and eyes a glowing red. And his voice deepened. Did you not use it to increase your pitch speed when you tried to assassinate me? It has been brought to my attention, Koro-sensei started after he finished calling roll, that you all have developed an odd aversion, so to speak, to using your quirks, and I cannot fathom why. I am a superior being with numerous quirks. Even the one quirk you all possess has little on me, but it at least gives you more of an edge than not using it at all. So why wouldn't you take advantage of that? I mean, two pink dots, like a blush appeared on his face as tears streamed down his face. If you really didn't want to kill me so badly, you should have just said so. We could have gotten over the formalities days ago and gotten right to becoming best friends forever. All he got was silence. The students diverted their eyes or busied themselves with something else entirely. Izuku sunk down in his seat, trying to make himself as small and unnoticeable as possible. Anything to avoid the conversation he's been dreading since his arrival. Anyone? Isegai, the teacher asked. The male representative jumped slightly at his name being called. Well, he said hesitantly. We are E-class, sir. A majority of us are here because our quirks were too weak or useless to compete against our classmates on the main campus, and we kept getting ranked last in quirk evaluations. It's not that we didn't want to use them to kill you, it's just that ... Well, most of them wouldn't really make a difference. Murmuring rolled across the room, and many students nodded absent-mindedly, including Nagisa. Shinsou laid his head down on his desk. Koro-sensei hummed. Do you all feel this way? No, Izuku cried in his head. I feel even worse. A loud crash echoed through the class as Terasaka, a large, delinquent boy with a mutation quirk that made him look like a lion-human crossbreed, stood up so fast he knocked over his chair. Well, I sure as hell don't, he snapped. Unlike most of these posers, me and my squad don't have quirks that we can hide or pretend don't exist. So just you wait. We may not have the brains to come up with elaborate plans like some people, but we sure do have the brawn. We'll take you down soon, I swear. Izuku wasn't quite sure how he never noticed before. Granted, he always avoided Terasaka and his little gang like the plague, especially after what they put Nagisa up to, but still, analyzing quirks was his thing. How did he ever notice all of the students with visible mutation-based quirks were in Terasaka's gang? Muramatsu was like Terasaka, only he took on coyote features. Yoshida had some metal-looking mutation, considering most of his skin was steel and random body parts resembled that of a car, like his left eye being a headlight. And Heizama, the lone girl, was a constant literal shadow with dark, undefinable features, having such obvious quirks in a class that never discussed quirks ... And no wonder they stuck together. Koro-sensei smiled widely. That's the spirit, he said, and on that note, I am hereby adding an additional course to your workload, quirk training. I am going to teach you to take advantage of the true potential of all your quirks, and no matter how useless they seem now, I promise by the end of the year that you will be the most powerful in the whole school. What? A barrage of students shouted. Are you crazy, sir? Called out Nagisa. Oh, and by end of term finals, I want all of you to have used your quirk in an assassination attempt, or you will face extreme consequences, Koro-sensei added menacingly. Izuku gulped, all the blood draining from his face. In more ways than one, his worst nightmare came to life, and it was going to ruin everything. Izuku finally got to meet the infamous Karma, the famed delinquent king of 3E, suspended even longer than Shinsou for something allegedly so bad, the rumors couldn't even compete. The boy was violent, calculating, and downright insane. Within his first minute back in class, he was able to injure Koro-sensei, blowing off a tentacle by gluing strips of an anti-sensei knife to his palm, a feat no one else was remotely close to achieving. Then, just later that day, he did it again by leaving anti-sensei bullets on the ground and riling the villain up so he was distracted. He found a weakness in their teacher and instantly exploited it. He was ruthless, clever, and powerful, and he seemed to do it all without using a quirk. It drove Koro-sensei mad. He just started trying to prove to the students that they shouldn't be shunning their quirks and using all their talents if they want to win. And yet here was a boy defying it all. It only lasted so long, though. By the second day, Koro-sensei thwarted all of Karma's numerous attempts with ease. It infuriated the red-haired boy, but even after his apparent suicide attempt by throwing himself off the mountain, Karma decided to fuel his frustration into determination. He may have stopped his elaborate schemes to assassinate Koro-sensei, but he continued to torment the villain unceasingly. And just like that, everything seemed to go back to normal. Well, as normal as a class of assassins can be. The first time Karma and Shinsou met, Karma immediately mocked Shinsou for his eyebags and insomniac tendencies. Shinsou, a bitter smile on his face, bit back with a comment about Karma's dramatically tempered tantrum plunge off the cliff. 2 good moves, but you lose a pawn and you went straight for exposing your king. Nothing less impressive. Karma leered back. Well, we'll see who's the real chessmaster in a year, won't we? Clearly, they hated each other. There was no other way to interpret that. Bitter rivalry, if Izuku wanted to be really generous. Yet when he went to the usual tree, they ate lunch the next day and found the two calmly playing a game of chess. Izuku knew he lost his mind. He turned to Nagisa, relieved to see an equally baffled look on his face. Should we be worried? Izuku asked. Nagisa nodded slowly. Very. When it came time for PE, they were shocked when Karasuma revealed they wouldn't be needing their weapons today. We're having a different training lesson today, he explained. I have decided to personally take charge of your quirk training class, at least for the first few lessons. I figured it would be an unfair advantage for Koro-sensei to teach and learn all of your quirk's abilities before you can ever use them. We don't want to lose the element of surprise. What's to keep him from sneaking in and learning all of our quirks without us knowing? Asked Nakamura. Karasuma coughed awkwardly. We hired someone to help keep him distracted for a while. Or today, at least, he answered and motioned to the front of the building. Koro-sensei stood there, his face a new pink color Izuku took note of to write down once they got back to the classroom. A blonde foreign woman with a giant bust clung off his tentacle flirtatiously. While most of the boys fawned, the girls looked extremely irritated. Though because of the boys or the woman, Izuku couldn't tell. Probably both. Wow, what a knockout, Okajima commented, practically drooling. Why is she here? And why is she all over Koro-sensei? Asked Fuwa. No kidding. Even when he tried to, Izuku couldn't seem to keep his eyes off her. Every time he tried to look away, there was this incessant pull to just look back again. It was mortifying on every level. Izuku felt like a huge pervert. At least he wasn't the only one affected. It seemed like every boy in the class was enraptured with the woman. Even Karma looked intrigued, though his expression bordered cynical. The only ones who didn't seem affected by the strange spell were the girls, Karasuma, and Shinsou. His friend pulled out his phone to play some game, completely disinterested in the scene. How odd. The woman obviously had some kind of dull hypnosis quirk that targeted men. It would explain why the girls could still function normally. And, well, Karasuma probably couldn't experience such feelings for anyone even if he was brainwashed. But why wouldn't Shinsou be able to? Oh, Koro-sensei, the woman said. Do you think we could go somewhere with more fresh air? It's getting awfully hard for me to breathe, you see. For effect, she pulled at her extremely tight shirt, revealing even more of her bust to the point everyone could see the entire top of her bra. Izuku's cheeks flamed up so bright it felt like he was sunburned. Look away, please let me look away. Ugh, stop watching that. It's practically soft porn, Shinsou commented, giving him a weird look. Izuku tried to formulate a sentence, but the spell was only growing thicker. He shouldn't stop watching it. No, he should get closer, maybe even run to her. It wasn't fair Koro-sensei got to be so close to her while Izuku was over here. Okay, man, you just look like a traffic light now. Cut it out, won't you? Shinsou said, slapping a hand over Izuku's eyes. Don't. Izuku cried out, the desire to stare too strong. But then, just like that, the sweet spell dissipated, pushed out by that familiar fog. His mind tied down with tight restraints, entrapping his body as well. Any urge to fight, to run after the woman disappeared. and in the misty blur, Izuku was more embarrassed than ever. Sure, he knew it was a quirk, but that didn't make him look any less like a creep. The forced restraints, disallowing him from any movement or intense thought, was a welcome change from that woman's sweet spell. I'm not sure what's up, but you need to cut it out, Shinsou said, uncovering Izuku's eyes. Izuku couldn't even blink. He could blink and move relatively for himself with that woman's quirk. But this, nothing, absolutely nothing. She should know better than to carelessly use a quirk like that on so many people. A quirk like that ... like yours, Izuku wanted to ask, but his body was still not his own. All he had was the drowsy fog of his mind. The invisible restraints disappeared just as the woman and Koro-sensei launched into the sky, supposedly to find fresh air. With groans and shaking heads, their other male classmates shook off trance, some even having to wipe drool off their chins. Shinsou returned to his phone, rolling his eyes. What was that? You were all, like, totally enthralled with the chick. It was freaky, Akano commented. Karasuma coughed sheepishly. It must be crazy strong for Koro-sensei, then. His nose is like a bloodhound, Mimura observed. Mihara snorted. Well, that, and he's also obviously tit crazy. The dude couldn't stop staring at her boobs the whole time. Hey, if it only targets men. Then how come you were unaffected, Karasuma-sensei? Asked Yada, and a curious murmur erupted among the class. The spiky-haired man sighed. I don't have a sense of smell. For quirk training, Karasuma asked for any volunteers to demonstrate their quirk. After a moment of silence, Akano finally raised her hand. Their teacher motioned her to the front. Well, my quirk is called boneless, and it lets me do this. She bent backward and pulled her head through her thighs until it was at her belly button, while her elbows bent past the point of extension. To finish the display, her knees folded in the opposite direction and she rolled backward until she stood upright again. A tiny drop of blood dripped out of her nose. Niramatsu threw up furballs. Izuku scrambled to sketch up a page in his notebook, frantically writing while the memory was fresh. The sudden elasticity of her bones was gruesomely amazing. It reminded him of Edsha in the way he could fold himself thin. So cool. While Hara instinctively cared for the coyote boy, Karasuma handed Akano a tissue. Does your nose always bleed after you use it? Not always, I was kind of showing off there, she answered, quickly wiping away the blood. It's mainly when I bend in an extremely odd way or use it non-stop. My organs get a little jumbled inside and they just tend not to agree with me. So the organs remain the same. It's just the bones that get affected ... not quite like Edsha. And Izuku could definitely see how it might cause problems, especially since bones were meant to be the organ's protectors. Did they become more vulnerable when she used her quirk? Could she still overextend a muscle? Oh, Izuku had so many questions. Karasuma nodded, turning to the class. Now, how would you say Akano's quirk could help with assassination? Nagisa rose his hand first. She could contort her body into unexpected places for a surprise attack. Karasuma nodded. Correct. Anyone else? She can act like a freaky demon-possessed girl and scare the crap out of him, Kimura added, making multiple students giggle. Izuku raised his hand anxiously. She could use it to maneuver her body in an unexpected way after Koro-sensei dodges her initial knife attack. Karasuma arched his eyebrows. Interesting observation, Midoriya. Would you mind elaborating? Well, you taught us defined techniques for dodging and defending knife attacks. It makes sense that Koro-sensei has his own odd way of calculating and dodging attacks he expects to come. If Akano were to suddenly, say, bend her elbow the opposite direction immediately after her initial strike, it might throw him off. Karasuma nodded, looking very pleased. Very creative, Midoriya. Good job. And good job to you too, Akano. Warm excitement filled Izuku's chest, his heartbeat spiking. He hardly remembered the last time he received such open praise from a teacher. Now, who wants to go next? They did that for the remainder of the lesson, and Izuku felt all of his nerves about this new training melt away. Because while he may not have a quirk to show off, he was completely in his element. He and Nagisa bounced off each other with ideas on the person's quirk potential and their ways to apply it to assassination. He was practically on cloud 9. Just wait until you're the only one left to go, and you have to expose yourself as the quirkless loser you are. Deku, the little Bakugou in his head said. Isegai volunteered next. His quirk was merging, which let him combine two inanimate objects he was holding into one. He created a bayonet-like weapon by combining his knife and rifle together. However, he couldn't unmerge the objects afterward, so he needed to be smart about what he created. Well, as you displayed, you can create new weapons. You could probably use it to camouflage the current ones so they don't seem so obvious, Izuku commented, flipping to the next page with fervency to keep up with his writing pace. Or create ones that are even more powerful, added Nagisa. Sugino went next. Izuku already knew what his quirk, energizing, could do in theory, but it was amazing to see in practice, especially with the new and improved pitching technique he developed. Izuku could barely see the ball move at all. That was so cool, Sugino. Do you think you'll be able to throw as fast as Koro-sensei can move? Kurahashi asked enthusiastically. Sugino laughed and looked to the recently dubbed data duo for answers. In theory, it could be possible. It would take a lot of energy expenditure from you, though, Izuku said. Nagisa nodded. You'd probably need assistance from an outside source to give you the energy force. Something really strong, like a chemical reaction that results in an explosion. The usually silent Okuda gasped suddenly but didn't say anything. Looking lost in her own thoughts, Karma let out a sharp laugh. Ah, great idea, data dorks. Get Sugino blown up. That'll help him for sure. The class went silent after that. It was clear why. The three who went had pretty amazing quirks. They were probably booted down to E-class for different reason. Their downfall wasn't related to their quirk at all. Izuku didn't want to pry or pressure Shinsou. There was nothing more hypocritical, but he couldn't help but wonder. Shinsou clearly didn't have an issue with using his quirk, at least on Izuku. And whatever it was, that fog, the way it took control away from Izuku, it was all the makings of a powerful quirk, one that might even make the #1 villain fear. Izuku would expect someone with a quirk so powerful to display it proudly and get Koro-sensei's challenge done early. Yet Shinsou stayed totally silently, not even offering advice to the other students, his attention switching between his phone and the sky. Oh, what the hell, I'll go next if none of you wusses will, Terasaka said, stalking up to the front. As you can see, I have a badass mutation quirk that gives me lion qualities. Besides the mane, tail, and claws, it also makes me stronger. To emphasize, the boy pushed at a nearby tree and knocked it over. So basically, if you try to mess with me, there's gonna be consequences. Karasuma sighed. Thank you, Terasaka. Now, how might Terasaka use his quirk to kill Koro-sensei? And how about we let someone other than Data Duo answer? Izuku awkwardly lowered his hand that had already been up in the air, chuckling quietly alongside his classmates. Well, he's definitely going to have to be sneakier about it, with it being a mutation quirk and all. Koro-sensei probably already knows a lot of what you can do, Kanzaki observed. He could also use that to his advantage, Kadoka added. Like Nagisa's notes say, Koro-sensei's main weakness is arrogance. If he thinks he knows all there is to know about Terasaka, but instead, he pulls out a surprise new ability, a secret weapon, so to speak, then maybe we could get him that way. Yeah, but who's to say I even have a secret weapon? Argued Terasaka, smirking haughtily. It's my quirk after all. I think I would know if I had a hidden ability. Isn't the point of calling it hidden to say it hasn't been discovered yet? Idiot, Shinsou scoffed, scrolling through some news article. Terasaka snapped his sharp teeth at the boy threateningly, a vein almost popping out of his head. What you say, turnip head? She failed miserably. The woman was so arrogant that she apparently didn't even pay attention to the briefings. When she lured the villain away to the activity shack, she and her 3 hired goons opened fire on Koro-sensei with lead bullets, which of course had no effect on him. Their teacher revealed that while her honeypot aroma was powerful, he quickly could tell something was wrong in his system and used his mucus to create nose plugs. Everything else was just an act to humor her and teach her that she better do her homework like all the other good students if she wanted to succeed in the class, which led them to where they are now. Sitting in English class, doing absolutely nothing as the woman assassin tapped angrily at her tablet. Something wrong, Ms. Yellow Bitch? Karma asked, overly butchering her name. The woman growled threateningly. Isegai hesitantly raised his hand and asked if they could have Koro-sensei come in and teach instead. This only seemed to upset the pissed-off woman even more, as she broke into a loud rant. Do you really think you'll pass your entrance exams anyway? You're just a bunch of E-class losers. It's not like you'll ever have a future that matters, she sneered. Izuku clenched his fists, tempted to stand up to her when his mind began to cloud, and his desire to argue long forgotten. Why would he even argue with her? He should just listen to what she said. She was obviously right. How about I offer you male specimen a deal? Help me kill the octopus, and I'll give you some of the reward money. Any of the ladies can have in too, so long as they obey. Get out, Shinsou said, voice low and threatening. The honeypot blinked, looking completely flabbergasted. But how the hell she sputtered, but never got to finish before all of their female classmates followed suit, throwing paper and pencils and any other material they could use as ammunition. The sweet honeypot spell dissipated once again. Clearly Izuku of any unnatural thoughts as the assassin focused more on dodging stationary than her quirk. Many other freed male students wasted no time in joining in. You're just a grumpy old bitch, Yashida cried. Go back home, big boobs, Heizama shouted. It was complete chaos, people throwing every small item in reach. Isegai even took 2 pencils he merged together earlier and a hair tie from Nagisa to merge into a slingshot. Laughing at the absurdity of it all, Izuku glanced back at Shinsou and saw the boy actually smiling for the first time that day. It made Izuku smile as well, at least until he grabbed his box of flashcards. He wasn't one for violence, but she nearly made him give up his notebook. That was unforgivable. As he chucked them at the conceited woman, he unleashed a little of his inner Bakugou. Die, Shinsou snorted, stretching his arms over his head. If you're planning on getting a foreign hottie in your bed anytime soon, sure. But yeah, bitch sensei doesn't seem as incompetent as I thought. I think she'll fit in well enough. You shouldn't call your teacher a bitch, even if she does act like one at times, you know. It's not very nice. Sometimes, Midoriya, you can be too nice. Is that supposed to be an insult or a compliment? Yes, so maybe he'll always be a quirkless N-class loser. Maybe he'll always be the one society was designed to step on. As he carefully practiced each knife stroke, or mimicked a defensive maneuver Karasuma displayed, or made a bullseye with his rifle, he couldn't help but feel strong that he could actually become something. Maybe this wasn't the rigorous UA prepping education he anticipated, but hey, he'll take his assassination academia over that any day. Despite popular opinion, Hitoshi will become a hero. He just needed to survive junior high first. For someone like Hitoshi, someone in the system, someone with a dangerous quirk, someone completely alone in the world, a school like Kunugigaoka was out of the question. A school of that prestige didn't take students like him. Tuition alone was a non-starter. That didn't stop Hitoshi from applying. Kunugigaoka sent multiple students to UA every year, and he would need to be stupid to not recognize that. The inevitable rejection didn't matter anyway. Rejection was practically a main theme of his life at this point. He wouldn't get anywhere if he didn't try though, so he sent in his application. A month later, a letter of acceptance came paired with a full-ride scholarship, and Hitoshi was convinced the world was ending. It made absolutely no sense, but Hitoshi wasn't going to turn his back on his first big break. He accepted in a heartbeat. Not only did this increase his odds of getting into UA exponentially, but Kunugigaoka was a fairly good distance away from his old foster home. No one would know who he was, and he could spend his junior high days flying completely under the radar. For the first 2 years, it worked perfectly. He kept his grades decent enough to satisfy his teachers and kept his head low among his classmates. He never used his quirk unless during private evaluations, and he didn't make any friends. Everything went according to plan. But then Seo Tomoya happened. Looking back, his first mistake was using his quirk on one of the 5 virtuoso, especially the one who was also the student assembly chairman. But if given the chance to do it all over again, Hitoshi wouldn't change a thing. Even if it started his life falling apart, it also marked the day he finally felt like a hero. Hitoshi stayed after school one day to get extra studying, and when he came across Seo openly harassing another girl, using his brick quirk to create a legitimate brick wall with his body to corner her in. Even from his poor vantage point, Hitoshi saw the way she cowered, pressing into the lockers like she hoped to melt into them. Disgust and fear morphed her face, lips curled but trembling. Any time she tried to stand up to Seo, he just pressed in closer, invading her space and safety with a grin on his face, like he thought this was all a fun game. Hitoshi found himself at a crossroads. He could keep up his charade, duck his head and walk away like he never saw a thing. Or he could step up and use his abilities for good, all while risking being seen as the villain they always said he would be. When danger arises, inaction to protect is no greater than action to harm, his mother used to say, always the poetic one in the family. Personally, Hitoshi preferred the blunt approach. Got that from his father. So embarrassing, he said, scratching the back of his neck, optimistically. He hoped his presence would be enough to scare the pervert off. Seo grunted, struggling to crane his head over his blocky shoulder. Fuck off. School's over, get out. One of the most praised people in school. And you can't even get a girl to talk to you without trapping her. Pathetic, Seo sneered, his skin flushed a disturbing purple. He spun on Hitoshi, coming centimeters from hitting the girl with his brick wall body. She yelped and cringed, pressed flush to the lockers. I said. The malice vanished, words left frozen in the air. A familiar cloudy daze filled Seo's eyes, his expression dumb and empty. Really, what choice did Hitoshi have? Seo could have seriously hurt the girl if he wasn't careful with his quirk, and he clearly wasn't backing down. The girl lifted her head, swiveling between Seo and Hitoshi, but she didn't move more than that. Despite her attacker being subdued, the glistening fear in her eyes didn't disappear. Staring at Hitoshi, it only exasperated, nearly boiling over into tears. Her conclusion was clear. While the first threat was gone, the real villain just showed up. Are you all right? He asked, trying to sound comforting. The girl whimpered and flinched, and Hitoshi sighed. Aye, you can go, okay, you're safe. Her slow steps backward said she still didn't trust him, and once she felt she put enough distance between her and Hitoshi, she turned tail and sprinted out of the school. Hitoshi rubbed his face, pressing his palms into his eyes, before grabbing his bag and walking away. Once he was out the door, he released the strings on Seo. The backlash was inevitable, but he could delay it for a moment. Sure enough, the next day, he was called into the office. Seo was there, telling some elaborate story about how Shinsou attacked him for no reason and made him do whatever he wanted, including his homework. No matter how much Hitoshi tried to argue otherwise, he left the office with a notice to transfer to E-class that day, and a 3-day suspension effective the following week. When Yukimura-sensei asked him to introduce himself and state his dream, Hitoshi got straight to the point. My name is Shinsou Hitoshi. I'm wrongfully being given a suspension starting next week, so our current time together will be brief, and I'm going to become a hero. He bowed and his classmates echoed the standard welcome phrase. A boy with a lion mane muttered, "Good luck with that dream. No way you're getting into some fancy hero academy with E-class on your transcripts. Terasaka-kun, be nice," Yukimura-sensei scolded. "Forgive him, Shinsou. I'm sure you'll achieve your dream. Now, why don't you take that seat by the window?" Hitoshi honestly didn't care Terasaka didn't think he couldn't achieve UA. Because of E-class, it was better than being told it was because he was a villain. When he got back to E-class, there was a little green shrubbery sitting at the desk in front of him. The boy was obviously a constant nervous mess, and Hitoshi's shining personality hardly helped. When the poor kid tried to introduce himself, Hitoshi's instinctive response, the one he's trained for the past 2 years, kicked in first. "I don't care." And it's true, he didn't care. He didn't care about his stupid plan to stay invisible and make no friends and care about no one but himself because he already fucked it all up. Terasaka was right. Things didn't get worse the 3E, so what was the point? He's at the bottom. But maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to be so alone down here. So of course he ruined everything by brainwashing the kid during their first conversation. It was so stupid of him, but the boy seemed so anxious because of Hitoshi and his inept social skills, and Hitoshi didn't want to send him spiraling into an anxiety attack. So Hitoshi panicked and brainwashed the kid and ... It definitely wasn't his brightest moment. He thought his situation couldn't get worse, and the universe took that as a challenge, apparently. But then the kid did something no one has ever done before. He thanked Hitoshi. Thanked him, like he actually appreciated being forcibly brought down from an anxiety attack. Brain turned numb and body out of his control, left completely to Hitoshi's will and mercy. Not that Hitoshi would ever do something like that, but this kid didn't know that. Yet he thanked Hitoshi and brought him coffee and missed notes the next day as if he was the one who needed to apologize. Hitoshi was dumbstruck. Midoriya Izuku was a mystery for sure, but there was no doubt about it. He was the best damn person Hitoshi ever met. "Shinsou, could I ask you something?" Hitoshi cracked an eye open. He wasn't sleeping. He rarely ever actually was, despite his heart's desires. It was lunchtime, but only Midoriya sat with him. Sujino and Nagisa chose to train instead. And Karma quickly dipped too. Actually, Hitoshi had no clue what he was up to. I was just wondering. Well, I wanted to ask, but you don't have to answer if you don't feel comfortable actually. Never mind, forget I said anything. Midoriya slapped his hands over his mouth, forcing himself silent, though his wild eyes screamed his alarm. Hitoshi sighed, slumping off the tree trunk to stare Midoriya down. Midoriya's eyes twitched, pupils darting side to side, trying to hold Hitoshi's intense gaze but unable to bear it for long. "Midoriya, MMPH, just spit it out already." Hitoshi didn't use his quirk. In fact, he deliberately avoided it, but the floodgates still broke at his command. "I wanted to ask about your quirk." Instant regret slapped Hitoshi in the face. He should have just gone back to sleep and taken Midoriya at his word, forgetting he very asked. That's what he would have done in the past, if he even acknowledged the person talking to him in the first place. But he was trying to be better, trying to learn how to be a friend, a good friend, so he pushed. And now the question sat out in the open. There's no avoiding it without looking suspicious. Or like an ass. ... What about it? Midoriya wrung his hands, studying the leaves. Well, I've just been so curious. You never talk about it. Not like that's a problem. I mean, no one talked about quirks until Koro-sensei's challenge. But you've used it on me a couple of times, right? Hitoshi's instincts screamed to lie, to deny everything and run away from this conversation. To go back to being the class loner that never talked to anyone about anything, especially his quirk. But that wouldn't work anymore, would it? Not with Koro-sensei breathing down their backs, demanding they use their quirks in their assassination attempts. Besides, Midoriya already knew about his quirk to some extent. He experienced it twice and never ran away. Never got angry, never accused Hitoshi of being something he's not. So maybe. Yeah, I have, Hitoshi admitted, his voice embarrassingly small. He pulled his knees up to his chest, hugging them close, bracing himself for what came next. How so? Even with his heart beating out of his chest, Hitoshi couldn't deny his curiosity. You're forced to take backseat while someone else drives, Hitoshi supplied. That's what his first elementary school teacher said the day she got him expelled for accidental quirk use. Yeah, exactly. It's really powerful, Shinsou. So I've heard. Powerful, oppressive, scary, dangerous, villainous. Do you think I could? Midoriya scrambled for his backpack, rummaging around a bit frantically before pulling out one of his famous notebooks, the ones he wrote all his hero quirk analyses in. This one, however, was titled differently than the rest, Quirk Analysis to Stop Koro-sensei. He held it up to Hitoshi with pleading eyes. You want to put my quirk in your notebook? Midoriya nodded, humming eagerly, and Hitoshi was floored. It seemed like such a dumb, stupid thing. But even if he only knew Midoriya a few weeks, he knew those notebooks meant everything to him. It was no small honor to be featured among the pages. Pages reserved for those fighting to stop a villain, for heroes. Hitoshi turned to the sky, hoping gravity would negate the burning warmth threatening to pool in his eyes. Yeah, he cleared his throat. Of course, he waited as Midoriya flipped through the pages and readied his favorite pen. It's called brainwashing. It's pretty much what it sounds like. I can control anyone's mind, but only if they verbally respond to something I say, and only if I choose to activate it. Obviously, Midoriya hummed. How do people break free? Hitoshi paused. I don't think anyone ever has. Not without me releasing them first, at least. Though I don't really use it that often, so. Hers compels you, but yours is absolute, so she has no effect on you. Your quirk is stronger, making your mental fortitude stronger. Just like two people with strength-based quirks, or speed. One is destined to be faster or stronger, though I'd need a larger sample size to be sure. The boy muttered insistently, and Hitoshi oddly welcomed it, a wry smirk on his lips. In a wild turn of events, the first to use their quirk to assassinate Koro-sensei wasn't anyone who volunteered during their first quirk training class. Instead, it was the ever-silent Okuda. The pigtailed girl walked right up to their teacher during chemistry holding 3 different vials and plainly asked him to drink the poisons she created. And my quirk is called chemical breakdown. If I focus on something really hard, I can see it on an elemental level, though I get really bad migraines if I look for too long. I made these poisons based on what I believe makes up the anti-sensei matter, as well as common poisons. Would you mind drinking them? It was the worst assassination attempt in the world. Well, maybe not. There were plenty of failed poisonings where the assassin poisoned themselves instead of their target. But still, there's no way Koro-sensei would actually. The octopus picked up the vials and tossed them back like a shot of gin. The class waited with bated breath, hoping to see their teacher drop dead. Koro-sensei's face twisted. His tentacles twitched ... and he sprouted horns and wings. Excellent attempt, Okuda, though it seems your concoctions were a little off. The delivery could have also been sneakier. Most people won't drink something if you say it's poison. But that's beside the point. I'm so proud of you for embracing your quirk and trying to kill me with it. Hopefully, this will inspire your classmates to do the same. The tentacle man said, patting the girl on the head. I can't wait for all of you to try to kill me using your amazing quirks. Remember, I expect everyone to do it before finals. Because fate hated him, Hitoshi bumped into Seo again at their first assembly back on the main campus. He and Midoriya walked out together, about to head up the mountain when the big-nosed boy cornered them. He wasn't alone either, flagged by his fellow virtuosos. In the past, Hitoshi would have been intimidated, terrified of the attention. Now, he had nothing to lose. Hello, Seo. Seo's bodyguards. He nodded, trying to sound as bored as possible. Seo crinkled his nose. Well, if it isn't the villainous freak of E-class. I see you're fitting in well there. You're all a bunch full of future dropouts and criminals. Pretty rich coming from a guy whose face makes his own mother cry. Toyama, a nasty-looking boy with clumpy hair and glasses, stepped forward menacingly, baring his crooked teeth. You better watch your mouth, freak, or we'll show you what happens when E-classers step out of line, he spat. His long hair wiggled and fluttered, yet Hitoshi never felt a breeze. Shinsou, stop it, Midoriya said, putting himself in between Hitoshi and the virtuosos. Despite his trembling frame, he squared his shoulders as he stared them down. Just let us get back to our class, okay? And then we'll be out of your hair. One greasy clump slithered upwards, revealing beady eyes and a diamond-shaped head at the end, a small pink tongue flickering out. While Hitoshi had nothing to lose standing up to the virtuosos, Midoriya couldn't say the same. So when a boy with strawberry blonde hair and a sadistic smile stepped forward, Hitoshi's heart stuttered. He gripped Midoriya's bicep, tugging, praying he got the signal to go. And who might you be? Asano Gekushu asked. I don't recall seeing you before. Midoriya finally took a step back. But he was too slow, still too close. Frighteningly quick, even for people who spent their days with Koro-sensei. Asano reached out and brushed his fingers against the smaller boy's arm. Oh, I see, Asano said, his eyes glowing an unnatural silver. I remember my father talking about you. You're Midoriya Izuku, the quirkless transfer that was immediately sent to E-class. Just as quicker than Hitoshi's brain could process it all. Midoriya wrenched his arm free and took off, bulldozing through the bullies as he beelined for the mountain. Hitoshi watched him go, speechless, useless to protect him from Asano's cruelty. Cruelty Hitoshi knew about spending the past 2 years at school with him, witnessing him abuse his quirk and status as the principal's son to suppress anyone around him. cruelty he failed to warn Midoriya about. And now it was too late. He probably hated Hitoshi for it. Who could blame him? It's sad, really. He truly was born to be a failure, Asano said. Hitoshi gritted his teeth. Shut up, he hissed. Their leader glanced back apathetically. You should know better than to use your quirk on us, Shinsou. I doubt the administration will be so forgiving with a second incident. The other virtuosos laughed, mocking and jeering. Hitoshi laughed humorlessly with them, and like magic, they all fell silent. It was all too easy. That's funny. It really is, he said, because unlike you, I don't need my quirk to make people submit. With one last scornful look at Asano, he pushed through past the bullies. Maybe, if he found him quick enough, he wouldn't completely lose his first friend in over 2 years. He found Midoriya in a tree. The little piece of shrubbery nearly blended in with the leaves. Hitoshi wasn't really kidding when he said he looked like a beanstalk. Part of him assumed it was related to Midoriya's quirk. You know what they say about people who assume. Toshi, his father, joked once when Hitoshi was only 7. No, what do they say? It makes an ass's mother whirled around, smacking his father in the back of the head. His father keeled over while his mother smiled sweetly. To assume without correction is to purposely paint a wrong impression, she said, compensating for her husband's blunt delivery with words that sang. Midoriya, you alive up there? He called. Only sniffles responded. If that was Hitoshi up there, he'd want everyone to go away and leave him alone. He'd need the privacy, hating how vulnerable crying in front of others made him. But this was Midoriya, and Midoriya was a notorious crybaby. This wasn't any different, right? Except this time he was crying about. Hitoshi climbed up, settling on the branch next to the smaller boy. They didn't say anything for a while. Hitoshi, despite his quirk, was never much of a talker, relying on others like Midoriya to fill the silence. He pulled out his phone and messed around with it while Midoriya gazed at the sky, silently brooding. For once, the brainwasher missed his friend's mumbling. I wasn't trying to lie to you, Midoriya said suddenly. Hitoshi stopped scrolling and glanced up. The boy now resorted to staring at the ground, a light blush on his cheeks. I wasn't trying to lie to anyone, really. It's just, well, and no one asked, and I thought maybe I could pretend to fit in for once. I didn't have to be the pathetic quirkless boy everyone treated like glass or like I had some disease. Hitoshi said nothing. Midoriya wiped away his tears as they started to form. Who was I kidding, though? It's not something I could ever really keep a secret. You were bound to find out, if not by that jerk, then during quirk training. I should just accept it by now. I'm never going to be anything but a quirkless loser. My dream of becoming a hero is a joke. The brainwasher sighed. His mom was the best at giving him comfort, back when his quirk manifested. What would she say right now? I don't know what it's like being quirkless. I won't pretend I do. Hell, sometimes I wished I was, and I bet you think that's pretty shit of me to say, but it's the truth. He rubbed the back of his neck, pretending it was the soothing hand of his parents. I do know what it's like to be treated like shit for though, discriminated against because of a power I didn't ask for. I know how cruel people can be. How quickly they'll turn against you when they find out. I know what it's like to be scared of their reactions and to want so desperately to hide it from this world. Bury this major part of yourself with shame so you don't get buried by their scorn. But at the end of the day, what good does that bring? One wrong move and people like us get sent straight to the end, straight to E-class. We're all a bunch of losers here, Jolly Green. So I get it, wanting to keep it secret, but do you really think being quirkless will make them think less of you? He stated, finally looking up to meet Midoriya's wide, teary eyes. Quirk or not, you're still one of the best analysts in the whole class. We all know without you and Nagisa we're never killing Koro-sensei. And if we don't do that, the world ends, so. It felt so lame, leaving it on that note, especially now that Midoriya was openly weeping, tears and snot getting everywhere. Hitoshi grasped Midoriya's shoulder just like his father would do when praising Hitoshi. You're more than just quirkless to us, Midoriya. And you are going to become a hero. You and me, we're going to prove them all wrong, go to UA, together, and become the greatest heroes of all time. Midoriya chose to keep quiet about being quirkless a little longer, which Hitoshi respected. It's not like he was racing to announce his quirk either. It takes more than one pep talk to get over years' worth of anxiety and bad memories. Being outed to his closest friend by Asano with his omniscience-based quirk definitely didn't make it any better. The best thing either of them could do was tell their classmates 100% on their own terms. Besides, there were bigger things to worry about, like making sure Koro-sensei didn't quit being their teacher after midterms. The villain declared he would run away, ruining any hope of his assassination and the salvation of their planet, unless all of 3E placed in the top 50 of their class. In other words, the world was definitely going to end. Karasuma was more high-strung than ever during their next quirk training. Instead of students volunteering to present their quirks, he wanted them to come up with a class-wide assassination attempt, strategically planned where 8 people used their quirk in surprise manners while the others tricked Koro-sensei into thinking it was a normal class effort attempt. It's not confirmed whether he will hold true to his word or not, but we must be prepared in case this is the last week we have to kill him. I want this to be the best plan yet. No holding back, Karasuma explained before sending them off to start strategizing. Alright, let's do this, guys, Isegai said, kneeling over a large sketch pad they had set out to brainstorm. Data Duo, do you have any ideas off the top of your heads? Midoriya and Nagisa glanced uneasily at each other. Well, it is kind of hard considering we only know a handful of everyone's quirks, Nagisa said. Does anyone have a quirk they feel could be super useful they would like to share? Everyone glanced around uncomfortably before Kimura finally raised his hand. My quirk is called Sticky Feet. Basically, my feet have a natural gravity adhesion so it's practically impossible for me to trip. And I can even run on vertical surfaces for a few seconds. I could attack Koro-sensei from different angles this way, I guess. Nagisa nodded. Anyone else? Hitoshi felt Midoriya's gaze linger on him, but he kept his face stoic. He knew his quirk, it was incredibly useful, until he lost his element of surprise. Once someone knew how it worked, all they needed to do was never respond to him again. He likely only had one real chance with Koro-sensei, and there was no way he was going to mess it up. His attempt must be perfect. With so many people involved in a plan like this, the margin of error was astronomical. Well, my quirk, Snapshot, allows me to freeze the motion of anything in a 30-meter radius for 1 second, Okajima said like it was a totally normal and casual thing. The class gaped. And you haven't used it yet? Fuwa shook her head wildly. Okay, back up. You're saying you have the ability to keep Koro-sensei from moving, and you didn't feel the need to share this with us? What is wrong with you? The boy surrendered his hands as his irritated assassin classmate slowly closed in. Hey, come on now. It's only for 1 second. And besides, all of you would be frozen too. I'd have to be the one to stab him, and I'm not exactly the fastest person in the world. Why not shoot him then? A bullet would move more than fast enough, commented Hayami. Okajima shook his head sorrowfully. Doesn't work that way. The moment the bullet leaves the chamber, and I'm technically no longer touching it, then it freezes like everything else. I also have to be careful how much I use it because boy does it wipe me out for days afterward. I bet you could make it stronger though, Midoriya said encouragingly. I've heard some quirks are like muscles, and you just need to exercise to make them strong. I'm not sure how much you can do in a week ... but it doesn't hurt to try. Even just half a second more is a lot of time with Koro-sensei. Okajima brightened under the praise, and Mihara patted him on the back. Nagisa nodded, scribbling on his notepad. Well, adding the 4 from last class and you two, we still need 2 more volunteers. Anyone else? Hey, I didn't say nothing about helping you posers out, Terasaka snapped. Isegai frowned, exacerbated. Now is not the time, Terasaka. This might be our last chance. We need all the manpower we can get. The lion boy scoffed. Then find it in someone else. It's not my fault you losers are too weak. My gang and I are going to take the octopus out on our own. And that's final. Figure it out without us. The boy stomped away, his 3 friends trailing after him without objection. Karma sighed dramatically. Well, that's one way to lift everyone's spirits, the boy commented unhelpfully. Hitoshi crossed his arms, watching the scene with heavy-lidded eyes. Oh, Karma, what about your quirk? I bet it's super powerful, Sugea said, followed by a murmur of agreement. I'm kinda surprised you haven't used it yet, Yada added. Karma tilted his head to the side, looking annoyingly innocent. What do you mean? I've been using it since the beginning, the boy drawled. Heh. Hitoshi's drowsy eyes snapped open. When? Only when he was napping. No, everyone looked shocked. Even Karma's best friend, Nagisa, sat there stiff frozen, pencil dropped to the ground. What are you talking about, Karma? You haven't. You don't act any differently from before. Nagisa's face fell, looking a little betrayed. Oh, you mean you haven't noticed? Karma acted surprised with sardonic condensation. What about you, Midoriya? Don't tell me even you missed it. Well, I guess you're the only one who can go toe-to-toe with Koro-sensei in a battle of wits, and if you've been using it since the beginning without anyone noticing, then maybe it's some mind-enhancing quirk. Not like the kind that lets you know anything and everything instantly, but more like one that lets you figure stuff out really quick. It would explain how you figured out Koro-sensei's weaknesses so quickly, and how you understand new material almost instantly ... Am I even close? Midoriya squeaked at the end, cowering behind his notebook as Karma's smirk grew more and more triumphant. Well, what do you know? You've hit the nail on the head. Good job, Midoriya. The compliment actually sounded sincere, which was even more unnerving. I call it innate capability. My genius brain can instantly understand any complex system I see, even if I have no background knowledge or past experience with it. Silence. That wasn't as cool as I thought it was going to be, Hitoshi stated truthfully. Unlike most people he interacted with, he understood Karma. Insults didn't faze him. If anything, they amused him. Don't hate on mental quirks, Shinsou. You should hold yourself to a higher esteem, he said, head tilted like a curious child, but eyes sharp as a predator. Hitoshi tensed. Creepy know-it-all. Still terrifying and very fitting, nonetheless, Kadoka added. So Karma is the brain of the operation, I guess, but we still need 2 more people. Well, I can mimic animal sounds, and sometimes communicate with them, though my animal language skills are very poor. I'm sure I could get a group of woodland creatures to attack Koro-sensei with us, Kurahashi offered. Hitoshi really wanted to ask if her quirk was called Fairytale Princess. Okay, 1 more. Surprisingly, Nagisa raised his hand. I'm not sure if it'll work, but my quirk might help catch Koro-sensei off guard. Isegai quirked an eyebrow. How so, Nagisa? My quirk, misdirection, basically makes me super forgettable. I'm still not entirely confident in how it functions, but I think I project an aura to those around me so I'm less noticeable. Midoriya nodded. It's perfect. Stealth is the biggest factor for assassination. Koro-sensei's super enhanced senses make it hard for any of us to sneak up on him. But if your quirk works as you say, we just need to get you close enough for your misdirection to work. While he'll probably be fast enough to react and get away, it'll definitely throw him off. We should immediately follow with the snapshot quirk. Even if it fails, having 2 shocking attacks like that should throw him off for the rest of the assassination attempt, Kimura added. And just like that, they all started putting their heads together to plan the perfect assassination attempt on their teacher. It failed miserably, but Koro-sensei was proud nonetheless. Wonderful attempt, students. You had me worried there for a moment. Well, 1 whole second, to be exact, he said, patting an exhausted Okajima on the head. I couldn't help but notice, however, that except for Nagisa and Karma, your classmates with the flashiest or most offensive quirks were the only ones to try. I know the world of heroes has created an ideal that the best combat quirks need to be offensive or flashy, but assassination is a whole other ballpark. You see, the best assassins are sneaky. They don't have blatantly obvious or heroic quirks. Out of everyone in that attack, Nagisa was the closest to landing a hit thanks to his invisibility-type quirk. You need to understand the strength and subtlety if you ever want to be able to kill me. Hitsuhi exchanged a look with Midoriya, unease settling deep in his stomach. Subtle things. The midterm tests, despite all of Koro-sensei's efforts, were blatantly rigged, and barely anyone placed anywhere near the top 50. Hitoshi barely made it out with rank 72 with 361 points. Midoriya, despite being a freaking genius, was still only 31. They were all nervous that Koro-sensei was going to keep true to his word. But then Karma, of all people, saved the day, shying a few points away from a perfect score. So they tried to throw a few stupid questions at us. I used my quirk to my advantage, just like you said, and figured them out in seconds, he drawled. Even if we didn't all make it to the top 50, what does it matter? You taught me all that I needed to know. And that's all that really matters in my opinion. Don't use this as an excuse to run away like the big scaredy cat you are. It's unflattering, really. This was why Hitoshi felt like he understood Karma. 2 socially inept kindred spirits that used antagonization to take others out. He smirked haughtily and scratched the back of his neck. If you're really that scared we'll kill you, then just say so, teach. A vein bulged on their teacher's head, and the class joined in on the teasing, baiting their teacher into staying. And just like that, the dumb test results no longer mattered. No one was going anywhere because, in the end, there was really no place better than E-class. Do you think if you brainwashed Koro-sensei and told him to kill himself that it would work? Midoriya asked out of the blue one day. Hitoshi almost choked on his coffee. Well, he mumbled, clearing his throat. I've actually been wondering about this a lot. Since he's arrived, actually. It's just, obviously I've never used my quirk like that before, and I'm worried if I try and it fails then I'll miss my one chance to kill him. Midoriya nodded. Makes sense. It'd be pretty cool if it did work, though. Yeah, it would, wouldn't it? Following midterms, the whole school scheduled a trip to Musutafu, home of amazing heroes like All Might and Endeavor, and where UA High School was located. It was hardly a trip for Midoriya. Given this was his hometown, Hitoshi actually looked forward to it. He's dreamed of UA for years, but to actually see it, though, in typical E-class fashion, it quickly turned into a sightseeing assassination attempt. Karasuma gave them instructions to lure Koro-sensei to specific sites on their tours where the Hero Commission set up professional snipers and top heroes. They hoped the distractions of the city would give them an edge. He also encouraged them to use their quirks to keep Koro-sensei cautious of the students instead of other threats. Wait, Hitoshi interrupted. Isn't it illegal to use your quirk in public? Because I don't know about you guys, but this city is literally crawling with heroes, and the Musutafu police holding cell wasn't exactly a sight I'm planning to see. Karasuma pursed his lips but pulled out a stack of cards. That's already been taken care of, he said, holding them up. They appeared to be some kind of ID, with everyone's name and face. Technically, you are all employed freelancing agents for the government, which means you are entitled to government quirk immunity. This allows you to use your quirks in public if so needed. I've held onto them out of fear what some of you would do with them. He looked pointedly at Karma and the delinquent group, who all just grinned wickedly. What? I thought we proved my quirk was relatively harmless, Karma drawled. Nagisa stared at his best friend blankly. Any quirk would be dangerous so long as it's you with it, Karma. They broke into groups of 6 or 7. Hitoshi's group consisted of himself, Midoriya, Nagisa, Sugino, Karma, Okuda, and a girl Sugino enlisted because of his obvious crush on her, Kanzaki Yukiko. Hitoshi never really interacted with her before, but she seemed very sweet and helpful, if not a little shy. She was also an excellent tour coordinator and took charge with organizing their entire trip in her planner so they wouldn't have to lug around the dictionary-sized tour guides Koro-sensei made them. She was even able to very calmly deal with an overexcited Midoriya who wanted to visit every single site where All Might took out a villain. "Hey, Midoriya, weren't you originally from Musutafu before you transferred here?" asked Nagisa when they were making a list of places to visit. "Have you not seen all of this already?" The green-haired boy scratched his head sheepishly. "No, not really. My mom and I kind of lived on the poorer outskirts of the city, not really all that close to the action. I was occasionally able to see some rookie heroes and sidekicks that got booted to the less exciting jobs, but never anyone of significance. My mom was also always so busy with work that there was never any time to go sightseeing in our own city. I guess it is kind of sad to think I lived so close to my dream school almost my whole life and rarely saw it," he said. Hitoshi patted his shoulder awkwardly. "That's what friends did to comfort each other, right? But it's okay," Midoriya said, perking up. Maybe shoulder pats really do work, because now I get to do it all with my best friends. Also, Kanzaki, is it too late to add the place where All Might defeated Toxic Chainsaw?" Just before the bullet train arrived, a class passed by 3, getting to ride first-class VIP. The elitism projected off the students in suffocating waves, and Hitoshi stepped back to gain some distance. Midoriya mindlessly followed, his attention more focused on the tour brochure. They didn't realize how far they got from E-class until a literal brick wall formed in front of them. "Oh, looky here. It's Villain and Quirkless, the fearful duo of 3, snickered Koyama. "Where do you two think you're going in such a hurry? You couldn't possibly be running away, Seo jeered as the 5 virtuosos appeared and loomed over them. Midoriya shrunk back slightly, but Hitoshi refused to be bothered, staring blankly. "You'd think everyone you meet running away would be enough for you to catch a clue, Seo." Not waiting for a response, Hitoshi grabbed Midoriya's wrist and pushed past the bullies, giving Asano a wide berth. Midoriya, stumbling and jittery, didn't have the same mindset, and all it took was Asano jutting out his shoulder to harshly bump into the smaller boy. He probably would have fallen flat on his face if Hitoshi wasn't already holding on to him. The Machiavellian boy peered down at Midoriya. "You've got to be joking. You actually believe someone like you could become a hero?" The other virtuosos burst out laughing, saying that a quirkless loser would be lucky to even meet a hero. Before worse could be said, Hitoshi dragged his friend away like their lives depended on it, not stopping until their class was in view. It wasn't enough, though. The damage was done, and Midoriya was already breaking down into tears. Hitoshi scowled, stewing as he eyed the packed compartments. He spotted an empty corner in the back of the train, away from where the rest of the class was sitting, and tugged his friend to follow him. "Those better be tears of joy because of how ecstatic you are to go visit UA," Hitoshi stated. The green-haired boy snorted but didn't respond. The brainwasher sighed. "Come on, Jolly Green. We already talked about this. You and I are going to become heroes together and prove everyone wrong, remember? Musutafu, UA. It's where so many heroes get their start. And we're going to do the same, no matter what those asshats say." That at least got his friend to smile. Hitoshi smiled back, relieved he did something right. Maybe he wasn't as bad at this friend thing as he thought. "Just remember, you're training to become an ass-kicking assassin. If you focus hard and really throw yourself into training, I bet not even All Might could touch you. The dude couldn't even stop the villain we're tasked with killing, so you already one-up him that way." Midoriya snickered and pushed at him lightly. "You need to focus on combat training too then, Shinsou. I mean, you said it yourself. Someone figures out how your quirk works, and you're as useless as me." "You little," Hitoshi scoffed, more flabbergasted than offended. "Fine, you little brat. I'll train with you, and whoever is the best fighter by the end of the year gets to design the other's hero costume. I'll hold you to that," Midoriya challenged, holding out his hand. Hitoshi shook it with a triumphant grin. And while it was a stupid little bet, this moment, this promise felt like so much more. The sound of a nose being blown shattered the intensity into pieces. "So sweet. 2 of my students making bets on who will become the superior assassin and later hero. I'm so proud." Koro-sensei cried, peering in through their compartment window while holding onto the speeding train from the outside. The two friends blinked slowly. What the hell, Koro-sensei? They arrived at Musutafu without any more major incidents, though Kanzaki did lose her planner at some point, leaving her devastated. They traveled going off their memories of what they planned. It wasn't a huge issue, given Karma and Midoriya were in their group. As they walked around, discussing the best way to incorporate the tourist attractions into killing Koro-sensei, Sugino sighed loudly. Not that an assassination vacation isn't fun and all, but I was kind of hoping to use this trip to get away from all the shooting and stabbing, he commented. I mean, what does Musutafu have to do with assassination anyways? Well, Nagisa answered, I guess it doesn't have to do much with assassination, but it's one of the most famous hero-villain cities in the world. And if you think about it, taking out Koro-sensei is technically taking out the world's #1 villain. Sugino blinked. I guess you're right. After visiting a few more sites, they put their assassination plan into action. Midoriya led them to a back alley on the outskirts of the city, completely secluded and perfect for assassination. This isn't all that far from my old place, the green-haired boy explained. That's the only reason I know about it. They began to plan out where they would hide and attack when they heard footsteps approaching. What the hell? Deku, a poofy blonde-haired boy asked. He also wore a school uniform, likely local, and stared at Midoriya with unadulterated disdain. The fuck are you doing here, Deku? I thought you finally pissed off for good, the boy spat. They had history. That made sense, being so close to Midoriya's old neighborhood. Old classmates, perhaps. Whatever the case, they certainly weren't friends. Hey Kaken. It's, good to see you again, the quirkless boy stuttered. Poofy bared his teeth, practically snarling. Without thinking any plan through, Hitoshi stepped in front of Midoriya, glaring at the newcomer with total scorn. We're just here on a school trip. Who the hell are you? He said. Poofy zeroed in on him and looked as unimpressed as Hitoshi felt. At least it was mutual. What are you, some shitty eggplant guardian angel? The blonde spat, skipping over the question. Get out of the fucking way. This doesn't concern you. The threat was clear, and E-Class sprung into action, slipping into a defensive formation with Midoriya in the center. Don't take this the wrong way, or do, I don't care. But we really don't have time for playground bullies, Karma stated, harshly disinterested. It's best you just get out of here before we make you regret it. Poofy's face twisted, lips curled back like a snarling dog. You think I'm fucking scared of you? You're all just a bunch of rich prisses. I could take you on any day. Karma scoffed. Well, I did warn you, he hummed, lashing out suddenly and smacking Poofy in the face with the palm of his hand, sending the other boy to the floor. The bully reacted surprisingly quick for a street rat, somersaulting backward to his feet. He balled his fists and shook them at Karma. Try that again, bastard, I dare you, he yelled. Karma smirked, happy to oblige. Karma, don't. Okuda and Midoriya shouted at the exact same time. But it was too late. Karma approached the boy again, kicking his leg out to attack when an explosion went off, seemingly out of nowhere. Karma flew backward, crashing against the rough concrete. Nagisa and Kanzaki rushed to his side, pulling him up off the ground. A trickle of blood dribbled out his nose and past his lips, and his uniform smoked from singed fabric, but his skin seemed miraculously clear of burns. I thought I noticed something odd about his chemical makeup, Okuda said. I figured I was just seeing things wrong, but it looks like the sweat on his palms is made up of nitroglycerin. Midoriya nodded. It's his quirk. It lets him create explosions. And it's extremely dangerous. Please, Karma scoffed as he wiped away the blood off his chin. Nothing is more dangerous than us. Karma reached for his bag and tossed a balled-up piece of paper at Sugino. Make bullets, energy boy, he said. Sugino caught it cautiously, squinting at the paper wad before his eyes widened, toothy smiling curling on his face. Is that a fucking piece of paper? What kind of weapon? Poofy didn't finish his sentence. The paper ball hit him in the stomach at lightning speed, knocking him back into a trash can. The boy let off another explosion, sending trash everywhere. Kaken, please, stop, Midoriya cried, running up to the boy and grabbing his arm to keep him from punching Sugino. Poofy growled and knocked the green-haired boy to the floor. Piss off, Deku, he shouted, letting off another explosion. Midoriya cried out and somersaulted away, his uniform fringed and his arm cut and bleeding. Hitoshi sprinted to his side to steady him. Midoriya looked dazed and battered, but nothing worse than that. That didn't make Hitoshi any less pissed. You're gonna pay for that, Poofy, he said darkly. The boy let off another small explosion and raised his fist. What you say, Eggpla? The strings appeared, and Hitoshi latched on, tying Poofy down as tight as possible. The explosion settled, debris falling like snow, and silence filled the alleyway. My. What ruckus? A foreign voice drawled before Hitoshi could give any order. He spun around and found a large green slime creature looming from the entrance of the alley, the casted shadows making him look more like a shadow monster. It held Kanzaki suspended in the air, slowly pulling her into its slimy mass. You should really be more cognizant of your friends when fighting. You never know when a bigger threat might appear. Hitoshi felt Poofy fighting against his quirk, trying to break free of the mental restraints. It was no use. The only one who could free him was Hitoshi, and right now, they needed an attack dog more than anything. Poofy, explosion. He pointed, and the boy obeyed, charging at the sludge villain with an exploding fist. The monster batted him away like a fly, sending him crashing into Midoriya, their heads connecting with a painful crack that reverberated all the way up Hitoshi's strings, snapping them in half. So it was possible to forcibly break free of his quirk. Would have been nice to know when they weren't under attack. Kanzaki, Okuda cried. Sugino frantically threw a nearby rock, and it sped like a bullet and embedded itself in the villain. However, the slime monster didn't even seem fazed in the slightest. Poofy shook his head, holding it in his palms. Midoriya reached out, trying to help him stand. Poofy grabbed his hands only to throw Midoriya back on the ground once he regained his bearings. He wobbled back unsteadily, right into the slow-approaching slime villain. The monster's nasty large eyes stared at the boy hungrily. When I snatched the planner off the girl on the train, hoping to trap her alone, I never it to lead to such a glorious buffet of quirks, he hummed. I think I'll take you instead. In one swift movement, the villain released Kanzaki and swallowed Poofy up, trapping the boy and squeezing him into his body instead. Okuda and Nagisa raced to Kanzaki's side, helping her stand up as she hacked and struggled to breathe again. Come on, let's get out of here, Sugino said, taking off for the alley exit. The others followed, Nagisa and Okuda each supporting Kanzaki and helping her walk. Hitoshi grabbed Midoriya's arm and pulled encouragingly, trying to get him to stop staring at Poofy and the villain. We gotta go, Midoriya, he said, but the boy wouldn't budge. He turned his head slowly, his eyes watering. We can't just let him die, Shinsou. We've got to help him, he cried. Poofy let out a string of explosions as he tried to break free and Hitoshi flinched. Was this not the same jerk that had Midoriya scared shitless? Why would he risk his life to save him? Hitoshi thought that last bit over a bit more and realized, oh yeah, this is Midoriya. That's why. He also knew the boy was correct, and that they couldn't just let Poofy die, but that didn't make Hitoshi any less irritated. He sighed and pulled out his anti-sensei gun. It's really annoying when you're right. Just thought you should know, he said sarcastically, earning him the shaky smile he was going for. Rolling his eyes, the brainwasher pointed his gun and fired at the sludge villain. Unsurprisingly, it did nothing, but it did get the monster's attention. He lashed out, sending a mixture of sludge and fire at the duo, which they scrambled to dodge. Hitoshi's hands scraped against the uneven concrete as he pushed back to his feet. What are you guys doing? We have to go, Okuda shouted as Midoriya stabbed at the villain uselessly. He flipped backward to avoid the retaliation and Hitoshi couldn't help but pause. When did Jolly Green learn to do that? We're being heroes, Midoriya answered determinedly, making the rest of their group stop running. Karma snorted, pulling out his own knife. Well, we can't let you have all the fun then, he said, charging at the sludge villain. Sugino joined in, throwing various objects at top speeds. They were mainly just trying to act as distractions to keep the villain disoriented until they came up with a real plan to stop him, but they were losing energy quickly. Sugino's throws got slower and slower, reverting to normal human pitching speed. Hitoshi regretted all the times he gave half-effort during cardio. We could really use a plan right now, Blue's Clues, Hitoshi shouted back at Nagisa, who hid behind a trash can with the girls as they thumbed through Koro-sensei's emergency trip guide. We're trying. Koro-sensei made this thing way too thorough. Who needs to know how to cheer themselves up after realizing a lot of Midnight's merchandise is only available for purchase by those 18 and up? Nagisa shouted back. Hitoshi wasn't paying enough attention to the fight and got blown back by an explosion. Just hurry up. Wait, I got it. What to do when you or a nearby civilian get attacked by a dangerous villain in a secluded part of Musutafu. That's eerily exact, Nagisa commented. Hitoshi grunted as he ducked so Karma could propel himself in the air off his back and fire his gun midair. That's great, Nagisa. Could you please read it? Midoriya pleaded, rolling out of the way of the flames. Step 1. Blow this custom-created Koro whistle, Nagisa said, pulling out a tiny wooden whistle. He passed it to Okuda, who tried to blow in it, but no sound came out. Guys, I think it's broken, she cried. Step 2. Notify the authorities in the flashiest way possible. Seconds later, the largest explosion yet went off, throwing everyone backward. Hitoshi's shirt bunched up, letting his skin drag, the burn lighting up his back. Hitoshi groaned. I think that was pretty damn flashy. Kanzaki stood up shakily and ran to her back. Just to be safe, she said, and pulled out, was that a video game? What the heck, Kanzaki? Now is not the time, said Sugino, but the girl ignored him. She turned the game on and then covered the screen with her palm. The entire device began to glow, and the light just kept on growing until a life-sized All Might formed, floating high above the rooftops. All Might, Midoriya squeaked right before a glob of sludge hit him in the face. Not really. It's my quirk, Kanzaki explained. It's called Gamer Zone. It lets me materialize video game characters from any game I touch into the real world. Unfortunately, they are just holograms and can't actually do any damage, but it can be pretty eye-catching at times. Yeah, no kidding. If the sight of All Might above an explosion didn't bring a crowd of people, nothing would. Oh, guys, I think something's up with the explosion, dude, Sugino said, pointing tentatively. Sure enough, Poofy appeared to be convulsing any longer, and they would watch the boy suffocate to death. Kicchan, Midoriya screeched, running wildly at the villain. Jolly green, Hitoshi shouted, while at the same time Karma said, Midoriya, go for the eyes. Midoriya, seemingly having lost all his weapons after getting tossed around so much, threw the last thing he had, his book bag. The thing flew widely, opening midair and letting the items inside go flying. The giant turbook Koro-sensei made them shot forward and struck true, nailing the sludge villain in the eye. Those stupid books were turning out to be surprisingly useful. Hitoshi made a mental note to thank Koro-sensei later, assuming they all made it out alive, of course. The monster screeched in pain, and it was enough of a distraction for Midoriya to reach out and pull at Poofy, freeing his head so he could breathe. Deku, what the hell? The blonde boy gasped. I've got him. Someone hit the monster again, yelled Midoriya. Karma didn't hesitate, firing directly at the villain's eyes. The monster cried out again and Poofy inched free just a little bit more. It's not strong enough. We need to hit him harder, Nagisa observed. Sugino, do you think you can do it? The black-haired boy looked uncertain but pulled a baseball out of his bag nonetheless. He wound up, building up potential energy in his body, and chucked the energized ball at the villain's eye. It freed Poofy's arm completely, but the rest of his body was still stuck. Damn it, I used up too much energy earlier. Nagisa, what's step 3? Okuda questioned desperately. The boy looked up from the book, blatantly distraught. Step 3, don't die. What kind of advice is that? Midoriya screeched, tears falling like a waterfall as he resorted to uselessly slamming his fists against the sludge villain. Just when Hitoshi was sure they were screwed, a large yellow blur shot by, slamming into the sludge villain. There was a large explosion of muddy sludge and fire, and when the dust cleared, Koro-sensei stood there triumphantly. In one tentacle, he held a gasping Poofy, and in the other was the sludge villain stuffed into an empty soda bottle. Never fear, Koro Might is here, he said, morphing his head to mimic the famous hero's iconic bunny ears and features. The students stared blankly. Please never do that again, Hitoshi stated. Their teacher deflated visibly. You guys are no fun, he grumbled. But nonetheless, excellent job handling the villain attack. I couldn't help but notice you followed my manual to a T. The custom whistle blows at a frequency only my ears are capable of hearing. And that All Might hologram was very realistic, Kanzaki. Of course, not as convincing as my super cool All Might disguise. He turned back into the caricature of the famous hero, and Hitoshi couldn't help but fire his gun Koro-sensei's face. Party pooper. Before the bantering could continue, Poofy came to, shaking his head and staring blearily at the octopus holding him up. What's going on? Who the fuck are you? The boy shouted, trying to scramble out of the creature's grasp. Koro-sensei's sweat dropped. What do you mean? I'm All Might, clearly, the octopus said in a pitiful impersonation of the hero's voice. Poofy growled and let off an explosion, making Koro-sensei drop him. Like hell you are, you tentacle freak. He spat, backing up against a wall. You're the dude that blew up the fucking moon, aren't you? And you bastards are what? Poor excuses for villain extras. What the fuck, Deku? So much for a state-protected secret, Nagisa mumbled. Karma scoffed and stepped forward. Whether we are or aren't doesn't matter. It's keeping you quiet that does, he said, cracking his knuckles. Luckily for you, I happen to be very experienced at keeping witnesses silent. Poofy bared his teeth, looking ready to fight again when the sound of police sirens made everyone freeze. Crap, Sugino said. We've got to get out of here, Koro-sensei. We can't just leave Poofy, though. He'll tell the cops and then we're screwed, argued Hitoshi. He did not need another thing on his permanent record. Oh, I've got it, the octopus said before disappearing and reappearing with a disgruntled Mihara. Mihara here can help us out with this. Now, go make him stop thinking what he's thinking. The ginger boy gave his teacher a weird look but wordlessly obeyed, walking right up to Poofy and staring him in the eye. The explosive boy's eyes glazed over and he blinked, looking blatantly confused about the stranger in his face. Where am I? Who are you? Before he could notice the rest of the commotion around him, Karma ruthlessly punched the boy in the face, knocking him out cold. Karma, Midoriya and Nagisa cried. The Red Devil looked up, feigning innocence. What? We couldn't let him realize what had happened. It would completely defeat the purpose of having Mihara erase his memory. Can you really wipe people's brains, Mihara-kun? Kanzaki asked. Hitoshi perked up, admittedly intrigued. It didn't sound too dissimilar from Hitoshi's, and she sounded more impressed than scared. Not entirely. Mihara shrugged. I can just make them forget their immediate thoughts when I look them in the eye. I can't really go that deep. It's called thought blocking. Hitoshi choked on a laugh. That's an ironic name for someone like you. Koro-sensei nodded. He tried to use it on me to make me disoriented so he could kill me. Almost worked too. And by almost, I mean not even close, but a terrific effort. As they all sighed exasperatedly, the sirens got louder, making everyone flinch. We should really get out of here before it's too late, Nagisa encouraged, and everyone nodded, not needing to be told twice. They ran out of the alley, careful to avoid any police cars as they made their escape. Before they left, they placed Poofy inconspicuously in the alley with the bottle next to him and a forged note from All Might, claiming he saved the day but was very busy and didn't have time to stick around. The rest of the trip went as expected. That is to say, the sniper attempts failed miserably. The pro heroes became Koro-sensei's spa clientele, and there were no more childhood bullies from Midoriya's past, or surprise villain attacks. For the remainder of the trip, they actually got to take the vacation they very much needed. Hitoshi reclined his lounge chair, content to relax for the next few hours. Next to him, the rest of his group formed a circle around Kanzaki as she schooled them all in a pro heroes battle royale game. You're so good at this, Kanzaki. Does your quirk give you innate ability at video games too? Midoriya asked. The girl smiled sweetly, her focus still zoned in on the game as she talked. Not exactly. It doesn't directly make me a better player, but I've found that being able to bring the characters to life in front of me and interact with them really helps me understand their true potential, she explained just as her character of All Might knocked the computer's Endeavor out of the ring. It's interesting, though. I used to be a crazy huge fan of Endeavor until I met his video game character. He's much more arrogant than I expected. That's interesting. I wonder how accurate your hologram's personalities are to the real thing. Midoriya mumbled to himself as he produced one of his famous notebooks seemingly out of thin air and began scribbling in it. Later that night, as the boys all gathered in their dorm, they formed a circle to discuss which girls they thought were the cutest. Hitoshi, upon hearing the gossip, instinctively pulled out his phone and entertained himself with pictures of kittens. Hey, Midoriya, which girl in our class do you like the most? Isegai suddenly asked, though he didn't care for this kind of gossip. Hitoshi couldn't help pause to hear Midoriya's answer. The boy flushed a bright red that clashed sharply with his green features. Iwa, well, I mean Akano's quirk is super cool, but Okuda is also super smart and really nice when you get to talk to her. Kadoka is super cool and independent, while Kanzaki is so thoughtful. Hirahashi is really cute and sweet too. And Hara always makes us such yummy treats, and Nakamura is really easy to talk to, and so is Yada. Oh, did I mention that Kanzaki is also very pretty, and so is Hayami when she's not glaring at you, and Fuwa. The boy continued to ramble on and on about every girl in their class, even going back and repeating a few. Hitoshi clenched his teeth to keep the laughter bubbling in his chest at bay. I'm sorry we even asked, murmured Mimura. A snort finally broke through, mistakenly bringing attention to Hitoshi. What about you, Shinsou? Any girl catch your eye? Mihara asked. The brainwasher pursed his lips in a very firm line. I haven't really talked to any of them. Okuda and Kanzaki were in my group today, but we spent more time fighting that dumb sludge monster than actually interacting. So, I can't really say any of them have caught my eye yet. No, he answered truthfully. It apparently was not the reply the others were anticipating. Kimura shook his head. I guess we shouldn't be so surprised. Besides Karasuma, you're the only boy who can resist bitch sensei. And unlike Karasuma, you've got a working nose if your ability to smell coffee a mile away is anything to go by. The boys erupted into a fit of giggles, all remembering the manhunt Hitoshi went on when he smelt an espresso bitch sensei brought in one day. It probably scarred the woman for life. Suddenly, the bath door slid open, revealing a freshly showered Karma towel drying his hair, and their laughter only intensified. Karma frowned, the confusion on his face unnatural. With his quirk, it probably was. Something wrong? He asked. Akajima was practically crying. What's up with your hair, dude? Karma's normally solid bright red hair transformed into some odd red to white umber. If someone would have added a white puffball on top, it would have looked like he was wearing a goddamn Santa hat. Hitoshi couldn't remember the last time he laughed so hard. He couldn't help but take pictures, not even fearing for his own safety. Koro-sensei suddenly appeared beside him, coaching him on what angles to get the best photo. Perplexion followed by unease crossed Karma's face, and he marched over to snatch the phone out of his hand. The look of horror that came next was hysterical. What the hell was in that shampoo? He snapped. Koro-sensei scratched the back of his head guiltily. It would appear you accidentally used my super intense Koro poo, capable of washing anything and everything out of hair, apparently including color. I'll have to add that to the list of possible side effects before I put it out on the market. Karma gritted his teeth, a knife materializing out of nowhere, and began attacking their teacher mercilessly. Wait a minute, Koro-sensei, Hitoshi commented. Why do you have a shampoo brand? You don't even have hair. That doesn't mean I can't implement my clean agenda on the rest of the world, their teacher said, pausing in front of him to answer. Karma took that moment to throw his knife at teacher's head, narrowly missing it. Koro-sensei squealed. Okay, Karma, you win. I'm sorry I turned your hair white. I promise I'll fix it. There was a wild blur and then suddenly Karma's hair was wrapped entirely in tin foil. That should do the trick. Your hair should be back to its demonically red color in no time. Midoriya blinked owlishly. You can dye hair too. How'd you learn so much about hair care, sir? It's just a little trade secret of mine, the teacher replied, grinning impishly. Now, what's this I hear about girls? So junior high wasn't exactly what Hitoshi planned. Being an E-class kind of made that impossible. His grades kept getting better and better, and he couldn't exactly ever fly under the radar anymore. He didn't want to. He opened up about his quirk to one person and actively planned to show it to his teachers and classmates. And most of all, he had friends. Real friends. So what if being in the N class was a blip on his resume for UA? Here, learned how to fight and kill his teacher, the #1 villain. Here, got the skills he needed to succeed in achieving his dream. He might have been a nobody yesterday, and an assassin today. But tomorrow, he will be a hero. A week after the trip to Musutafu, he and Shinsou met up early before school like usual to catch up and exchange coffee and sweets. Unlike usual, however, after Shinsou downed his espresso way too fast to be healthy, and Izuku finished his red bean bun, Shinsou put down the cup and sent a wide kick at his friend's face. No warning, no explanation. Izuku stumbled back lamely, protecting his face with a sloppy block, one that covered his vision so much so he couldn't see Shinsou coming at him again with his anti-sensei knife drawn until he swung. Izuku's slowly building muscle memory kicked in for his scrambling brain, catching Shinsou's wrist and trying to twist the knife out of his hand. Shinsou must have anticipated that, twisting with Izuku just like Karasuma taught them yesterday in PE. So Shinsou did start paying attention. That's such a relief. Izuku was so worried he would fall behind and Shinsou came out of the twist with an elbow to Izuku's chest. He grunted, the breath stolen from his lungs. Right, fight now, think later. Izuku ducked under the follow-up punch and fell back on his palms, trying to swipe Shinsou's legs out from under him. It was a little messy, not at all like how Karasuma showed him, and his core wasn't quite strong enough yet, making him awkwardly land his other knee before he could replace his footing. It at least worked to throw Shinsou off balance, who definitely didn't pay attention during this PE lesson. Izuku's foot caught his ankle, pulling it out from under him and knocking him on his butt. Neither of them moved, both sprawled on the dirt and struggling to catch their breath. Shinsou, Izuku said once his heart rate slowed to normal. Why are you trying to kill me over coffee? The brainwasher sighed, slouching up into a seated position. We made a bet, remember. Whoever is the better assassin at the end of the year, assuming the world doesn't end and all, gets to design the other's hero costume. There's no way I'm passing on this opportunity. Curious, how do you feel about hot pink? Izuku's tongue tripped in his mouth. Why wait? You're not Shinsou. You can't. You're supposed to take it seriously. His friend muffled his snickering with his hand, and Izuku sighed. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna win then. Karasuma-sensei did say I'm one of the top students in hand-to-hand combat so far. Maybe for someone your size, Shinsou teased as they began to walk inside the building. Besides, you underestimate my greatest power of all. What? Your quirk? That's cheating, Shinsou. Nope. Shinsou's grin mimicked Koro-sensei's as he stood up, dusting off his uniform pants. He held out a hand to Izuku. Sheer spite. Spite. Izuku let himself get pulled up, rubbing his sore chest. It's my best asset. You'd be shocked to see how far it's gotten me. And there's no way I'm letting you touch my costume. Hey, I would be a great costume designer. Keep telling yourself that, Jolly Green. I've seen your All Might Bunny sketches. I'll be doing you a favor. They got a new transfer student. She was a giant box robot. Apparently, the world governments were more desperate than originally imagined. They hired an outside company from Norway to create an assassination robot, formerly called autonomously thinking fixed artillery, that supposedly could calculate data from previous attempts and evolve attacks at rapid speeds to make them more accurate each attempt. They also have her an AI human persona to pass her off as a student, though Izuku found the emotionless and robotic and done more unnerving than anything else. She wasn't anything like the other students who all had other focuses and dreams, like passing exams and getting into good high schools. No, the AI assassin was only programmed for one thing: kill Koro-sensei. There wasn't a moment of peace in 3 since she arrived. Instruction was interrupted by near-constant gunfire as the robot recalculated and polished her attacks with endless artillery. Despite how annoying it was, the evidence suggested it worked a little bit at least. By the robot's second attack, she had actually succeeded in blowing off one of Koro-sensei's fingers. That didn't make it any less aggravating, however. At lunch, Shinsou looked ready to smash the robot into a million pieces. He wasn't alone in that opinion. This is just bullshit. I can't believe we have to deal with her shooting up the classroom all day and then we have to clean up her mess, Terasaka mumbled. For the first time ever, Izuku agreed with him. Shinsou leaned against his broom and sighed. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not putting up with this for another day. This is a classroom, not a battlefield. At this rate, we'll all be forced to flunk out. We need to do something. I like how you think, turnip head, said Terasaka. Shinsou rolled his eyes and got back to sweeping. Izuku hesitantly eyed the black machine, which turned silent with her target out of the room. They were right. They couldn't spend the rest of the year avoiding bullet showers, even if her statistics were right. And there was a likelihood she could kill Koro-sensei by graduation. It came at the detriment of E-class. There would be no way they could pass entrance exams. And they wouldn't even get a share of the reward money if she assassinated their teacher. There might be a 90% chance of her success if she kept this up. But at the same time, it meant a 100% chance of utter failure for everyone else. The next morning, after his and Shinsou's morning training, Izuku walked in to find the assassination machine mummified in tape. Shinsou's conniving smirk and triumphant glee made him pause. Shinsou ... Did you do this? No, Terasaka did. I just came up with the idea. He sounded eerily similar to Karma. Normally, that would freak Izuku out, but this time he couldn't bring himself to care. Shinsou acting a bit like an evil mastermind was a small price to pay for peace and quiet, right? In the end, Koro-sensei saved the day, spending all of his money to update the robot's AI so she had a broader range of expression and a more approachable appearance, replacing her tiny screen with a full-body screen. The robot was strangely poetic and very cutesy, which was just all sorts of weird, but a welcome change. She no longer tried to shoot Koro-sensei 24/7 with her newfound respect for their learning environment. In fact, she was actually pretty fun. Her data gathering and analysis skills blew the data duo's minds, and they spent all lunch discussing heroes and their quirks. Even Shinsou, despite his previous bias against her, opened up with the robot after he realized Koro-sensei programmed her with Grandmaster chess skills beforehand. The only person who challenged Shinsou in chess was Karma. The AI student wiped the floor with Shinsou within a minute of their first match, and he demanded rematches all day since. Hey, autonomously think fixed artillery, Izuku asked after she checkmated Shinsou after a brutal 10-minute match, a new record for them. The lilac-haired AI girl smiled like the sun. Yes, Midoriya. I was just wondering ... Do you want to pick out a new name to go with your upgrade? The AI blinked in an oddly human way, like she never considered something like that. I agree. Autonomously thinking fixed artillery is a bit of a mouthful, Kataoka added. Fua suddenly perked up. Oh, I got it. Since Jiritsu means autonomy in Japanese, why not call her Ritsu? Ritsu, the robot echoed. I think I like it. Call me Ritsu, everyone. Izuku grinned and bumped shoulders with his sulking best friend as his classmates gushed over the robot girl. She's fitting in pretty nicely now with this new programming, don't you think? Maybe, Shinsou said. She's still a robot though. I won't be surprised if her creator changed her back soon. Huh, why would you say that? Shinsou hummed, picking up the smallest piece on his chessboard. Well, when it comes down to it, she is still a pawn. She might have some free will now, but there's a reason her creators didn't give it to her before. To have absolute control is to rob someone of it entirely. He closed a fist around the pawn piece, his face darkened with the shadow from his hair. His purple eyes seemed to glow with dejection. Trust me, I would know. Like Shinsou predicted, the next day Ritsu was remodeled back to her old self. Unlike Shinsou predicted, however, the robot defied all expectations and managed to retain the majority of her old programming, choosing to hide it from her creator. She decided she liked being friends with everyone better than being a constant assassin. She proved she kept her free will. While everyone else congratulated her and cheered her on, Shinsou stared, face blank. Izuku wondered if he brainwashed himself. Then Shinsou reached into his pocket, pulled out the pawn piece, and placed it back on the chessboard. There was a strange man in the teacher's offices. Izuku approached their door during lunch, hoping to get extra chemistry help. The tense aura smacked him in the face, and he caught a glimpse of Karasuma Ann confronting a man in a heavy trench coat. Izuku ducked out of the doorway, his back against the wall and ear turned to the conversation. Were they in danger? Should he find Koro-sensei? Would he even make it that far if the stranger noticed him? I think it's about time you run along home, Irina. Leave the rest of this mission to me, the man said, his accent strong and foreign. You do great work in undercover missions, yes, but you are little use with your cover blown. Grunting and something smacking against a chair, making it tip with a crash. Don't take this personally, Irina, everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. It's time you accepted yours and went home. As if he sensed the growing threat, a loud whoosh of wind announced Koro-sensei's arrival. He was here to save the day, so Izuku should just leave the adults to their issues. So why wouldn't his body move? A familiar dizziness, the kind that took over everything as his brain tumbled like shoes in a washing machine, paralyzed his limbs. It transported him back to that doctor's office, the quirk doctor staring him down as he explained those stupid x-rays of his feet, the word quirkless echoing in his mind. He's never felt so incredibly weak. Then Bakugou, his childhood best friend, ex-friend, turned his back on Izuku because he was too weak, and all Bakugou cared about was strength. Only the strongest people were worthy of Bakugou's respect, and everyone else might as well be dirt on his shoe. Years of friendship stomped into mud, and Izuku was too weak, too pathetic to do anything about it but run away. Run away to a school designed to build up the strong on the backs of the weak, so of course they threw Izuku to the N class. 3E was the mole rat, the stepping stones for classes A through D success. Their quirks were too weak. Their grades were too low, their behavior was too improper. In E-class, though, Izuku thought he had finally found an escape. A place where subtle strength trumped brute force, where everyone welcomed him with open arms, and even their immensely powerful teacher would slow down to loan them the strength to overcome any weakness. And sometime in that bliss, Izuku started to associate assassination with that as well. For assassins, it all came down to the killer and their target, and strength was determined by who made it out alive. Izuku jumped off the wall, trying to make a break for the classroom, but that only threw him right at the stranger. The older, dark-haired man stepped around Izuku with cat-like grace that contradicted his heavy feet, preventing any collision. Izuku tried not to squeak, bowing his head. Sorry." He kept his head down, staring at the man's boots. They paused for a moment before the man scoffed and turned for the exit, muttering about silly children and their snooping. He didn't lash out in anger, didn't scold Izuku or report him to his teachers. He walked away, and Izuku was safe to do the same. So why was his body chasing the stranger down? "Sir, wait," he called out against all common sense. They were just outside the building entrance when the man came to a stop, glancing over his shoulder. "What do you want, child?" Izuku scrambled to compose himself. What did he want? Why did he follow the stranger? No doubt he was some kind of master assassin. What kind of idiot chases after a master assassin? Clearly, the jumbled mess of his brain wasn't recovered from the flashback. That must be why. I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but but you shouldn't say that about a mess. I don't think you know her that way anymore." The man turned painfully slow on his heel, their height difference towering. "You think I don't know Irina? Do you even know who I am?" Izuku shook his head meekly and the older man clicked his tongue. "I am Lovero, one of the greatest assassins to ever live. I made Irina and countless other assassins the skilled professionals they are today. If anyone knows her English teacher, it is me." "But that's just it, Mr. Lovero," Izuku's stupid brain persisted. "You haven't seen her grow. E-class changed her, just like it's changed all of us. She's worthy of this mission, and she belongs in this classroom." The man's scowl deepened. In the blink of an eye, Izuku couldn't breathe. It wasn't like some invisible was choking him or blocking his airway. He could feel his lungs palpitating, grasping for air it couldn't find. It was gone. The oxygen was gone. "This is what you get for being a fucking idiot who doesn't know when to shut the hell up." Deku, the little Bakugou in his head, taunted. Terror flooded his soul, and he grabbed at his chest uselessly. He always assumed that if he died before graduation, it would be because Koro-sensei blew up the earth, not because he pissed off one of the deadliest men on the planet. But then Lovero chortled and the air came rushing back. His lungs expanded greedily, sucking in as much as possible. Izuku collapsed to his knees, coughing and gasping. "Your octopus friend said the same thing. Seems he's left quite the impression on you," the man said. "You are an odd child. Very brave and quick to defend. A rare combination these days, especially for a future assassin." "Oh, no sir," Izuku replied once he caught his breath. "I don't want to be an assassin. I'm going to be a hero." Lovero gave him a weird look. "Hero? Huh. You have much to grow if you want to achieve that." "Well, what do you mean?" "I do not mean to offend, child. You are still very small and, underdeveloped. Your body shows promise for stealth and speed, but you lack the muscle and size to defeat larger opponents. Easily worked around, of course, if you know how to." Easily ... Wait. Izuku jumped out to grab onto Lovero's coat. "Are you saying you can teach me how to fight?" Lovero startled and shook Izuku off immediately. "What are you? Of course I can. I am the greatest assassin trainer in the world. Now get off, child." Izuku stumbled back and slipped into a deep bow on his knees, nose kissing the floor. "Please, Mr. Lovero, sir, please teach me how to fight. I want to learn to fight bigger opponents." "Koro-sensei. He's fast but not strong, not that way. I have to learn so I can be a hero." A long, drawn-out silence passed before Lovero sighed. Izuku risked glancing up. "Fine, child. I will teach you, he said, rubbing his temples. But only if you take your training with total seriousness. I expected the highest level of discipline. You will receive the same training as all assassins I train. Being a boy earns you no exceptions. Yes, yes, sir, Izuku said, scrambling to stand up pin straight. Good. We will begin training here on set at dusk. No later, the man said, walking away again before pausing mid-step. Oh, child, what is your name? Am Midoriya Izuku, sir. Lovro smirked. Well, I will accept nothing but the best from you, Midoriya Izuku. In the end, MS stayed as a teacher and Lovro departed, eyeing Izuku before making his exit. It seemed subtle enough, but when class ended and Koro-sensei was bragging about some movie he was going to see in the States, Shinsou dragged him to the side, frown marring his usually blank features. Why was tall, mysterious, and foreign staring at you earlier? He asked bluntly. Izuku tried to keep his face still, but it didn't little to stop the heat flooding his cheeks. He was. Oh, Izuku glanced up. Shinsou's face was back to being bored, but not his usual bored. Nagisa pointed it out first, but Shinsou's bored expression ranged on a spectrum. There was his resting face, a neutral bored, as well as bored, disinterested bored, masking face bored, too cool to be excited bored, irritated bored, and will punch if don't shut up bored. The bored on his face now rested somewhere between the latter two. I did bump into him once not long after he showed up. Maybe it's just because he recognized me. Izuku tried, telling a partial truth. Shinsou's bottom eyelid twitched, definitely irritated bored. Yeah, sure. Izuku scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. Change the subject. Hey, I've got an idea. Since Koro-sensei was talking about going to go see some movie, what if we went to the movies as well? It won't be the same one as him, obviously, since that one is getting released in the States only right now, but there's this new documentary on All Might and how hero work has changed since he came along. Shinsou blinked slowly, which must mean he was approaching his most negative board. Izuku quickly backtracked. Or we could go see something else if that's too nerdy. Or, we don't have to go at all if you're not feeling it. That's fine too. You might be busy. I should have asked if you were free first. It was rude of me to just assume otherwise. Midoriya, Shinsou stated, slapping a hand over the boy's mouth. Please be quiet. No brain fog accompanied the order, but Izuku obeyed nonetheless. Now, the brainwasher continued. I'd be happy to go to the movies with you. It sounds like a lot of fun. Actually, it's funny. We focus so much on assassination and crazy schoolwork, I sometimes forget to be a normal junior high kid. Izuku couldn't help but pump his fists. Awesome. I checked earlier, and there's a showing not too long from now. If we hurry, we could still get some good seats. Shinsou hummed. Okay, just so you know, I'm totally making you pay for all of this. Later that week, they got word of yet another transfer student. After the disaster of pre-upgraded Ritsu, the whole class couldn't help but collectively groan. With final exams steadily approaching, the last thing they needed was for class time to be stopped yet again by a crazed child assassin. Izuku tried to remain optimistic. After all, what could be worse than an emotionless killing machine? But then the eerie, white-cloaked man known as Shiro showed up and introduced his son, an emotionless killing machine human who claimed to be Koro-sensei's brother, and he realized, yes, things could very much be worse. The new transfer student's name was Horai Baitona. He had starched white hair and hypnotizing yellow eyes. He was uncomfortably blunt and serious, his bloodlust practically palpable. His strength was uncanny. He literally punched a giant hole in the wall to make his entrance, and for some reason, he was completely dry even though it was pouring rain outside. Oh, and there were also tentacles growing out of the back of his head. What the fudging fudge is fudging going on here? The little Bakugou in his head said. The boy and his apparent father, Shiro, challenged Koro-sensei to a match after school, permitting him to stay in the borders of the classroom while the rest of the students watched from behind a circle of desks. They expected it to be a quick fight, where Koro-sensei would swiftly exert his dominance while grooming Horai's eyebrows and teaching everyone some important life lesson. They did not expect the strange boy to grow white tentacles out of his hair, and judging by Koro-sensei's beyond furious expression, neither did he. That didn't matter anymore. When the teacher demanded Shiro explain, the white-cloaked man responded by shining a strange beam on the octopus, making him almost immobile. Horai started attacking relentlessly, forcing Koro-sensei to pull out every possible defense to protect himself. It got so bad that Izuku actually feared the creepy father-son duo might succeed and that everything they'd worked for this year would be for nothing. He gnawed his bottom lip red. His assassin training was the only thing guaranteeing him a future as a quirkless hero. And while it may sound selfish to say, it didn't seem right that someone outside of 3E might kill Koro-sensei. He was their teacher, their target, and their responsibility. But before the fight could go any further south, Koro-sensei whipped a barrage of anti-sensei knives out of nowhere, damaging Horai's tentacles before wrapping the boy in his molten skin as protection and chucking him out the window. therefore out of bounds. Koro-sensei won. Shiro carried Horai Baitono away, declaring the boy would return at an unsaid date, and killing their teacher became 3E's sole responsibility once again. The way it should be. Izuku spent most of his Saturday afternoon waiting on the training grounds outside the 3E building. Not exactly sure when dusk started. He didn't want to show up late and make Lovero wait, so he decided to arrive early. 2 hours early. Just as the sun began to set and the sky turned a beautiful mix of purple and orange, he heard a harsh rustle coming from the bushes behind him. He spun around, expecting to find Lovero, but he saw nothing. He glanced around wearily, expecting the assassin to materialize out of midair when he felt something tap his shoulder. I believe you're only required to come here on weekdays, Midoriya, a familiar cocky voice said. Instincts kicked in, overriding any shock, and Izuku spun around with his knife drawn. Koro-sensei seemed hardly fazed and dodged easily while surrendering his tentacles in the air. Whoa there. While I applaud your reflexes, I can only stand these constant assassination attempts so many days a week, Koro-sensei cried. Izuku slowly lowered his knife with a sheepish smile. Sorry, sensei. You scared me there. I was, expecting someone else. Oh, the octopus said, a mischievous grin and green stripes appearing on his face. And who might that be? Perhaps some pretty girl, No, Izuku cried, cheeks flaming and arms flailing widely. Koro-sensei's skin had changed to a light shade of pink. No, is it a very special boy then? Love is love. No, Izuku's voice cracked, and he buried his burning face in his palms. Oh really? Who is it, then? It's me. The teacher and student turned to see Lovero walk out of the tree line. Koro-sensei, for once in his life, looked at a loss for words. You, the octopus spat, completely aghast. He grabbed Izuku by the cheeks and tugged painfully. I'm afraid I simply cannot condone this, Midoriya. This man is incredibly too old for you. Just look at his wrinkled and sunken face. Hardly could be considered attractive. I understand that many youngsters are drawn to older men mainly for their money, but at least hold yourself to a higher standard than that, Midoriya. Karasuma, for example. Stop, Izuku exclaimed, pushing the tentacles away. He wished desperately to dig a hole so he could curl up into a ball and die. I'm not meeting him for that reason. He promised to train me to become a better fighter. An awkward pause passed over everyone. Oh, Koro-sensei at least had the decency to look embarrassed. Lovero sighed loudly and rubbed his face. With that foolishness is out of the way, the foreign assassin said, May I get to teaching my student, Tentacle? There is much I need to cover tonight. Your student, Koro-sensei repeated, face darkening. Oh no, they wounded his teacher pride. I'll have you know, Mr. Lovero, that Midoriya always is and always will be my student first. And if I personally want to oversee my students' learning, I will. The two men stared each other down, Izuku standing awkwardly between them. I'm afraid that is unacceptable. How do you expect young Midoriya to use any of the skills I teach him if you learn them all too? Izuku cleared his throat timidly. I really don't mind, sir. Silence, Midoriya. I simply cannot allow this man to observe everything, especially your quirk. Izuku stiffened instantly. Oh no. That got Koro-sensei to back off, though the usual smile was yet to return to his face. All right, Lovero, he said finally. I'll let you teach my student alone. But heed my words, if I even think that you're teaching Midoriya anything I don't approve of, I will make you pay for it. His beady eyes glowed a menacing red, and Izuku gulped, sweat dripping down his neck. Lovero didn't seem as intimidated and nodded, holding his hand out. Koro-sensei gripped it with his fingered tentacle, a silent agreement passing between them. Their hands dropped, and Koro-sensei turned back to Izuku, smiling once again. Well, you two have fun with your assassination training. See you in class, Midoriya, he said before launching into the sky at Mach 20. Izuku covered his eyes from the dust kick up. He should have grabbed onto Koro-sensei's tentacle and let the man launch him away from his problems. He heard Lovero pop his knuckles, and Izuku cringed as he turned around. Well, Midoriya Izuku, Lovero said, let's begin. But first, I must ask what your quirk is so that I can incorporate it into my lessons. Oh, his mouth clammed up, his tongue dry sand, nausea stirred in his stomach, and he wrung his fingers. Why did he ever think this was a good idea? Why, you see, I'm quirkless. His voice pitched up at the end as if it were a question. It was an unsaid question, at least. A question if Lovero would proceed as planned or kicked Izuku off the mountain for even daring to waste his time. Lovero gazed at him blankly, only movement in his eyes as he assessed Izuku from top to bottom. His lips pursed before audibly sighing. Of course, Lovero pinched the bridge of his nose. Your training just got much more interesting. 10 laps around the school. Now, training with Lovero was the definition of not fun. The man worked him with ruthless vigor, rarely giving him a break. By the end of it, Izuku felt 1 lap away from having heart failure. Currently, they only focused on conditioning, trying to get Izuku fit enough to make up for his lack of physical quirk, or quirk at all. At least he's still willing to train me, the optimist in him reasoned as he dragged himself home. It was almost 10 o'clock at night by the time he finally reached the tiny 2-bedroom apartment his mother found not too far from Kunugigaoka. His mother had sacrificed a lot to get him far away from Bakugou and into a prestigious enough academy to keep high schools from questioning his sudden transfer. She did it for his future, even turning down a promotion to take a new job here, and Izuku was so grateful. Maybe even too grateful. It's just ... He knew how badly she wanted this new school to push him to pursue a different dream than becoming a hero. The bully was the main reason she made those sacrifices, but it was ignorant to think that hope didn't justify it all for her. If she knew what he was really learning in 3, there's no doubt she'd drop everything to transfer him somewhere else. So he lied, blaming his absence on Kunugigaoka's intense curriculum. Why did he leave for school so early? To attend morning tutoring, of course. What was he doing at school on a weekend? His friends scheduled a study group for an upcoming quiz. Any answer but the truth. "Mom, I'm home," he called out when he opened the door. His mother peeked her head out from inside the kitchen, still in her work uniform. She must have just gotten home from her shift. "Hi dear, how was the study group?" she asked. Izuku placed his backpack next to his shoes. "It was good, definitely helped a lot," he said, wincing as he straightened his back out. "No doubt he'll feel this for days." "Oh, guess what?" his mom said cheerfully, munching on a snack. "I was talking with a customer at work, and she said that her son attended Kunugigaoka when he was younger. Apparently, she used to be scared he would drop out before high school, but he was so motivated at Kunugigaoka that he became a top-performing student. Now he's graduating first in his med program at university." "Wow, that's ... That's really incredible," Izuku said, filling up a glass of water to hide his cringe. His mother came home with these Kunugigaoka success stories almost every day for the past 2 weeks, likely trying to inspire him to do the same. If only she knew exactly why that customer's son became so motivated. The students in her stories were never ever in 3, but Izuku didn't have the heart to tell her. There are many promising careers you can easily pursue just having Kunugigaoka in your background. Lawyer, doctor, engineer, dentist, project manager ... Hey, are you even listening? Izuku startled, knocking his glass off the counter. He swooped down to catch it, only a drop dribbling down the side. "Huh," he said. His mom's stern gaze flattened as she stared at his cup. "Oh, sorry Mom. I'm just really exhausted after studying for so long. I think I'm just gonna go to bed." "Okay, sweetie," his mother said, eyes a bit distant as she mindlessly chewed on a rice cake. Izuku sighed as he entered his bedroom, closing the door behind him. The giant All Might poster above his bed greeted him, his triumphant smile giving him the motivation to keep pushing. One day, he would be on one for those posters. One day, he would bring hope for a young, broken boy like himself. At his old apartment, every inch of his walls had been covered in posters of every hero out there. His mom had offered to help him put them back up when he moved, but Izuku declined, seeing no point. Give it a year, and he would be back in Musutafu, attending the greatest hero school in the country. That's the dream. They just have to stop the Earth from blowing up first. Izuku had never been very ... keen on sports. "You mean your dumpster fire trash at them, Deku?" mocked the little Bakugou in his mind. It wasn't a lie. While he was half decent at running, whenever a team or a ball got added into the mix, as well as the competitive nature of it all, he crumbled. Whenever someone told him to kick a goal or throw a pitch, spirals of fear and anxiety and overanalyzed information clogged his functions, so all of his attempts turned out pitiful at best. So when Koro-sensei's announced plans to coach them for the upcoming exhibition baseball game between the Kunugigaoka baseball team and the 3E boys, Izuku immediately came up with an excuse to get out of it. Of course, in his panic, he ended up saying, "I think I'm going to be sick that day," which wasn't entirely a lie, since the thought of playing a sport made him ill, but definitely not believable by any means. Shinsou face-palmed, muffling whatever sarcastic retort he tried to say. "It's okay, Midoriya. We all feel that way when it comes to competing against the main campus kids," Nagisa said comfortingly. "No joke," Mimura exclaimed. "Everyone knows these exhibition games are just created for their entertainment. Nothing funnier than 3E's total humiliation," sighed Sugea. While Izuku appreciated the camaraderie, it didn't quell the swirling pit in his gut. "Never fear, young Midoriya," Koro-sensei proclaimed, zipping right in front of Izuku. "With my specialized training and immaculate coaching strategies, our success is foolproof." The problem with that, Izuku thought anxiously as they were led to the newly polished yard, perfect for baseball training, is how can a plan be foolproof if your opponent's goal is to make you into fools? Koro-sensei's idea of specialized training was to move at Mach 20 so his doubles made up an entire baseball team, topped with supersonic pitches and aggravating trash talk. The whole exercise just seemed to prove everyone's suspicions. They were utter garbage at baseball. No one could hit a ball beyond bunting it, and their throwing and catching skills were subpar. Shinsou gave up moments and after Koro-sensei tried to make him run the bases, and the brainwasher settled for kicking pebbles at the octopus doubles for fun with karma. Their one saving grace was the resident baseball geek, Sugino. While quirk usage in sports was against the rules, Sugino improved his normal pitch tremendously. It kept them from being totally desolate of hope. After falling flat on his face trying to run to first base, and just before Izuku felt he was seconds from death, their teacher stopped the practice and called Mimura to the front. Now, for the past few days, I've been having our best spy gather data on our opponents. Mimura, if you would, the teacher explained. The bowl-cut boy nodded and closed his eyes. When he reopened them, they emitted a glowing lighting that formed a holographic screen with live video. Not just any video, it was the Kunugigaoka baseball team practicing. Whoa, Mimura, that's your quirk? Sugaya asked. Yup, it's called record. I record everything I see in my head and hologram it back through my eyes, the boy answered, his voice sounding awfully strained. Tears pooled down his cheeks, irritation drawing red cracks on his sclera. The only problem is that it kinda hurts keeping my eyes open like this. Izuku whipped out his notebook to write this all down. Next to him, Nagisa squawked. Where do you even keep that thing? Koro-sensei explained that while the opposing team's captain and pitcher, Shindo, had an extremely impressive fastball, it was nothing compared to what Koro-sensei trained them with. When they go to bat against Shindo, they should have no problem bunting the ball with precision. I knew I couldn't make you home run hitters in a few days, Koro-sensei elaborated. But I had absolute faith that I could train your reaction time pitches going upwards 300 kilometers per hour, so any normal pitch would seem like slow motion. And when it comes down to it, this is just like any other assassin versus target situation. You all have the skills to go after someone like me, so don't stress about these smaller opponents. Now, back to practice. We have a game to win. Izuku groaned as he grabbed his baseball glove, stealing it back from Shinsou. He certainly hoped Koro-sensei was right. To the shock of everyone, they started the game out surprisingly strong. Koro-sensei's training and strategy worked to the T, and it was obvious the other team was getting flustered. As Sugino went up to bat, clearing the bases and landing himself on third, Izuku actually believed their assassination baseball mission was a success. But then the Kunugigaoka team got a coaching change, and Principal Asano took his place. Everything fell apart. After the baseball team's timeout with the principal, the entire team moved completely in field, and the umpire didn't make any call on it. Their bunting strategy turned useless, and dread ate away at Izuku's beating heart as it became his turn to bat. He turned desperately to Koro-sensei, who posed in the outfield as a stray baseball and gave them directions by changing colors as a type of code. Instead of providing guidance, however, the octopus merely covered his face in shame. Nothing, he cried, feet dragging all the way to the plate. If he threw up on home plate, would that get him out of it, or would the umpire just declare automatically disqualification for 3? It may not matter either way, his stomach lurching as he stared at the Kunugigaoka team. Instead of baseball players, he faced mindless creatures with only one goal, to crush him. Their blank expressions reminded Izuku of Shinsou's quirk. Shindo pitched his famous fastball and Izuku could do nothing but desperately pop it up. It was caught easily, and he's never been more relieved to hear he was out. What kind of animal is Principal Asano? He bemoaned in the dugout, collapsing next to Shinsou on the bench. It's like a completely different group of people. I was worried they would tear my limbs off. He clearly has a manipulation quirk, Shinsou said, the bored expression he's worn since baseball practice started finally gone, replaced by genuine intrigue. His eyes tracked the principal's every move, and it has something to do with his eyes. The players wouldn't stop staring into his eyes when he was talking. At first, I thought it was some kind of hypnosis quirk, but I think it's much more complex than that. Izuku nodded. I mean, quirks are usually genetic, so it's probably pretty similar to his son's. Omniscience, right? Yeah, when Asano makes skin-to-skin contact, he automatically knows things about you. The more or longer he touches you, the deeper the things he learns about you get, Shinsou explained. The brainwasher sighed and leaned back, covering his eyes with his arm. I'm not sure how that ties into his father. Maybe he looks you in the eye and knows how to manipulate you. It was a scary thought, especially for a man like Principal Asano. Izuku remembered the first time he met the man, during his quirk evaluation for the school. His cruel laugh haunted Izuku, echoing in his ears. To think a look was all it took to manipulate you. Nothing terrified Izuku more. The game continued growing grimmer and grimmer. While they kept their opponents from scoring at the bottom of the first, E-Class was completely shut down again by the cheap crowding tactics and was out within the first 3 batters. The Kunugigaoka team came back at the bottom of the second with a vengeance, scoring 2 runs. When it came to the top of the third, E-Class got a new strategy from the least likely source. Shinsou and Karma finally joined the action, using their antagonistic nature for good. They shamelessly pissed off the crowd with harsh insults and mocked their opponents for resorting to cheating. As Shinsou walked up to bat, he even called Shindo a cowardly, mindless dog. The pitcher's nostrils flared at the insult, unaware of Shinsou's smirk. "You better watch your mouth, E-class freak," Shindo spat, rearing back to throw. Shinsou merely shrugged and half-heartedly held his bat up to swing. "Or what? It's not like you'll hit me or anything." The pitcher's face fell as he winded up to throw, sending his famous fastball right for Shinsou's chest. The boy leaned back, avoiding a direct hit, letting the ball just skim his arm, and undeniably a hit, no matter how biased the umpire was. Shinsou walked to first base without a care in the world. "Wow, I can't believe he actually hit him," Karma mused, smirking. Shindo stared at his hand as if it had acted on its own accord. It very well could have. Did Shinsou really use his quirk? Shinsou was always so conservative, his quirk, only doing it when he felt it was safe or if he was desperate. He was yet to even use it on Koro-sensei. In this case, it worked in his favor unless you knew what to look for. It was too subtle to pick up. Any bystanders probably just thought the pitcher slipped up, and no one called him for cheating. The look on the principal's face, however, was way too unsettling. His eyes tracked Shinsou, a predator spotting new prey. His lips curled up, forming a cruel smirk. By some unbelievable miracle, they actually won the game. When it came Shindo's turn to bat at last inning, Koro-sensei pulled out his final strategy, having Shinsou and Karma stand just feet away from the batter, blatantly distracting and intimidating the baseball player. And, as Karma pointed out, the umpire couldn't do a thing since he refused to call the opposing team for their extensive defense earlier. Izuku could just barely hear the boys' trash talk from his spot on third base. "You okay there, Mr. Chosen One? You're not worried about hitting us, are you?" Karma teased. Shindo gritted his teeth, eyes shifting wildly between Shinsou and Karma. When Sugino pitched, the boy swung madly, bat coming centimeters from the two boys as they expertly dodged, and the ball landed safely in Nagisa's catcher glove behind the plate. "Strike," the umpire called. "You seem a little shaken, Shindo. Strange how easily your controls slip." "Huh," Shinsou mocked cruelly. That seemed to make Shindo finally snap. His next swing was entirely off, letting the ball bounce to the ground in front of Karma, who tossed it to Nagisa to get the person running from third out. Suddenly Izuku saw the ball being tossed to him, and he barely had time to react, throwing his hands in front of his face defensively. To his shock, the ball landed cleanly in his glove, getting the player running from second base out. "Come on, Izuku, throw it to first," his teammates cried. Izuku, dazed and scrambled, threw the ball with all his might. Pre-Koro-sensei training, the ball would have likely only gone a few meters, but now it sailed all the way over to Sugea on first base. It landed right in front of the gray-haired boy, who easily scooped it up, getting Shindo out. 3 outs. Game over. It took a good minute of screaming from the biased announcer before it dawned on Izuku that they actually won. Mihara jogged by and gave Izuku a celebratory pat on the back while Kimura complimented his catch. "Not bad for someone who was supposed to be sick today," Shinsou said, arms crossed behind his back. "I can't believe we won. The crowd sure doesn't look too happy about it." Izuku eyed the outraged stadium. "Who cares? It's about time we showed them we're more than laughingstocks." Just as they left the field, Izuku realized he left his notebook in the dugout. "One sec, I'll be right back." Shinsou looked at him like he was mad, probably wondering why anyone brought a notebook to a baseball game. He jogged back, notebook grasped firmly in his hand, only to come to a dead stop. Shinsou stood in the space spot, his expression bored, masking face bored, but he wasn't masking happiness or shock like usual. This was something new entirely, masking sheer terror. Principal Asano stood behind Shinsou, his hand placed firmly on the boy's shoulder. He towered over him as he leaned down, saying something directly into Shinsou's ear, his charismatic yet cruel smile present the entire time. Shinsou didn't move a muscle, but his body was tense like a frightened animal bracing for an attack. Just as quickly as he appeared, the principal walked away, his smile unceasing. Izuku approached his frozen friend with dragging steps. Shinsou looked ready to spring at any moment, and Izuku didn't want to startle him anymore. He hoped his slow approach would give Shinsou time to notice him first. But the boy seemed to be having a staring contest with the floor. Even when Izuku stood right next to him, he didn't blink, didn't glance his way. Izuku slowly reached out a hand, just brushing Shinsou's shoulder, and his best friend jerked back like it was a slap. Shinsou's tired eyes darting around, looking for a threat, looking for Principal Asano. He still wouldn't look at Izuku. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it, Jolly Green. Let's just let's just go home, okay?" No, it wasn't okay. There was so much Izuku wanted to say, to ask. Shinsou's fear was written all over his body. What kind of friend would Izuku be if he acted like this was okay? Principal Asano was a manipulative monster, and even though Shinsou was the most indifferent, stubborn person he knew, there was little doubt the principal easily saw right through any facade. Izuku wanted to push, needed to, but the way Shinsou reacted, Izuku feared it would only scare him away more. Halfway through their walk home, Izuku finally asked, "You're not in any kind of trouble, are you?" Shinsou stopped walking, and it was only through training with Koro-sensei that Izuku could halt without ramming into his back. "I don't know," the brainwasher finally responded. "Are you?" With Wa, Izuku paused, realizing what Shinsou meant. "Lovero." His shoulders sagged. Why were they both such a mess? I don't know." It was an honest answer, but it wasn't the truth. Not the full truth, at least. There was so much more his heart ached to say. If he started lying now, it would only wear him down to keep it up. He's learned that the hard way with his mom. But what choice did he have? Lovero told him to keep their training secret. And a man that powerful was not a man you betrayed lightly. He didn't want to keep feeding into Shinsou's defenses, but he must in order to protect his own. Assassination was, after all, work established on secrets. For once, Izuku's prayers were answered, and when he met up with Shinsou early the next morning, things returned back to normal. They made an unsaid agreement to move past the awkward confrontations the day before and followed their routine. Their daily morning sparring session ended in yet another draw, each with a knife at the other's throat. Instead of cleaning up to go inside, however, Shinsou stayed back, digging through his bag. "Shinsou," Izuku called. His friend didn't reply but looked up slowly, a suspicious gleam in his eye. That was all the answer Izuku needed. He was still a second too slow. Before he could jump to safety, Shinsou dropped his bag and flicked out his arms. An unidentifiable object rocketed from his palms and wrapped around Izuku's arm and leg in seconds. Shinsou yanked, and Izuku's body tumbled and dragged, finally flopping on his back. The sky above spun, trees warping into each other. What just happened. Is this string? Izuku struggled to crane his head. Did you just take me out with a yo-yo? Shinsou shrugged smugly, tugging his hands back. The string around his arms released, unwinding, but his legs didn't budge. Shinsou tugged a few more times before groaning, kneeling down to free Izuku by hand. "It's modified yo-yo if that makes you feel any better," he explained. "It didn't. I got the idea watching Itona and Koro-sensei attack each other with their tentacles, using them to get extra reach. I'm still working out the kinks, but the whole invention thing was never really my forte." Once he freed Izuku's legs, Shinsou held out the small devices for Izuku to get a better look. There were two identical metal spheres, only about 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter, with a hole that dispensed the string winded up inside. A metal ring at the end of the string slipped onto Shinsou's middle fingers. His friend demonstrated pushing the sphere up against the ring and clicking it in place, disguising it as an odd-fashioned choice. "That's so cool, Shinsou. You really did that yourself?" Izuku asked, eyes wide. The brainwasher hummed bashfully. "I got a lot of help from one of my foster siblings. She has a reverse engineering type quirk, but she's only 7 so it's pretty limited. They're bulkier than I'd like, and the range on could be better. It's also shit trying to aim them. I practiced for literal weeks just to grab one thing. I also wish I could find something stronger than string that's just as malleable, but there's nothing remotely cheap enough. They're still awesome. It matches your whole puppet master vibe, in a good way, of course. I've always thought when you used your quirk it felt like it was holding me with strings, I mean." Shinsou blinked. "Really? Yeah. Has no one ever told you?" Izuku asked, confused. The brainwasher shrugged. "Well, most people who experience my quirk are too scared to talk to me ever again," he answered, lips pursed. Izuku's face fell. Shinsou mentioned it before, the backlash he received because of his quirk, how it made him wish he was quirkless at times. It angered Midoriya. Not at Shinsou, but for him. Growing up, Izuku believed every quirk was a blessing. It wasn't until coming to E-class that he realized having a quirk didn't immediately people wouldn't still treat you like shit on pretense. And while he's still working up the nerve to tell them, Izuku's heart told him that even when they learned he was quirkless, those feelings would never change. When Hitoshi was 8, his parents died in a tragic accident. At least, that's what they told him. They were headed home late one night, coming from a charity benefit his father got invited to. He was a well-respected neurosurgeon, one of the best in Tokyo, and often attended many events to show his support for the community. His mother, a successful playwright, didn't want to go. She always claimed the people at those benefits were insufferable. Hitoshi didn't want them to go either, begging them desperately to stay at home. But, in the end, they got in the car, leaving him with the babysitter. His father hugged him tight before he left, and his mother kissed his cheek and nose. They never made it home. Hitoshi, despite the babysitter's orders, stayed up late that night, hoping to see his parents one last time before he went to bed. It wasn't very hard for him. Ever since he was little, putting him to sleep was always been a constant struggle, and nothing the doctors prescribed helped. As a toddler, they assumed he was just showing signs of his father's quirk, a neurological quirk that made his brain relentlessly hyperactive, so he never mentally felt tired. It wasn't until later, when later presented with brainwashing, that they finally diagnosed him with chronic insomnia. So he was wide awake when the flashing lights pulled up to his house at around 1 o'clock in the morning. He ran downstairs and threw the door open just before the police officers could knock. They stared at him in shock, and he just gazed back. Hello, kiddo. Is there an adult here for us to talk to?" asked the woman officer. Before he could answer, his babysitter ran to the door, not so subtly trying to shove him out of the way. "Hitoshi, what did I say about getting out of bed?" she scolded. Hitoshi didn't respond. His babysitter always got really mad when he did. "Are you this child's guardian, ma'am?" the male officer asked. She nodded wildly. "Ah, yes, I'm his sitter." The officers nodded as they exchanged suspicious glances. "Ma'am, we have some pressing information we need to share with you. Would it be all right if we came in?" His babysitter nodded slowly, backing up as she opened the door. "Yes, of course." The officers gave their thanks as they stepped inside. Hitoshi backed up to the corner, eyeing them wearily. His babysitter's hands trembled as she closed the door. "Is something wrong, officers?" she asked. "I'm afraid so. Would it be all right if the boy left the room first?" "I'm not sure it's appropriate for him to hear this yet," the female officer said. His babysitter nodded stiffly and grabbed his arm, dragging him out of the room and whispering harshly in his ear to stay in his bedroom. The moment she left, Hitoshi pressed his ear to the door. "There's been an accident. We got a call about an hour ago about a car found in a ditch. When we arrived at the scene, the driver and Mrs. Shinsou already passed. Mr. Shinsou was unresponsive and in severe critical condition. He's at the hospital being treated now, but the doctors are grim." "Oh my," his babysitter choked. What happened to them?" "It's unclear as of now, but the detectives at the scene said there were no obvious signs of foul play. It was likely an accident. We'll need you and the child to come in for questioning as soon as possible, though." Yes, of course. Let me just grab some things." He heard his nanny approach his room again, and Hitoshi scrambled back just before the door flung open. It was obvious she knew he was eavesdropping, but unlike usual, she didn't get mad. Instead, she grabbed his arm and a pair of shoes and pulled him outside. The officers gave them a ride to the hospital, offering their condolences. Hitoshi never said a word. Though they never officially found evidence of specific cause, it was later classified as an accident. The detectives claimed it was likely just another tragic case of drivers falling asleep behind the wheel. His father came out of surgery alive but in a coma, and had to be put on life support. The doctors said his brain activity showed hope that he might wake up one day. Hitoshi held to that hope like a lifeline. After the accident, he stopped talking. The only sound he made were chest-heaving sobs when they handed him his mother's ashes. He didn't say goodbye to his babysitter when she packed up and left him alone in the empty house. He didn't protest when the police picked him up and sent him off to social services. He didn't voice his outrage when the social worker told him his few living relatives declined to take him in, claiming his quirk was way too dangerous. He didn't tell the movers to stop when they packed up his house, separating personal items to go into storage while the rest was auctioned off. And as he rode off to his new foster home with nothing but a box of belongings, a suitcase of clothes, and a photo book with all the pictures found in the house that a police officer was kind enough to make for him, Hitoshi didn't say a word. He let it all fester inside him each silent passing day. It was no real surprise he finally snapped, his suppressed voice, and by default, quirk, told a particularly annoying foster brother to go eat rocks, and the boy obeyed, shattering more than half of his baby teeth. He was transferred to a new home the next day, beginning a never-ending cycle. He no longer had a place to call home or a family to love. His father showed no signs of improvement, and every visit to his mother's family shrine only made his heart that much heavier. And with every day that passed, he grew a little more alone. Needless to say, when Takeaki Akira showed up with a basket of sweets and started referring to himself as their dad, Hitoshi was more than weary. Apparently, the government felt it necessary to give Karasuma some time off as their PE teacher, so they sent in a substitute. "Hey, kiddos, don't you want a sweet too? I've got plenty," Takeaki said, annoyingly cheerful as he loomed over E-class. Hitoshi purposely sat off to the side, away from the uncomfortable display, and was playing on his phone absent-mindedly. "You, with the phone. Gotta hurry before they're all gone." Hitoshi barely glanced up. "I'm good," he said dismissively. A shadow fell on his screen, and Takeaki leaned over and put a hand on his shoulder, centimeters from his neck. Hitoshi tensed, shoulders crunching toward his ears. "Well, feel free to grab some any time, okay? Don't want you to go hungry," said the man, voice sweeter than honey. The same tone his first group home leader got before throwing him in a closet. After going through as many foster and group homes as he was years old, Hitoshi's met enough adults who sang on and on about how much they cared, and it was always fake, always a trick to get others' guards down and hide their malicious hearts. Takeoka practically reeked of it, and just like that, Takeoka left, returning to his spot among the main group and chatting amicably with them. Hitoshi's hand drifted up, brushing over where Takeoka grabbed, just a little to the left, and he would have grabbed the same spot as Hitoshi's third foster father. The man's biological daughter kept stabbing him with her needle quirk, baiting him to speak, and when he finally screamed at her to stop, his quirk slipped up. It was only for a second, and Hitoshi released her immediately, but it was enough. A rough hand slammed him into the wall, the other wrapping around his. Stop. You're not there. He's not here. His breath stuttered, his lungs struggling just as much as his mind to differentiate memory from reality, and it physically pained him to keep his face neutral. Right. His third foster father wasn't here. He wasn't here ... but Takeoka was. And Hitoshi's instincts, the defenses that kept him alive over all these years, struggled to tell the difference. They were in PE class when Takeoka hit Midoriya. It was like Akajima triggered his quirk, freezing the world around them for just a moment. Maybe he did. Hitoshi clearly saw the twisted shock-morphing friend's face, watched Takeoka's face curl with a barbaric glee as he slapped Midoriya to the floor. The quirkless boy had tried to object and argue that Takeoka's training regimen was too biased and militaristic for middle schoolers, and the large man made his opinion of such protests clear. Midoriya, Nagisa cried out as he rushed to the boy's side. Takeoka shifted into Hitoshi's third foster father, except now Hitoshi knew how to defend himself. He was stronger, no longer a little boy too scared to get in an abuser's face and fight back. He moved directly between them, forcing Takeoka back a step. Get back. Takeoka tilted his head slightly, an unhinged gleam in his eye. Oh, you should know better than to give your daddy orders like that, little boy, he said, licking his lips. Hitoshi reached for the strings on his mind, not even caring if he blatantly exposed his quirk for the whole class. But Takeoka was faster. He grabbed the brainwasher by the back of his neck and forced his face to the ground. And all that fight, all that strength he felt vanished. His already minimal energy levels drained, a leech sucking away with greed. His muscles went lax, and he felt 8 years old again, cornered in the kitchen while his first foster mother gripped his head and forced soap in his mouth after making his foster brother eat rocks. He was back in elementary school, getting circled by bullies and pushed around like a pinball until he fell face first into mud. He was a scared 12-year-old, locked out in the cold after getting a B in history. He felt how he did when Tameosio reported him, humiliating him as he moved down to E class. Pathetic, useless, weak. His body collapsed under its own weight and he collapsed, face smashed into the dirt. Takeoka's mocking laughter lingered even as the man walked away. Hitoshi just barely had the strength to lift his head. Catching a glimpse of Takeoka, his muscles doubled in size and condescending smirk leaving the class quaking in fear. Anyone else have something they'd like to say? Come on, we're a family. Don't be afraid to speak up. No one spoke up. No one even dared breathe. The sociopathic man beamed. Good. 200 push-ups, now. Takeoka worked them for hours, making them exercise past the level of professional athletes. Anyone who fell behind was immediately disciplined. His quirk allowed him to temporarily take strength from others when he touched their skin, so he would steal a student's energy just to make them get up again and work. If they took too long, he would hit them with all his and their strength. Koro-sensei tried to interfere, but found his hands tied since it technically wasn't his responsibility to teach physical education. Their only hope was Karasuma, but he was being oddly passive throughout the whole ordeal. Then finally, right before Takeoka hit poor Kurahashi, Karasuma stepped in, grabbing the larger man's arm and pinning it behind his back, leather gloves protecting him from Takeoka's quirk. That's enough. I won't let you hurt my students anymore, Karasuma bit. The larger man just cackled. What? Don't like it when you're not the one running the show? Huh? He mocked before yanking his arm free. How about this? I'll let you pick 2-star students to fight me, with real weapons of course. You don't kill men with flimsy toys. And we'll see whose training is superior. I'll even play nice and fight weaponless. The man pulled out 2 gleaming metal knives, and Hitoshi's adrenaline spiked, mind screaming to run away. This crossed the line. A line firmly established since the day Koro-sensei arrived and the military and hero commission supplied them with artificial knives and bullets. No real weapons, no real injuries. Because Takeoka was a crazy, sadistic bastard that got off harming children. He wanted to abuse that by forcing Karasuma into this impossible position, giving him no choice but to put 2 students in harm's way to protect the rest of the class from Takeoka's cruelty. Karasuma scanned the class, a grave seriousness in his eyes. Karma ditched school, disliking Takeoka from the start, and losing them their best fighter. After that was probably Isegai and Mihara when it came to knife work, or maybe even Akano, Shinsou and Midoriya. Well, now that just didn't make any sense. Sure, Midoriya, maybe, but until a few weeks ago, Hitoshi skipped out on PE. training any chance he got. No way Karasuma considered him a star student. He must have misspoken. He spent so much time with Midoriya these days. It was easy to mistake them for a bundled pair. Karasuma moved in front of them, and reality settled in. Midoriya swayed, pale and faint. SS sir. Wah, you've got to be kidding, Karasuma-sensei, Okajima said. And his classmates echoed his shock, Hitoshi included. Their teacher pressed his lips, firm on his decision. I've seen you two practice sparring together before school the past few weeks, and your improvement is undeniable, as well as your teamwork. I know I'm asking a lot, and the game changes the moment the weapon is lethal, but you two are our best shot, their teacher said, holding a knife out to both of them. Hitoshi trembled as his fingers curled around the hilt. The knife was much heavier than their anti-sensei counterparts. It felt odd. It felt wrong ... but in a way, it also felt right. And that's what scared him the most. Actually, Karasuma-sensei, Midoriya said, staring intently at the weapon. I'm honored you would think of me, but I think Nagisa would do better than me. What? Many of the students shouted at the same time. Nagisa's face went completely blank. Explain, Midoriya, Karasuma demanded. Midoriya, face now bright red, shuffled his feet and fumbled with the knife. Well, we all know that Takeoka can steal your strength so long as he touches your skin. So, in reality, he just needs to get close enough to hit you, which would explain why he wants us to fight with a combat knife. I don't have a quirk suited to help me with that, but Nagisa does. Combine that with Shinsou's special weapon. Special weapon, someone echoed. And they're sure to succeed. They turned back to Nagisa, who scratched the back of his head self-consciously. I'm not so sure. My misdirection quirk doesn't really work when the person already knows I'm there. It mainly works so I go undetected. But it's more than that, Midoriya said, flailing his arms dangerously. I've been thinking about it for a while. You said your quirk makes you forgettable. And that's how you've been able to surprise attack people, but are also times when the person is watching you approach and you still surprise them. I don't think your quirk is misdirection at all, Nagisa. I think it's some kind of manipulation quirk. Everyone else looked at Midoriya like he was crazy, but Hitoshi surprised himself by actually catching on. Like empathetic self-projection. He expounded. You can make people feel about you however you want. It was probably misdiagnosed as misdirection because your self-esteem is so low, so you made everyone want to overlook you. You don't need to be so blunt, Shinsou, Nagisa said, face drooping. Hitoshi blinked. Was there something wrong with what he said? He wasn't wrong. I see what you're saying, Karasuma mumbled, interrupting the drama. The only way to take him down is by catching him off guard. And that's hard to do when you're sparring. If Nagisa can force him to lower his defenses, and Shinsou takes the shot to capture him, then maybe we have a shot. Nagisa still looked unconfident, so Midoriya just held out the knife to him expectantly. Nagisa hesitated, but after a quiet whisper of reassurance, he reached out to take the weapon. He met Hitoshi's eyes, and the brainwasher slipped on his capture rings with a smirk to feign confidence. Come on, Nagisa, he drawled. Death awaits. It didn't dawn on Hitoshi that their entire plan was contingent upon an unproven theory until he was steps away from their enemy. Finally decided on your challengers. Takeoka mocked. Interesting choices. Looks like the little green one handed me a quick victory with this lineup. Rolling his eyes, Hitoshi turned to his partner with a nod of assurance as he put his own knife away. Go get him, Blue's Clues. I'll be back here to tie the monster up. Nagisa nodded, anxiety projecting so strong it curdled in Hitoshi's stomach. Maybe Midoriya's theory wasn't that unfounded after all. Nagisa closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a careless smile on his face, Hitoshi's entire mood swung like whiplash. The curdling anxiety vanished, replaced with a warm, calming blanket, enveloping him in a hug. It told him not to fear, forcing his defenses lower. Hitoshi hasn't felt this way since the last time his father hugged him, hours before the accident. And there's no way he would feel it here, so close to Takeoka, unless someone forced him to. Hitoshi scrambled to build up his own mental barricade to this uncanny feeling as Nagisa started approach. He slinked up, arms swinging at his sides, beaming grin on his face. Takeoka was dumbstruck of any change, utterly aware of the danger that approached. And then it snapped. That blanket ripped away, revealing a horrifying snake underneath it the whole time. Nagisa lunged, slashing his knife. Takeoka recoiled. And that's when Nagisa slipped behind him, digging his knife into his jugular. Even with his small mental barricade, Hitoshi struggled to move, his body fighting against crippling terror. He flicked out his hands, the capture string wrapping around Takeoka's arms. The man cried out but was too paralyzed by fear to even struggle. In a matter of seconds, the monster was bound to the floor and blubbering as the two teens held him down, Nagisa's knife unrelenting. I win, Nagisa said with lighthearted cheer. All of their classmates and even their teachers gaped like they couldn't believe they actually won. Frankly, Hitoshi could barely believe it himself. As Koro-sensei stepped in to take away their weapons, lecturing on the danger of real knives, Hitoshi released his capture strings and marched over to Midoriya, who was looking much too stunned despite being the mastermind of the operation. "I'm calling it," Hitoshi declared. "There's no way you're quirkless. You sure you don't have an analytical or intelligence quirk, like Karma?" His friend laughed bashfully and scratched the back of his head. "Got the foot X-rays to prove it," Hitoshi hummed, still not convinced. He was about to press for more information, rushed to his feet with a yell, lashing out to take multiple students' strength at once. His muscles grew so much they almost tore his shirt, and the man let out an inhuman roar. "You dare treat your father like this? I'm the only chance you have at saving the world. Your precious teacher is too soft and never takes the necessary risks to succeed. Did he tell you he graduated first in his class at UA? He was the most promising student to become a pro hero, won the sports festival 3 years in a row, and now look at him. Just a dog for the military." Hitoshi blinked, not sure what to occupy his brain with. The revelation that Karasuma attended his dream school and was the best in his class nonetheless, or the raging monster in front of him. Takeoka bared his teeth at them. "I ought to rip you all apart, just so he can watch and realize what a failure he is." Just before Takeoka could hold true to his word, Karasuma came out of nowhere and easily knocked the man onto his back. "I'm afraid I can't let that happen. Rest assured, kids, I'm going to take up what has happened here with our superiors and have Takeoka removed as soon as possible." Takeoka wailed profanities and complaints, and Hitoshi contemplated brainwashing the man, shut him up when a hand grasped his shoulder and lightly pushed him out of the way. "I don't believe any of that will be necessary," said a deep, charismatic voice. Hitoshi's blood turned to ice, and the spot on his shoulder, even after the person stopped touching him, blazed hotter than any fire. Chills shot down his spine, paralyzing his entire body. He didn't have to look to see who it was. Principal Asano. Though he was aggravatingly acquainted with his son, Hitoshi didn't meet Principal Asano until the baseball game. Midoriya ran back to the dugout to grab one of his infamous journals when the man approached him from behind, catching him off guard. "What an interesting display this all was," the man said, voicing raising the hair on his skin. "The ants taking over the animal kingdom. Quite shocking, the disgusting display of it all. And I must say, your performance was particularly intriguing. How you managed to rile up my star pupil, well, it almost eludes me." Hitoshi knew he shouldn't. Something prompted him to look up, meeting the man's purple eyes. They were glowing, practically confirming his and Midoriya's speculations about his quirk. He tried to tear his eyes away, but the principal reached out and grabbed his shoulder, distracting him from all thoughts of preservation. He just froze. "Ah, yes, I remember you now," the principal hummed. "Shinsou Hitoshi, kicked down to E-class for disciplinary issues with his quirk. Before, you always managed to stay directly in the middle of the pack, despite your fascinating abilities. Son of an accomplished doctor and an affluent poet. Of course, none of that matters now, does it? Your family's wealth, legally your father's medical bills, but you can't access it personally until you are 18. So unfortunate." And now Hitoshi understood how he manipulated people so easily. He got inside their heads, literally, to the point where you could feel him shifting inside for the information he wanted. It's terrifying and degrading. All the walls he's spent years building, the secrets he's worked to keep, just taken down in seconds. He recalled, distantly, Midoriya speculating why Bitch Sensei's quirk didn't affect him, and how it might relate to Hitoshi's mental capacity being stronger because of his superior quirk. Maybe that theory expanded beyond mind control quirks. There was no better time to test it out. Hitoshi reached into his mind, shoving the foreign presence out of his way and grabbing the strings usually used to tie down other people. He knotted them, weaving a web so dense that there was no way to slip past, all while staring down Principal Asano. The principal's eyebrows furrowed, the glow in his eyes dimming. He regained himself just as quickly, however, eyelids flaring as the glow in his eyes began to swirl. "Don't think you can play games with me, boy," he said dangerously. Hitoshi could feel the man attacking the reinforcements in his brain, ripping it apart thread by thread. And though Hitoshi to repair it, they disintegrated by the second. Out of pure desperation, he tore his gaze away, actual pain pricking his eyes like needles as he felt the principal forcibly yanked out of his brain. The needle-like pain exploded there next, a sudden migraine stabbing through him. Hitoshi gritted his teeth in agony as the principal lowered to Hitoshi's height. The boy slammed his eyes. But that didn't stop the principal from whispering in his ear. "It doesn't matter how strong you may be, little Hitoshi," the principal drawled. "In the end, I am the master here. And you are nothing but a dog on a leash. I am the one who controls you." And with that, the man stood up straight again, meticulously fixing his suit. Before he walked away, he paused, staring down patronizingly. "Oh, and if you don't believe me, don't forget I know that a thin thread keeps your father alive. It would be a shame if something happened to him after all these years of waiting." Principal Asano fired Takeoka and literally made the man run away screaming and cry. And as the manipulative principal left in his typical fashion, Hitoshi contemplated doing the same. Despite it all, Karasuma was reinstated as their physical education teacher, and their class returned to its normal level of chaos. Some may consider it closer to anarchy, but for them, it was just another day as an E-class assassin. Shinsou wasn't a particularly big fan of water, so while he appreciated the sentiment when their teacher created then their own swimming hole, he chose to sit off to the side in the shade and just watch. Koro-sensei perched himself in a chair and blew his lifeguard whistle obnoxiously for every little thing. He was preoccupied with scolding Yoshida for dunking Takebayashi when an unidentifiable blur shot out of the water, aimed right for him. The octopus squealed pathetically and just barely dodged out of the way. His screeching only increased, however, when the blur crashed back into the water, splashing him thoroughly. All movement ceased before Kadoka surfaced out of the water, flicking her tail. "Whoa, Kadoka, you're a mermaid," Yada fawned, staring at the blue-green fish tail that practically blended in with the water. The scales cut off at her waist and picked up again mid-torso, covering her chest, shoulders, and upper back. Hitoshi blinked multiple times. Yeah, this was not an E-class demoting quirk. Well, that is what my quirk designation form calls it, Kadoka chuckled. It's actually a transformation quirk, but it's only activated when I'm submerged in water. It lets me breathe underwater and swim at lightning speeds. I was hoping I'd be fast enough to catch Koro-sensei. The class swarmed Kadoka to admire her quirk. Akajima looked strangely constipated. "Where do your clothes go?" the pervert asked, earning him a well-deserved smack by Kadoka's tail. A brilliant assassination attempt, nonetheless, Koro-sensei said, breaking up the drama. "Though, if you don't mind, I would appreciate it if it involved a little less splashing next time." The students turned their heads, ever so slowly, realizing just how awfully swollen their teacher looked. Their gears turned ever so slowly. "You can't get wet." Hitoshi wasn't exactly fond of Terasaka and his little gang. In fact, if they weren't united under the bond of fellowship through assassination, he knew for a fact he would downright despise the lion boy. He represented everything Hitoshi held a grudge against. Brawny meatheads who thought anyone without an offensive physical quirk was weak and useless. So when the juvenile punk challenged the class to join him in some whack assassination attempt at the new pool after class, Hitoshi was dead set on not even lifting a finger to help. Terasaka refused to assist in any of their past joint attempts in killing Koro-sensei. He was just returning the favor. Hitoshi was, however, totally down to stand on the sidelines and watch it all fail. "You seem awfully confident in this embarrassingly obvious assassination attempt," he observed from his perch on a rock behind Terasaka. The lion boy roared orders at their classmates in the water the entire time, making them do all the heavy lifting. "You do realize there's, zero chance of this succeeding. Koro-sensei would never just let you push him in the water." Terasaka growled. "Shut up, you eggplant freak. If you're just going to be a pain in the ass and not help, you can leave." "Oh, no, I'm good. I take extreme pleasure in witnessing the humiliation of others, actually. One of my many kinks." Terasaka made it too easy. Stupid and head-headed. The perfect target for condescending smartasses. Hitoshi couldn't help it. "What, not a fan of an audience, Terasaka? We just wanted to witness the brilliant plan that would bring an end to Koro-sensei. That's all," Karma mocked. He too had opted out of assisting and sat on the rock next to Hitoshi. Terasaka bared his sharp teeth at the devilish duo and returned to yelling at his classmates down below. It wasn't long before Koro-sensei finally showed up, green-striped and cocky. Hitoshi settled back, eager for the show. But then Terasaka pulled out a strange-looking gun and pulled the trigger, and instead of shooting a bullet, a loud explosion echoed. In seconds, the dam creating the pool crumbled, sweeping his classmates away with it. Koro-sensei took off, frantically plucking students out of the raging river. Hitoshi stood up and ran to the edge, powerless compared to the water's strength. He saw Midoriya's head bobbing in and out, the boy gasping for air as he struggled to stay afloat. Kadoka tried to swim against the tide to rescue those around her, but not even her tail was strong enough to fight against the current. They were all helplessly headed for the waterfall, and Hitoshi couldn't do a thing about it. More furious than he's ever been in his life. Even more when Takeoka hit Midoriya. Hitoshi spun around, punched Terasaka straight to the ground. "What the hell was that?" he spat, grabbing the boy's collar and rearing back to punch him again. Terasaka raised his furry palms up defensively. I didn't know. They didn't tell me," he sputtered, looking genuinely scared and utterly clueless. Hitoshi sneered, tightening his grip on the shirt. "Who's they?" "It was Itona and that Shiro dude. They made a deal with me, but Itona was just supposed to help me push the octopus in, I swear." "You never had a plan, huh?" Karma asked, appearing next to Hitoshi's side. He pulled the brainwasher back, forcing him to let Terasaka go. "You just let yourself be a pawn in a game of chess without knowing who your true opponent was. They played me for an idiot. Okay, I never knew this was going to happen. I wouldn't have helped them if I did. This wasn't my plan. Karma, calm and controlled as ever, just punched Terasaka in the face himself. Well, idiot. It may not be your plan, but now it is your responsibility. So you can sit here and sulk. Or you can man up and figure out how to fix this. Koro-sensei was saving the last few students when Itona struck, knocking the now-soaked octopus out of the air. The students went flying, and Hitoshi barely reacted in time with his capture invention. They wrapped around Midoriya's wrist and waist and retracted, pulling him back to land. When he came within reach, Hitoshi grabbed Midoriya's arms and steadied him. Father KKKS, Midoriya gasped. Hitoshi wrapped an arm around Midoriya's shoulders to help him stand. You can thank me later, Jolly Green. I think there are more pressing matters right now, he said, eyeing the battle below. Their teacher's tentacles were red and puffy due to the water, and his usual mucus couldn't protect him because of a strange chemical bomb Terasaka set off earlier that week. That, plus his attention still divided between rescuing those last few students who were holding on for dear life, and it seemed like Koro-sensei might actually be killed. Hitoshi was not okay with it. He was 200% done with Itona and his annoying handler, Shiro, interfering with everything, and it was high time someone finally showed them why you don't mess with 3E's target. Turnip head, devil boy, Terasaka said, sneering down at the battle below. You two always seem to think you're so smart. Well, like you said, I'm not good at anything but being a pawn in someone else's game. You guys be the brain, and I'll be the brawn. This is a pretty sudden change of heart, Hitoshi argued. How do we even know we can trust you? Come on, man. I'm offering to be a puppet and let you be the puppet master. Just help me out here so I can fix this mess. Hitoshi cocked his head to the side, exchanging glances with Karma. Well, if there was one thing he was good at, it was being a puppet master. Karma shrugged nonchalantly. I don't know, man. We can be pretty devious if we want to be. Who's to say you can take it? Terasaka smirked. Try me. Well, it's quite simple, if you ask me. There's no way they'd let any of us die. The repercussions would be too costly. You go down there and distract Itona. It'll give Koro-sensei just enough time to save Hara from the branch. We should probably send someone down there to distract Shiro as well. He's clearly controlling Itona's every move. With him preoccupied, Tentacle Boy won't know what to do, added Hitoshi. So, what? You're planning on sending a couple of us down there to get smacked around until Koro-sensei saves Hara? Nakamura asked. Of course not, Karma said teasingly. Terasaka's a big boy. I'm sure he can take a hit. And assuming he didn't take a shower last night. No offense, of course, there's still some of that weird chemical in his mane and fur. Itona so much as touches it, and he'll be losing the protective mucus like sweat. Yeah, okay, but who's going to get past Itona and go after Shiro? Nagisa questioned. Hitoshi smiled and threw an arm around Midoriya. Glad you asked. Jolly Green will, he said, giving the quirkless boy a shake. Midoriya's mouth fell open and he turned deathly pale. Me, he squeaked. But. The brainwasher sighed. But nothing. You've trained against my capture invention. Dodging Itona's tentacles will be a piece of cake. Midoriya looked contemplative, the color returning to his skin. You really think so? Wow, this kid needed serious confidence therapy. Midoriya handed Hitoshi his ass every morning, and he's still self-conscious about his abilities. Yes, now can we stop debating and start moving? Hara can only hold on for so much longer. His and Karma's plan, unsurprisingly, worked perfectly. Terasaka jumped down in front of Itona, roaring and demanding a fight, while the tentacle boy was preoccupied with the lion. Midoriya dodged the remaining tentacles and started dueling Shiro. Before Itona could move to protect his handler, however, Koro-sensei recovered Hara and the E-class students started jumping in the water to splash Itona's tentacles. Like Karma predicted, the chemicals left over on Terasaka's fur affected Itona just their teacher, and Itona's tentacles started swelling up as well. Midoriya successfully managed to knock Shiro back, using a tree branch as his weapon. Despite appearing weaponless, the white-cloaked man could surprisingly hold his own in a fight. He dodged and countered all of Midoriya's attacks until the boy managed to catch him off guard with a kick at his chest. Shiro stumbled backward, his beady purple eyes cold and calculating. You're surprisingly skilled, child. And your purple friend was quite perspective, having someone distract me and leave Itona on his own, exploiting the boy's dependency. You have promise, Shiro mused to himself. The man reached into his robes and lashed out with a thin, metal weapon. It looked suspiciously like a needle injector. It nicked Midoriya's arm, drawing just a mere dot of blood. Midoriya jumped back and Hitoshi to his defense. Shiro, however, seemed to have a different agenda in mind. He put the strange piece of metal back in his robe and turned to look at his distraught protege, his eyes bored. Unfortunately, I will have to explore this at a later date. A shame, really, so many of you students really are promising subjects. Itona, let's go. Our fight here is done. Shiro sauntered away, and seconds later, his disgruntled tentacled lackey followed, leaving them yet again. though. As Hitoshi inspected the small cut on Midoriya's arm, he couldn't ignore the sickening feeling that this wasn't the last of those two. If the looks Shiro sent Midoriya were anything to go by, it was about to get a lot worse. Though before they could worry about psychopathic men in white taking an unsettling interest in Midoriya, they had to worry about end-of-term exams first. This not only meant the stress of trying to do well with the exam and redeem themselves from midterms, but the threat of Koro-sensei's deal with them began to loom, more ominous than ever. Koro-sensei said they must to use their quirk in an assassination attempt against him or else. Hitoshi pushed it off, wanting to wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. Now he regretted all his life decisions as the time for a perfect opportunity steadily dwindled. Karasuma held another quirk training class to help those feeling the pressure of the deadline. There were about 10 students left, and all 10 of them were one inconvenience away from losing their minds. The class gathered in a big circle, everyone intent on giving assassination advice, but it quickly derailed into a sulking party for those left. Most of them even laid face first on the ground, accepting their defeat and early deaths. When Koro-sensei said extreme consequences, he wasn't being serious, was he? Bemoaned Fiwa. The other 10 in the same boat groaned helplessly. Midoriya looked like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and Hitoshi leaned against him, using his weight to anchor his friend back into reality. "Oh, come on guys," Isegai said, speaking up encouragingly. "It can't be that bad. I'm sure with the right planning, you'll come up with a brilliant assassination plot." "Oh yeah," Nakamura muttered. "How do you propose you kill Koro-sensei with omnilinguism, then? Shock him to death with how many languages I can speak? Or ink animation? Make the girls in his porn magazine start moving and kill him with ecstasy?" Sugaya added miserably. Isegai, along with many of their other classmates, visibly flinched. "Oh, well, what about the rest of you?" He scanned the remaining classmates, silently commanding them to speak up. Yada shrugged. "My quirk is actually pretty similar to Bitch Sensei's. It's called persuasion, and it lets me encourage people to do what I want. It's not as strong as hers though. In fact, it rarely works. The person has to be totally distracted for it to do anything." Hara, who sat next in line, sighed dejectedly. "My quirk is really embarrassing, honestly." She blushed, picking at the grass. "It's called goat bite. I can basically eat and chew anything and it won't cause my mouth or digestive system any harm." "Explains a lot," Terisaka mumbled. Unfortunately for the jerk, Hara heard and stared him down evilly, like she was thinking of demonstrating her quirk by chewing his head off. Let's move on please," said Kataka. Take Bayashi was next. His quirk was called Statistic and let him analyze mathematical situations at top speeds and spew out statistics on a little slip of paper out of his belly button like a receipt. Hitoshi had so many questions, he felt like Midoriya. Why the belly button? Where did the paper come from? Does the belly button do the math, or his brain? Fiwa was after that. Her quirk, History Trace, was actually pretty cool in theory. It let her know the 24-hour history of any item she touched, which explained her obsession with true crime. Unfortunately, there wasn't much obvious use for it when it came to killing Koro-sensei. The silent sharpshooters, Chiba and Hayami, were next. They exchanged an unreadable look before the boy shrugged. "Honestly, we've used our quirks to kill Koro-sensei since the beginning." The class gawked at them. "What?" Chiba just shrugged again. "My quirk doesn't turn off. It's called Eye for Detail. My eyes automatically point out the smallest details and variables, kind of like those cheesy crime shows. It's why I'm good at shooting." Midoriya wrote frantically in his quirk journals, his previous distress at least temporarily forgotten. Hayami nodded, crossing her arms. "My quirk is total equilibrium. I can control the balance levels in myself and those I touch. I use it to give me a steady hand when I shoot." There was a moment of silence that passed over the class. "Well, I guess that's two less to worry about." No offense to the rest of you," Mihara said. Those in question just groaned again. "What about you two?" Nagisa asked, looking at Hitoshi and Midoriya. "It's kind of weird, considering how much you two have us with our quirks, yet we still don't know your quirks." Kadoka nodded. "Don't you guys want to be heroes? I don't mean to stereotype, but typically people like that are eager to show off their quirks." Midoriya clammed up immediately, visibly drawing into himself. Hitoshi felt torn. As much as he wanted his friend to open up to their classmates and realize there was no way they would reject him for being quirkless, he knew Midoriya's mental scars extended far enough that revealing his secret was near impossible for him. Midoriya confided in him one morning after sparing that he wanted to tell everyone, but any time he thought about it, he couldn't help but remember his old school, where he was ostracized and bullied every day for being quirkless. So, like an idiot, Hitoshi just let his mouth run. "I don't know what Jolly Green here has planned, but my quirk is the kind best kept a secret. But pay attention during lunch today, and I'll show you exactly what I can do when I kill Koro-sensei." Like he said, an idiot. True to his word, Hitoshi walked straight up to Koro-sensei during lunch. He tried to ignore the burning stares of his anxiously awaiting classmates. "Koro-sensei, he asked smoothly, proud of how well he was keeping his cool exterior despite his mind crumbling from stress and terror. I have a question on this algebra formula you taught us. Can you clarify it for me? The teacher looked up from his terribly hidden porn magazine, grinning as always. Of course, Shin. The moment they appeared, Hitoshi grabbed control of Koro-sensei's mental strings. No time to think of the consequences now. His classmates were bound to learn how terrifying his quirk was sooner or later. Take this gun and shoot yourself in the head. And to his shock and horror, as well as that of his peers, their teacher did. The octopus dropped limp like a rag doll, landing face first on his desk. His tentacles sprawled out, not constantly twitching like usual. His body looked like it started to deflate. Hitoshi felt an itch in the back of his throat. A scream bubbled up deep inside, pushing to burst out. It wasn't supposed to actually work. The day Karasuma declared their mission to Koro-sensei, Hitoshi's mind concocted this scenario, and he immediately shut it down with every excuse possible. He didn't understand his quirk enough. It might backlash on him. It might make Koro-sensei more powerful, like Okuta's poisons. The true reason for his reluctance, however, was blaringly clear, because if it worked, then everyone would see Hitoshi for what he truly was. A monster, a villain, a killer who forced their teacher to take his own life completely against his will. The one stipulation of his quirk, using pain to break free of his control, held no weight when his victim was already dead, and that terrified him. Evil, an evil quirk, a villain's quirk, the number one villain, the man who blew up the moon, unkillable by even All Might, dead just because Hitoshi told him to blow his brains out. He really was a monster. But then Koro-sensei shot back to life, inhaling deeply and snapping upright like a zombie. Hitoshi did scream this time. Thankfully, he was not alone. Midoriya even passed out and crashed to the floor. Impressive job, Shinsou. I've never felt a brainwashing quirk that strong before. Truly incredible, their teacher complimented, seemingly unfazed by the fact he just rose from the dead. Unfortunately for you, as I'm sure you've all gathered this year, I can't be killed like normal people. For me, that was like hitting a reset button, and now I feel more invigorated than ever. Nages aside, only you would gain energy from dying. Hitoshi's knees finally gave out, and Koro-sensei caught him before he collapsed. It didn't work. It didn't work. He shouldn't feel so relieved. Failure meant the end of the world, after all, but Hitoshi felt like his world was actually piecing itself back together. He knew, distantly, that it only failed because Koro-sensei was his target. Anyone else, and he'd be cleaning their brain off the floor. But that didn't matter because Hitoshi was never going to do this again with anyone. Was that really your quirk, Shinsou? Nakamura asked. Hitoshi tensed, gripping onto the tentacles holding him up, his head bowed low. He couldn't look, couldn't bear to see their disgust, their horror, their betrayal. That's so amazing, dude, Mihara said, clapping him on the back. What? His head shot up, and instead of finding trepidation, his classmates were smiling and cheering him on. They didn't flinch when he looked at them. No one swore to never speak to him again. They were openly admired his villain quirk, asking him questions about how it worked. Why'd you keep it hidden for so long, man? Your quirk is totally sick, Mimura exclaimed. The record quirk boy replayed the assassination attempt with his eye projector for everyone to see. Look how fast it worked. It's insane. Yada nodded, sighing wistfully. It's so powerful too. You can actually control their mind and every move. I wish my quirk was that strong. Why did you take so long to use it, Shinsou? Nagisa actually looked concerned. Hitoshi blinked, fiddling with his fingers. I guess ... Well, except for my parents and Jolly Green, most people are afraid of my quirk. I don't have a very good track record with classmate reactions. Koro-sensei reached out and placed a tentacle on his shoulder, looking ... Was that pride? If there's one thing I hope everyone will learn in my class, it's that your quirk doesn't define who you are. It's what you do with it that does. Never forget that, the octopus said, turning his attention to the entire class. Everyone else may judge you strictly on how offensive or good your abilities are, but I know you, my students, aren't like everyone else. You're assassins. For the first time since both of his parents were with him, Hitoshi stood tall and proud. His chest shook, a silent sob racking his chest. Midoriya, who regained consciousness just in time for the speech, was actually sobbing. Hitoshi smiled, bashful and relieved, and reached out to comfort his friend, maybe even encourage him to open up too. If there was any time for Midoriya to reveal he was quirkless, it was. Hey, bitch, sensei called out, completely interrupting the moment. Got it. The English teacher pushed through the students, a deep scowl marring her beautiful features. She shoved her nose into Hitoshi's face, her boobs coming way too close for comfort. Is this why you were unaffected by my quirk? Because besides broken-nosed Karasuma over there, no man has ever been able to resist me. Karasuma sighed, exhausted. Leave the boy alone, he said, though it fell on deaf ears. The woman just got closer, her boobs centimeters away from suffocating him. Hitoshi leaned back in pure desperation. I guess so. Midoriya says since my brainwashing is stronger, it might make me more resilient to other mind quirks. The foreign assassin's face went blank for a brief second before turning sour, a vein popping out of her forehead. She growled, her hands poised to grab him. Well, you just think you're so cool, don't you? Thankfully, Karasuma stepped in just in time to save him from bitch sensei's odd suffocation methods. Hitoshi exhaled, his shoulders sagging, only to immediately tense up when he felt a familiar devilish aura behind him. Brainwashing, huh? Karma said, grinning deviously. I can think of quite a few uses for that. Leaving for school the next morning, Hitoshi opened the door and came face to face with bitch sensei. He immediately slammed it shut. Hey, you little punk, get back out here, she screamed, banging on the door. His foster mother popped her head in from her room. Someone open the damn door and tell the annoying hag to go away already. And don't make me ask twice, she shouted. Hitoshi withheld a wince and opened the door again, slapping a hand over his teacher's mouth so she'd stop screaming as he slipped outside. Why are you here? He asked bluntly, locking the door behind him. Bitch sensei shoved his hand away with a huff. I'm here because I have a proposition for you, she said. Hitoshi blinked slow, like a cat. No, he brushed past her, unsurprised when she chased after him. No, you haven't even heard what I have to say yet. Stop walking so fast, you grape-colored brat. Hitoshi was totally content to ignore her the entire walk to school. Pretending people never existed was one of his best skills. However, he found out seconds later, it was very hard to ignore someone when they grabbed your face and started kissing you. What the actual hell? His eyes blew wide open as the blonde assassin assaulted his mouth. It took an embarrassing amount of time to process everything before he shoved her away and tried to deliver a sloppy kick to her stomach, which she blocked. I knew it, she declared. You're totally not straight. Hitoshi flared up a brighter red than Karma's hair, vigorously trying to wipe his mouth clean. What the fuck are you talking about? It was the first reason I assumed you were unaffected by my quirk. Of course, it doesn't make much sense, since Nagisa and Karma are both affected by my quirk, and have you seen the looks those two give each other? Seriously, just kiss already or something. Why are you talking to me about this? Can you please leave already? His teacher pretended not to hear him. I also get a bit of a vibe from Midoriya too. Wow, are all a little. She flicked her wrist down, showing off her manicure, like that was supposed to mean something to him. Is it the rainbow hair colors? Can you shut up already? He said, using his quirk for a split second to cut off her train of thought and give her a warning. He released her quickly, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Years of hard-learned instincts couldn't be ignored. Bitch sensei barely reacted, rolling her eyes. No need to get so offended. Sexual orientation doesn't matter in the realm of assassination. All that matters is that you use your best assets to kill your target, she said, which is what I'm here to talk to you about. It's not every day you come across another mind controller. I want to train you. Shinsou tripped over his own feet. What? No, no way. No, I'm offering to make you a better assassin, brat. Do you not want to kill your teacher and save the world? I don't see how your type of assassination will help me kill Koro-sensei. Sure, we're both brainwashers I guess, but yours is seduction-based. Go ask Yada or something. Hers is kind of similar. Yada's quirk is too weak compared to ours, and you know that. Hers is a butter knife while ours are more like scalpels, bitch sensei argued. Besides, your quirk is every bit more seduction-based, if not more. How do you expect to lure your target into speaking with you, especially if they know the circumstances surrounding your quirk? You need to use your charisma and charm to make it impossible for them not to respond to you. I can teach you that. She had a point. His quirk, while incredibly powerful, was easily compromised. He was great at getting those ignorant of it to talk, but everyone else with a sense of preservation was close-lipped. He finally said, you get one lesson. If I don't like it, or you spend the entire time trying to molest me, I will not accept the next time. Bitch sensei smirked. Sounds like a deal. To encourage them to excel on their exams, Koro-sensei offered them a deal. For every test subject someone in E-class received the top score in, that person got to shoot off one of his tentacles. That meant they had the opportunity to take out 6 tentacles: mathematics, English, social studies, Japanese, science, and a brand new test, quirks. A mixture of excitement and stress buzzed through the classroom, with added pressure put on those known to excel in certain subjects. It was up in the air whether Nakamura or Nagisa would claim the English spot. There were high hopes for Isegai, Okuda, and Kanzaki in social studies, science, and Japanese, respectively. Karma and Midoriya were their unknown weapons, having the potential to sweep multiple subjects if they wanted to. The one that kept everyone on edge was this mysterious quirk exam. It was new to the curriculum, with the Board of Education claiming that, as a prestigious school known for sending students to hero programs, it was their responsibility that students were tested on all necessary subjects. For E-class, however, it felt like another tactic to bring them down. They know the majority of us were sent here because our quirks failed to pass their evaluations, Sugaya noted miserably. This is just condemning us to the bottom spots again. What does a quirk exam even mean? Akano wondered. The entrance evaluations just involved a teacher's personal assessment of our quirk, and it was always super biased. Is it going to be something like that? I got a call from Shindo earlier giving us a heads up, Sugino piped up. Rumor on the main campus is that it's going to be an evaluation similar to the entrance exam, except it's going to be Principal Asano and 2 pro heroes doing the evaluation. There are supposedly 3 parts, 1 for each judge, but no one is sure what the parts are yet. 3 parts, Midoriya squeaked, looking sick to his stomach. Hitoshi understood his pain. The boy was still traumatized from his entrance exam evaluation. Having to go through 3 more was a death sentence. Never fear, students, Koro-sensei said, appearing out of nowhere. I've added specialized videos of every pro hero's quirk in action, as well as a summary of quirk theory to prepare you for any outcome of this quirk exam. My speed doubles will ensure you are well prepared for any obstacle in any subject for this test. Of course, it's still up to your individual work ethic if you are going to come out victorious by the time exams are done. That Machiavellian principal won't know what hit him. To make the pressure even worse, E-class nonsensically got roped into a bet against a class. Whichever class got the most people to rank first in the 6 subjects got to make one demand for the other. And it was kind of hard to remain optimistic about a deal like this when they had to go against the 5 virtuosos. I'm kind of worried about the English test, to be completely honest. Koro-sensei recommended a lot of great reading to prepare, but there were just so many. I guess I shouldn't be too concerned. Both Nakamura and Nagisa have a shoe-in for the top spot, assuming they can take down Seo. Did you know he lived in America for a little bit? He's probably really fluent. But then there's still Nakamura's quirk, though I'm not quite sure how it works yet. Midoriya rambled as he and Hitoshi exited the library after a class study session. The brainwasher nodded absent-mindedly, his attention more drawn to the 4 people waiting at the bottom of the staircase. You seem fairly confident in your classmates' abilities. Quirkless, Seo commented as they tried to pass. Just to clarify, I am very fluent. You E-class failures won't stand a chance. Hope you're ready, because you'll be licking our shoes once we win the bet. Though Hitoshi was content with ignoring them, Midoriya came to an abrupt stop, scowling. We're entitled to good grades so long as we work hard, just like you guys. Your little deal doesn't scare us, just all the more reason to kick your butts on the finals. Araki laughed mockingly, pushing his glasses up his nose. How cute. You think you can actually best us, he crowed, using his height to stare the quirkless boy down. Face it, quirkless. You might have some auspicious prospects amongst your crowd. But when it comes down to it, you're still just E-class, hardly a threat to people like us. We're going to win this bet with our eyes closed. Bet, a smooth, cold voice said. Everyone jumped as the king of the virtuosos approached. I don't recall ever making a bet. Asano, Koyama jumped, holding his hands up in surrender. We were just. No need to get so tongue-tied, Koyama, Asano said. He reached out to the shaking boy and poked him in between his eyes. The act alone almost made Koyama pass out. Oh, you made a little deal with E-class, trying to see who will come out on top. Winner gets to make the other do what they want. Clever plan. We certainly won't lose, then. Don't sound so sure of yourself, Hitoshi stated, eyeing the 5 virtuosos with as much disdain as possible. Asano met his stare, smirking arrogantly. Is that so? He taunted before turning to his accomplices and waving them off. If you 4 could leave us, I have business to discuss with our E-class pals. But Seo started to object, but stopped when Sakakibara stepped forward. You heard the man, the school philanderer said. You know better than to disobey what he says. The 4 remaining virtuosos complied begrudgingly. Asano waited until they left before his smirk grew, his gaze turning intense and hostile. So what is it with you, E-class? He spat. It's almost like you have something to hide. Hitoshi froze, his eyes bulging and teeth gritting together. Midoriya, having learned from past experiences, drew back, making sure he was well out of Asano's reach. The action only seemed to amuse the manipulative boy. What's with that look? I couldn't be right, could I? After all, what can possibly be so fascinating about E-class? He asked, his tone sounding innocent, but the demented glint in his eyes far from it. Yes, if my father's increasing obsession is anything to go by, your class seems involved in something so important. The question is, what is it? There's no denying that something odd has been brewing recently, ever since that tentacle freak blew up the moon. Unconfirmed sightings of him everywhere, a spike in crime rates, a decrease in people's confidence with their precious heroes. Not even All Might has been able to resort peace. And for some unfathomable reason, I can't help but feel 3E is at the heart of it all. Asano's arm shot out, his hand making a sweep for Hitoshi's neck. The brainwasher dodged expertly and countered the attack, stopping the ginger's arm with his own. He was immensely grateful his signature mismatched E-class uniform had long sleeves, keeping Asano from getting what he wanted. The manipulative boy gritted his teeth and made a swipe with his foot, which was just dodged again. Hitoshi had to give it to him. Asano's fighting skills weren't half bad, for someone who wasn't a trained assassin, at least. Using the boy's unbalanced momentum against him, Hitoshi knocked him to the side with his elbow. Asano stumbled back, nearly falling on the floor. The murderous look on his face made it clear he was less than pleased. But Hitoshi couldn't care less, scratching the back of his neck habitually. The brainwasher stared Asano down with his signature smirk. "That is quite strange, Asano. Maybe you should ask your father about it, huh?" He chuckled sharply. "Oh, wait, that's right. It's not exactly a secret that your father isn't the most tactile with you. What, does Father Dearest not let you touch him because he wants to keep his secrets hidden? Doesn't offer his time or affection? Such a shame." It was a low blow, and it made him a downright hypocrite. It's not like he exactly had parents anxiously awaiting to dote on him with love, but Hitoshi couldn't bring himself to care. While it might make things worse for E-Class if they lost bet, it didn't really matter in the long run, because there was no way they were going to lose. This was it. Midoriya Izuku was going to die. He could already feel his spirit starting to leave him. His heart rate was slowing, his vision being overridden by this incredible light he was just so desperate to accept. Again, Izuku. And then that light was replaced by the disheartening gaze of Lovero, clearly done with all of Izuku's antics. The boy groaned, covering his face with his hands. Every part of his body felt sore. The foreign assassin finally deemed him ready to duel today. But as each fight ended with Izuku on the ground in seconds, it wasn't hard to tell something was off. "What is wrong with you?" Lovero demanded, scowling deeply. "Your training was exceeding my expectations. And now you are worse than where you started. Where is your head?" Izuku sighed, wincing as he pulled himself off the ground. He was definitely going to feel this tomorrow, and the entire week following. "I guess I'm just a little distracted today," he admitted. End-of-term exams are coming up, and there's just so much pressure added on. Koro-sensei offered up a chance to take off a tentacle if we get first in the school on a subject. And at the same time, we made a bet with a class over who could claim the most top spots. And, even worse, they added a quirk exam, which is just a one-way ticket to my grave. Ouch. Mid-ramble, the older man reached out and smacked Izuku in the face, knocking him to the floor again. The professional assassin sighed. "You really are distracted. You should have been able to stop that hit before it ever came." Lovero hissed, turning around and grabbing his coat off the tree where it hung. "This is going nowhere. We will meet up again when you are no longer worrying about such trivial issues. Mr. Lovero, you can't go yet. And besides, they're not trivial. These are real life or death situations here. If we get a lot of top spots, we protect ourselves from a life of servitude to 3A, and we increase our chances of killing Koro-sensei exponentially, which means saving the world. Might I remind you, you can't get mad at me for worrying about. Stop trying to hit me." This time, Izuku did manage to block the blow, but only last second. Lovero rolled his eyes and retracted his fist. "That isn't what's distracting you," he said. And Izuku quirked his eyebrow, baffled at what the old man might be alluding to because, yes it was. The professional assassin adjusted his fedora, scowling. "You are paranoid about the quirk exam. There's no need, for you won't pass it anyway." "As sir, you've said so yourself, Izuku. You're quirkless. In a quirk exam, you have nothing to present, so you will not pass. This is inevitable." The assassin continued harshly, having no concern for his student's already fragile mental state. "However, I am one of the greatest assassins to have ever lived, and my protégés always live up to my name. I do not train failures, Midoriya Izuku. You will go out there and show them every ability you have, treat assassination as your quirk, and while it may be impossible for you to pass, you will not fail to make the judges remember you. Do you understand?" Izuku nodded viciously, newfound determination sparked by his teacher's words. "Why, yes." He walked out of the testing room side by side with Shinsou, feeling more anxious than he had going in. They just completed the tests for their 5 usual core subjects, and now it was time for the mysterious quirk exam. While Lovero's words gave him the resolve to keep walking, it didn't make him want to vomit any less. For the test, they were separated at random to take the different parts at separate times. Izuku's group was led into a standard testing room by one of the Kunugigaoka teachers that he vaguely recognized. His quirk seemed to have something to do with eyes, if the hundreds of eyeballs littering his body were anything to go by. The mask around his mouth made him wonder if there was even one on his tongue. "Hurry up and take a seat," the teacher ordered, and the students quickly complied. The man passed out thick packets to everyone. "I will be monitoring the quirk theory test. It is a written test, and you have 30 minutes to complete it. Do not bother trying to cheat, my eyes see everything." Izuku blinked, feeling the weight of the test in his hand. 30 minutes to complete all of this. The teacher hit a button, triggering the countdown on the board. "You may begin." It was like a gunshot for a race went off. Students frantically started opening their packets, some accidentally tearing the pages or throwing their pencils in the process. Izuku turned to the first passage, followed by a series of questions, and began reading. Quirks are passed down genetically, acting as both a dominant and recessive gene, which varies from quirk to quirk. Dominant genes make the quirk's strength increase and limitations decrease, while recessive genes restrict the capability. Every quirk has a combination of two genes. One with two dominant genes for their genetic makeup can result in three outcomes: a powerful two-part quirk, with both parents' dominant gene quirks presenting; a powerful quirk drawn strictly from one parent; or a case where one parent's quirk shows but the other dominant gene contradict the one that presents, causing the overall quirk to weaken. One dominant and one recessive, which is the most common outcome, results in the parent who donates the dominant gene's quirk to present, but is typically weaker due to the added recessive gene, and increases the restricts on the quirk, as the quirk will often draw on the recessive gene's restrictions. Two recessive gene quirks can result in two outcomes: one parent's quirk presenting but with extreme limitations on said quirk, or when two recessive genes together will balance each other out to create a powerful new quirk. Question 1. When a quirk is a mutation, meaning not coming from or a combination of the parent's quirks, what is the genetic makeup? Izuku paused, eyes skimming over the passage again to make sure he read it right. But, sure enough, there was nothing directly relating to the question in the passage. He skimmed the rest of the questions following the passage and found the same thing. Was he missing something here, or was this exactly what the test makers wanted? They wanted to make the student panic, giving them a huge packet with large passages and indirectly correlating questions to slow them down. It was just a decoy. If he was going to take this test, all his knowledge needed to come from his head. Luckily for Izuku, no one knew quirk theory better. Ignoring the lengthy passages of text, he jumped straight to the questions, zooming through them at speeds that would make Koro-sensei proud. Subtly glancing around, he noticed that the students around him were still stuck on the first few questions, struggling to figure out that it was just a decoy. Others that caught on likely didn't know enough quirk theory to answer the questions on their own. The only other people going as fast as him were his fellow 3E classmates. Koro-sensei thoroughly reviewed hundreds of examples of quirk theory and development, making sure they could tell every possible offspring quirk possibility when given two subjects, or that they could give methodical analysis on almost any type of quirk, much of which they've already learned how to do during their quirk training classes. As Izuku approached his last few questions while those around him barely got past the first page, he smirked. Bring it on. Despite it all, his confidence faltered the moment they moved on to part 2. It turned out, the rumors about the test being 3 parts were misleading information. While there were 3 separate portions, students only had to take 2 of the 3, the written test, and either the offensive practical or the evaluation practical, which meant Izuku must make a choice. Should he attempt the offensive practical and use his assassination and combat skills, or should he go into the evaluation and try to pass off his analysis skills as a type of quirk? Where was Shinsou when he needed him? The plain-spoken boy would normally give him the blunt, painfully obvious solution Izuku couldn't see when he was panicking. But, unfortunately, they were separated at the beginning of the exam process. You coming, Midoriya? Sugino asked, motioning for him to join the line to go to the offensive practical. And what? No one knows about my quirk. Why would Sugino instantly assume I'm going to go to that? Though, because while no one in 3 but Shinsou knew about his lack of quirk, they all knew about his dream to become a hero. And in a world dominated by heroes like All Might and Endeavor, that meant having an extremely powerful offensive quirk. Too flustered to object, Izuku mindlessly joined Sugino in line for the offensive quirk exam. He, Sugino, and Muramatsu were the only E-class students in line, the rest being mainly from A, B, or C class, with a few D-class students. On the other hand, the evaluation had the other E-classers from Izuku's exam group: Nakamura, Takebayashi, Nagisa, Fuwa, Mihara, Sugaya, Mimura, and Okuda, and a couple remaining main campus students, including the principal's own son. He definitely should have joined them. He probably could have gotten away with faking it a lot better. It was too late to go back out now as they were herded off to their respective testing areas. Izuku's anxiety spiked tenfold as they were led to the excessively large indoor practice facility and lined up parallel to the enormous doors. The doors slowly creaked open, and Izuku felt his heart stop. Present Mike stood on the other side, hands on his hips and smiling widely. Izuku's heart pounded in his chest. Oh my god, that's Present Mike. He's really here. He's here to be our judge and grade us. Oh no, he's here to grade us. I'm going to die. I'm going to fall flat on my face and embarrass myself in front of a pro hero and die. Midoriya, Sugino hissed. You're mumbling again. Izuku flushed bright red when he noticed a number of students giving him dirty looks. He refocused on the pro hero, who now stood a few feet away from the students. Welcome, boys and girls, he said, his voice booming. I come here as a representative of UA High School, alongside my colleague here. We are active teachers at the school who often interact with the hero course students, so think of this as an early scouting opportunity. Kunugigaoka and UA have a close relationship that goes way back, with many of our finest students coming from this superb institution. We will judge your performance today and give you fair and appropriate grades. We hope to see you succeed, so please do your best. Izuku's heart skipped about 100 beats and he felt like puking everything he ate for the past week. Teachers from UA were going to grade them. Did that mean whatever happened in there could affect their applications for UA as well? What if he did terrible and they remembered and kept him from ever getting into UA? And he won't ever become a hero? And an elbow to the rib from Sugino warned him of his mumbling again. Izuku rubbed his face and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Oh, how he wished Shinsou was here. He could just order Izuku to calm down and he wouldn't have to deal with his stupid nerves. Now, please listen up while my colleague explains the test. Suddenly, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, a bright yellow beast rose from the floor and Izuku felt his heart stop a second time. No, it couldn't be, not without his disguise. But who else could it be than Koro-sensei? But then the yellow form stood up fully, and they were greeted by a very human face and a very yellow sleeping bag. Izuku felt like his brain was rebooting as he tried to get over that near heart attack. The sleeping bag-clad man sighed as he slipped out from his yellow cocoon, revealing his long hair, strange white scarf, and dark outfit. Based on the simple design, he was likely an underground hero, but Izuku had no idea who. The dark-haired man explained the test to them. Inside was a maze, designed by Principal Asano. Their job was to bypass obstacles and get out of the maze using any means necessary, and, of course, displaying their quirk in the best possible manner. They would be graded on speed, resourcefulness, and the manner in which they used their quirk. Bonus points could be earned throughout the maze by defeating obstacles appropriately. Keep in mind that this test is individually scored and every second counts. Your only objective is to prove your abilities to us, the unknown hero instructed, his face uncomfortably emotionless. Time starts as soon as the doors open. You will not move any sooner, or you will receive a penalty. Best of luck, students. Present Mike encouraged one last time. A light flashed for their countdown, and everyone got ready. Izuku hesitantly dropped into a running stance, his mind going a million miles an hour. The doors opened, and it became a madhouse. The girl on his left immediately shoved him and Sugino to the ground, leaving them to basically get trampled. Izuku cried out when he felt something bite the back of his shirt, reaching to shove back and touching a handful of fur. He peered up, defenses relaxing. It was just Muramatsu. The coyote boy's muzzle poked the back of his neck as he helped Izuku to his feet like a mother carrying her kits while using his hands to help Sugino. Thanks, man, Sugino said, grimacing as he brushed his scraped palms on his pants. Not good, definitely not good. Just a few seconds in and Sugino's main outlet for his quirk was damaged. Looks like there's more obstacles than the ones inside the maze. Don't worry about me though, let's go. They took off in a flurry, Muramatsu running far ahead of them on all fours. They barely made it 20 feet in the maze before a laser gun appeared out of an upcoming wall and opened fire on them. The hell? Muramatsu cried, managing to dodge sheerly because this wasn't the first time they faced gunfire. Other students weren't so lucky, their bodies stiffening like statues under the laser's blows. The three ducked behind another wall for shelter while Sugino pulled out his anti-sensei baseball from his pocket. There's a reason I never leave home without it, he said before launching the ball at literal rocket speeds. It flew right at the gun and smashed it into pieces. Run! Sugino took off like he was running for home plate. Muramatsu pursued, but Izuku reacted a second too late, falling a few meters behind. Unfortunately, that was all the maze needed to get the best of them, and a glass wall shot up out of the floor, cutting Izuku off from the other two. Midoriya, Sugino cried, slamming his fist against the glass. He reared back to throw his ball again, but Izuku shook his head. It'll take too much time. Just go. I'll find another way out, he said. Muramatsu and Sugino looked reluctant but followed the order, running off further into the maze. Laser fire blasted overhead as another gun appeared, and Izuku ducked, cursing to himself. No way he was going to make it through on his own. He needed to find another way out. What would Koro-sensei say? As if his teacher whispered the answer, he recalled the dark-clad hero saying they could get out using any means necessary. So, with that logic, it didn't matter how he got through the maze, as long as he made it out. It was crazy. The walls were 3 times his height, but it was his only shot. Backing up to get a running start, he charged for the nearest wall. Kicking off like Lovero taught him, he scaled up and pressed off, launching him to the wall adjacent. He kicked off that one too, building up momentum. He zigzag jumped between the walls once more before kicking upward, reaching for the edge for dear life. By some miracle, his fingers clasped the rough brick, curling for any semblance of a grip, the sharp edge digging into his palm. There was just enough friction that he didn't slip off as his body's momentum caught up with him, slamming his right side against the brick. He winced, his biceps spasming under his weight, but he strained to pull himself up. He took a calculating risk assuming the walls were fairly thick, considering the many surprises hiding in them. His bet was well placed. It was about 30 centimeters wide, which was more than enough for him to run. He scanned his surroundings and spotted the exit, just off to the side, and took off. He may not be as skilled a free runner as Kimura, but he could hold his own. He sprinted across the top of the maze, jumping from wall to wall, only having a few scary moments where he over or underestimated the distance. Given the terror he felt earlier, it was all the more amusing as he soared over his competitors, catching glimpses of their priceless reactions. He distantly heard Muramatsu howl, cheering him on. "You've got this, Midoriya," Sugino called out as he vaulted over his classmate's head, and Izuku smiled. Maybe he actually did. The exit was only a few walls away, and it looked like he was going to be the first one out. He just needed to make a few more jumps and the wall underneath his feet gave out as it crumbled under an explosion, sending him tumbling to the floor. He rolled to soften the blow as he hit the rubble, but every inch of his body throbbed. Blood trickled down into his eyes, and it felt like his heartbeat was pounding in his head, clouding his brain. Nothing felt broken. He hobbled to his feet, joints protesting with every flinch. No way he was jumping back up the wall again, but the exit was so close. It shouldn't matter anymore. He awkwardly skipped a few steps when he heard a deep groan, followed by a whimper. His skin chilled as his blood pressure dropped. He wasn't the only one caught in the explosion. A girl he didn't recognize with light brown hair laid on the ground, her legs pinned by the rubble. Izuku knew he shouldn't. Any edge he had in this test blew, and he was already pressed for time. There wasn't much he could do anyway. The rock probably weighed 100 kilograms, if not more, and Izuku wasn't exactly known for his impeccable strength. But as he watched the girl struggle helplessly, he knew he couldn't turn his back on her. Lovro was going to kill him for this. Sliding next to her, he grabbed the large chunk of rock crushing her legs. "On 3, he shouted, and the girl nodded. 1, 2, 3. With strength Izuku didn't know he possessed, he pulled at the rock and lifted it off the ground. It didn't get very high, only a couple of inches off the ground, but it was just enough for the girl to slide her feet out. Thanks so," she gasped. Izuku shook his head, waving it off. "Thank me later. Just run," he said, taking off. It quickly became evident that he was alone and, against his better judgment, paused to look back. The girl hobbled awkwardly, leaning heavily on one leg, and Izuku cursed his stupidity for thinking she'd be able to run after getting crushed by a wall. Running back, he looped her arm around his shoulder. "Come on, we'll do it together." The girl sputtered, eyelids flaring back into her skull. "Are you crazy? I'll just slow you down. Your grade depends on this." Izuku laughed, taking his first few steps and encouraging her to move with him. "I guess you don't recognize me, but I'm from E-class, and you're hurt. My grade doesn't really matter." "Liar. Pro heroes are watching you screw this up, Deku," said the little Bakugou in his head. The girl blinked back tears. "Oh okay, thank you." Again, they hobbled through the maze at a slow pace, trying to avoid aggravating the girl's injuries any further. By the time they made it out, they were among the last people to cross the finish line. Sugino and Muramatsu, who finished long before, ran up to him frantically. "There you are. What happened, man? I thought you were a shoo-in for first earlier," Sugino asked, Muramatsu nodding wildly. "I did, but then it all blew up, literally. I stopped to help her get out from under the rubble," Izuku explained. It seemed like the other 2 E-class boys just then noticed the girl. Muramatsu gnashed his canine teeth. "Who are you?" "Oh," the girl said, awkwardly shimming away to stop leaning on Izuku. "I'm Uraraka Ochako from Class 3B. Pleased to meet you all." His classmates still looked skeptical, but Izuku smiled warmly. "Nice to meet you, Uraraka. I'm Midoriya Izuku, Class 3E. This is Sugino and Muramatsu, also in 3E. The girl perked up, waving sweetly. "I really can't thank you enough, Midoriya-kun. If you hadn't stopped, I'd probably still be under the rubble. I overused my quirk during the maze, and everyone else seemed too absorbed in finishing that no one else stopped. Are you surprised? You main campus kids aren't exactly known for being team players," Muramatsu barked. Uraraka winced, shuffling backward. "I really do feel bad for slowing you down, Midoriya-kun. I completely ruined your score. Maybe I should talk to the judges and ask if I can give you half of my bonus points," the girl said. Izuku just shook his head. "I doubt they'll let you do that, Uraraka. Please don't worry too much about it. I was expecting a bad score anyway." The girl didn't seem any more comforted, but she thankfully didn't press anymore. An instructor suddenly came up to the girl to lead her away, saying she needed to get to the nurse immediately. Before she left, the girl turned back and bowed. "Thank you again, Midoriya-kun." Izuku waved back, ignoring the incredulous looks from Sugino and Muramatsu. He knew they didn't get it, but they didn't need to. Izuku did the right thing, the heroic thing. Sure, he blew his chance at scoring high on the quirk exam and possibly taking out one of Koro-sensei's tentacles. But in reality, what chance did he ever stand succeeding anyway? He's still the quirkless kid from E-class. While he may be a novice assassin trying to save the world today, he was someone's hero, and that's better than any prize. They got test scores back later that week. The whole class held their breath as Koro-sensei announced the results. Nakamura kicked it off by claiming the top spot in English, meaning they were 1 tentacle down and had 1 point on a class. Izuku, despite his shaky confidence, managed to claim 8th overall. Even more surprising, Shinsou got 3rd. When quizzed on it, the purple-haired boy merely shrugged it off. Bitch-sensei recommended it. She said, "I'll increase my chances of getting people to respond if I know multiple languages." Izuku blinked. Since when did Shinsou listen to Ms. Jalavic? Kanzaki, despite getting the top Japanese score in E-class, fell just short to Asano overall. 1 for a class. Okuda and Isegai, however, came back and snagged the top spots in science and social studies, respectively, meaning they were guaranteed to at least tie a class. It was now all up to the math and quirk exams. For mathematics, top in E-classes, Koro-sensei drawled, pausing for dramatic effect. Izuku felt the eyes shifting between him and Karma, and he held his breath. Midoriya, with a 99. The class cheered and Izuku beamed brightly, proudly accepting his exam. Unfortunately, the overall spot was once again snatched by Asano Gakishu, who received a perfect score. A closely fought battle, nonetheless. Koro-sensei passed out the rest of the exams, and Shinsou leaned forward to tap on Izuku's shoulder. "I wonder what happened to Karma." Curious, the green-haired boy glanced back at Karma. The boy gripped his test, paper stretched near the point of tearing, eyes filled with bloodlust normally reserved for Koro-sensei. Whatever it was, it clearly wasn't good. "Now, for the quirk exam. And your final chance to take out one of my tentacles," Koro-sensei crowed, giggling to himself. Everyone held their breath as their teacher slowly pulled out the results. In the top spot in E-class, and in the entire school, Shinsou Hitoshi. The class roared with applause, multiple people patting the purple-haired boy in the back. Koro-sensei passed Shinsou his test, who barely got a glimpse at it before Fua snatched it out of his hands, half the class crowding around to see the results. Out of all the subjects, E-class considered the quirk exam a non-starter, with half of them failing their past quirk evaluations. The idea of receiving the top score in the entire school was closer to a cruel joke. By their standards, Shinsou achieved the impossible. A perfect score on your evaluation practical, with Principal Asano as your judge. "Are you kidding me?" Kimura gaped. Nagisa shivered. "That man was so intense, I think he turned my own quirk against me." "You also only missed 3 points on the written," Isegai noted. "Since when were you so good at quirk theory, Shinsou?" Shinsou shrugged, scratching the back of his neck. His ghostly face flushed dark with, was that a blush? "I'm really not. I just eat lunch with those two every day." He pointed at Izuku and Nagisa. Izuku threw his head back, laughing good-heartedly. The joy withered away the moment his exam arrived. Placed face down on his desk, he just needed to flip it over, but the paper looked heavier than a truck. He didn't even want to know what was written on the other side. Nakamura reached over, taking care of it for him. "Wow, you scored pretty high too, Midoriya. A perfect score on your written, and just 10 points knocked off your practical." "Well, what?" Izuku snatched the exam up, holding it just centimeters from his face, scrutinizing the score. Yet the 90% remained, proving no trick of the light or issue with his vision. I don't understand. I was one of the last to finish on the practical. Those UA heroes must have been pretty impressed with what you did. Beating the system by going over the maze and then stopping to help that B-class girl," Sugino observed. "Maybe you uncovered some secret bonus points or something." Izuku's eyes burned, a heavy mistiness that always preceded his tears. Did the pro heroes really think he was that worthy? All without a quirk. Lavro was right as much as he was wrong. Izuku didn't fail to impress the judges, and he passed with flying colors. He outsmarted them all. "It's curious. You scored so high on the quirk exam, and yet you still haven't displayed it for the class. From what I've gathered on your performance, while it may seem impressive to an outsider, nothing you did was outside the norm for assassins," Karma noted lazily, his gold eyes gleaming. "Well, maybe not all of them." Everyone's eyes were on him. He heard Shinsou's chair shift closer, his friend coming to his protection. Well, he flubbed. Koro-sensei tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Never mind the details for now," the teacher said, smiling widely. "Instead, focus on your big win against a class. And, don't forget, this means you get to take out 4 of my tentacles. Not nearly as concerning as 6, but, hey, Octopus, don't go selling us short," Terasaka snapped, standing up from his desk. "It may not count toward our class rank, but the gang and I all got the top score for home ec. I'm no genius, but I think that adds up to 8 tentacles. What? Hey, I never got to hear who the heroes grading the exam were. They only administered the physical practical." All I got was eyeball dude and Principal Asano. Shinsou pointed on their walk home from school. Oh, it was so cool. Present Mike was there. I'm a huge fan of his radio show, but like, who isn't? As well as some other UA hero teacher I didn't recognize. I think he's an underground hero. It was crazy, though. When he first showed up, he popped out of nowhere wearing a yellow sleeping bag, and I thought it was Koro-sensei crashing the test. Honestly, I'm surprised he didn't try to use that disgrace of an All Might disguise to sneak in. No kidding. I didn't recognize him though, even out of the sleeping bag. He did have a really cool white scarf around his neck, though. White scarf. Shinsou stopped so abruptly, it was like he sprouted roots into the ground. Wait, you're telling me that while I was stuck undergoing psychological torment with Principal Asano you got to meet Eraserhead? Hey, maybe. I wouldn't really know. I've never heard of. You got to meet Eraserhead. Izuku was waiting outside the school for Shinsou to arrive the next morning, skimming passively through a news station app for any updates on his favorite heroes. When the hairs on the back of his neck rose, he spun around, kicking high and following with a swing of his knife, fully expecting to find his best friend there, poised to fight. He came to an abrupt halt when he instead found Koro-sensei, grinning sadistically. Izuku's toe caught on a rock and he teetered, belly flopping on the soil. My, someone's a little jumpy these days. Don't tell me all this extra training made you paranoid, he said, his wicked grin practically glowing. It's obviously working out in your favor, though. I'll admit, I too was shocked when I saw your quirk exam scores. While I had little doubt you would excel in the written theory, your practical score was astoundingly high, especially compared to many of your comrades. The octopus loomed closer, his grin becoming a lot more ominous. Your classmates, who, I might add, all followed my instructions to use their quirk in an assassination attempt before their exams. Izuku gulped. Admittedly, he expected this conversation for a while, but after Koro-sensei dismissed Karma's accusations, he hoped it would all be swept under the rug. Clearly, luck was not on his side. It never was. You mean, everyone, and he sputtered. Taking into account that Nakamura and I agreed her using her quirk to place first in English would count as her assassination attempt, you were the only one left. The other holdouts tried their best, and I applaud them for that. As I tried to teach you all with our little deal, your quirk is never something you should be scared or ashamed of. Whether it may be perceived as weak or dangerous, it is your gift, and you should embrace it. I was not asking you to become reliant on it, for that's just asking for trouble. Just ask Karma. He thought he could sail through the tests with his innate capability quirk, and that hilariously blew up in his face. His teacher giggled, as if remembering something, before his face turned serious again. Now, Midoriya, I am a man of my word, but I can be reasoned with. So, the octopus stepped back, holding out his tentacles expectantly. If you use your quirk to kill me right now, I might consider skipping out on your consequence. And trust me, I'm fine with either outcome. His eyes glowed red, and Izuku almost peed himself right then, right there. This was it. Humiliation or death. He put it off for this long, accomplished a lot of awesome things along the way, but as they say, all good things must come to an end. Making up excuses only meant more problems. Shoulders sagging, he accepted defeat. It's not that I didn't want to use my quirk, Koro-sensei. I just don't have a quirk to kill you with. He took a deep breath. I'm quirkless, Koro-sensei. There, he said it, and he felt terrible. The octopus went slack-faced, and Izuku hung his head, shaming curdling his stomach and burning his cheeks. The misty burning returned, and out of bitter pride, he fought back, trying to blink it all away. A tentacle wrapped around his waist. So gentle, so caring, and his battle ended in vain. Tears poured, a free-flowing waterfall of guilt and embarrassment and a bit of relief. Relief that it was over, the secret no longer boiling under his skin. Relief Koro-sensei didn't fly away in disgust. His teacher pulled him in tighter, and Izuku latched onto his torso like it was his lifeline. Like he was scared if he let go, Koro-sensei would leave him, just like so many people before. Midoriya ... Why didn't you just say so from the start? Do you really think so little of me? Of your classmates? I wanted to, so badly. But every time I tried, I just couldn't help but feel like it would be the same. Even though we're E-class, everyone still somehow seems so amazing, so strong. I can't ever measure up. They think going to become a hero, even Shinsou, and he knows I'm quirkless, but it's all just a big lie. A dream meant only for sleep. Koro-sensei pulled out a handkerchief, wiping away Izuku's tears. Regardless of your born abilities, I have seen tremendous growth in you. I've watched your spars with Shinsou and your training with Lovero. You are a force to be reckoned with, and pro-assassins and heroes alike would envy you. Do you really not see that? Izuku buried his face in Koro-sensei's robes. His teacher sighed, cradling him with what Izuku could only describe as love. Love, from the #1 villain, who cared for his students more than he cared for his own life. What I'm trying to say, young Midoriya, is that I've always told the class it doesn't matter the quirk you're born with, it matters what you do with it. That still applies to you, perhaps even more than the others. Being quirkless doesn't define your worth or your limitations. It only stands to be an open slate for the greatness you'll achieve. A dam burst inside Izuku. Years of rejection, of cruelty and discrimination, of pity and condescension, treating him like a dumb toddler every time he talked about being a hero, instead of a teenager a year away from applying to hero programs. He took every jeer and sneer and snicker and lecture with a brave smile, just like All Might, never letting the wounds they left deter his mission. Yet all the while they festered, building and building and building, waiting for the day he broke. But as it shattered, Koro-sensei picked up the pieces, putting him back together even better than before. His kind praises and encouraging words tended to the wounds, mending them until only scars remained, not completely erased, for Koro-sensei couldn't change the past, but healed nonetheless. All the while Izuku sobbed until his sore eyes ran dry and his shuddering chest ached, sobbed to the point where Koro-sensei's tentacles began to swell. Not that his teacher complained or did anything to stop it. It didn't make sense. How did this villain seem to understand everything like he experienced it personally? How did he always know the right thing to say? How could Izuku kill the one person with so much devoted faith in him? I'm going to tell the class I'm quirkless. Shinsou looked up from his phone, resting bored face morphing ever so slightly into too cool to be excited bored. Drooping eyelids lifting just a smidge and the left corner of his mouth tugging upward. He ruffled Izuku's hair. Proud of you, Jolly Green. And don't worry, this won't change anything. It changed everything. What? You mean you've been doing everything without a quirk? Nagisa said, aghast. Just not in the way Izuku expected. Mihara laughed. You're totally badass, Midoriya. You had us all fooled. You mean you don't even have an analysis quirk? Fuwa asked. What a plot twist. The class was in uproar, unable to believe that he was naturally that cool and not because of a quirk. A couple of his classmates crowded around Ritsu's screen as she played back the video, still not really believing it happened. I haven't been very honest with you guys, video Izuku said from his place in front of the class. The truth is, I haven't been keeping my quirk a secret from you, because there's nothing to keep a secret. I'm quirkless. I can't believe this, Muramatsu said, his coyote ears folded downwards. You were like the best at our quirk practical. How did you all of that? Without a quirk. Think of all the other exams you outscored. Heizama mused, her shadow body sprawled against his chair. That's the biggest fuck you could give those main campus assholes. Good job. Sugino nodded. Respect, dude. Karma eyed him, smirking. My. Not even my quirk predicted this. I'm impressed, Freckles. I told you so, Shinsou said, elbow resting on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku couldn't even argue. I know. For their deal with a class, they stole the reward offered by the school for the class with the highest grades, an all-expenses paid trip to a private island resort for 3 days, which meant each class was going on another assassination vacation. Before their departure, Karasuma scheduled their summer break full of assassination and quirk training. Though they already planned their elaborate assassination plot, with such little room for error, their teacher wanted to ensure they prepared for every known scenario. With the opportunity to destroy all 8 of Koro-sensei's tentacles and the fate of the world on the line, messing up was not an option. Izuku was in the middle of practicing his long-distance shooting when an oh-so-familiar voice shouted out, "Your feet are sloppy again, Izuku." Izuku jolted, his shot going wide. Mr. Lovero, what have I told you about maintaining focus? Lovero growled. Sorry, sir. Shinsou glanced in between the two. Really, this is your big secret. Izuku chuckled sheepishly, kicking his toe into the dirt. Why are you here, Mr. Lovero? I called him here to assist with the class's training, Karasuma explained, approaching them. I felt it best we got all the insight we could, since this may be our only opportunity to kill the target. I wasn't aware Lovero took it upon himself to overlook some of the students' development. He turned to Izuku, clearly looking for an answer. I approached Mr. Lovero a while ago and asked him to train me to fight. I knew since I was quirkless, I was going to have to work harder than everyone just to keep up. Karasuma hummed. Well, considering you are one of our top fighters, it goes to show how useful Lovero's input is. We're lucky to have him. The foreign assassin hummed and turned to address the class. Your teacher informed me of all your quirks, strengths, and weaknesses, which I will take the liberty to explore and evaluate during your training sessions this week. I trust we will remain uninterrupted by the octopus, of course. Yes, he has chosen to take the summer to re-establish himself as the #1 villain by wreaking havoc all across the globe. Early this month, we arranged for the news stations to start commenting on his lack of appearances. Knowing his pride was too great to overlook this, Karasuma answered. Perfect, Lovero drawled. Now, explain your plan to me. After Karasuma debriefed Lovero on their assassination plot, The foreign assassin called Izuku over while the rest of his classmates restarted their drills. This plan is very well thought out. You took much part in the creation, correct? Izuku tried not to quiver under the man's intimidating gaze. Yes, Nagisa, Karma, and I came up with most of it, though everyone contributed in some way. As to be expected of one of my students, Lovro said. Though, I must say, much of your class has true potential. I would not mind taking on a number of them as well. I am amazed by how all your talents have grown in such a short amount of time. Izuku couldn't help but agree. They started off as a bunch of lost cause N-classers, but now they were a promising group of fighters and trained killers. Izuku. Yes, sir. Lovro towered over Izuku. There is a technique I wish to teach you before you depart. I meant to teach it to you in our last lesson, but your distraction would have made it pointless. Technique. Izuku echoed. Yes, consider it a gift from your mentor. It's a skill I pass on only to my most promising students. Many believe it to be a type of quirk, but I assure you, it is nothing but assassination skill in its purest form, the foreign assassin explained. Izuku's heart rate spiked. Should you master it, you will find it never fails in a fight. I hope you make good use of it, Midoriya Izuku. So, Shinsou began as they walked home together like always, even though it was summer vacation. Lovro's your mentor? I'm surprised a hard-ass like him was willing to train a kid. He's not as bad as he seems, Izuku defended, ignoring Shinsou's skeptical glance. You just need to get used to him, that's all. Shinsou snorted. No, I think I'm good. I deal with scary and manipulative men more than enough in the system. Izuku felt bad for asking, but he couldn't help but bring it up. Well, since you know my secret, are you going to explain what's going on between you and Principal Asano? He gave you a perfect score in your practical. He didn't even do that for his own son. You're overreacting. I swear, it's nothing. Really, Shinsou said, sounding utterly unbothered. He almost kept his expression schooled. Almost. His irises flickered to the side, checking his surroundings, looking for a threat. Shinsou, like a spear striking him from behind. A rush of anxiety penetrated his heart, a spreading wildfire all the way to the tips of his fingers. Izuku's steps faltered, clutching the front of his uniform. This was wrong. He knew anxiety. What his anxiety felt like. It was like a pot on the stove, usually a constant simmer, though with enough heat, it could bubble up and boil over. His anxiety didn't feel like a sudden violation, a giant wave crashing onto dry ground. Hey guys, can I join you? Nagisa approached, an unsure smile on his face, his hands fidgeting with his book bag. Sorry, it's just, I normally walk with Karma, but he chose to skip the extra training. Izuku couldn't think of a response over the pounding of his heart, couldn't formulate even a simple word. Shinsou cleared his throat, nails digging into his wrist but seemingly unwise. Okay. Sure thing, Nagisa. Relief hit next, a bucket of ice water after a hot bath. Izuku could move again, think and speak like normal, though he was too afraid to speak the blaring questions on the tip of his tongue. Is it just me, or is Nagisa's empathetic projection getting stronger? Maybe knowing the true aspects of his quirk increased his power. Is that a thing? Hey, Shinsou, is it true you agreed to let bitch sensei train you? Nagisa asked. Izuku focused his spiraling thoughts on this new, intriguing information. Shinsou flared a satisfying shade of red. It's only one lesson. Izuku couldn't resist, feeling inspired by Karma. This is what you get for keeping your secrets when I told you mine. You're looking pretty red, Shinsou. What could this lesson possibly be over? Nothing. Their week of training flew by. And the next thing Izuku knew, they were on the boat ride headed for their island vacation. Izuku stood at the head, feeling the wind blow through his hair, his friends on either side of him. Shinsou sat scrunched down, wearing sunglasses and a hoodie with the hood pulled over his hat. Shinsou, are you sure that's what you want to wear to the beach? Nagisa asked. Shinsou adjusted his hat and sighed. I don't do the sun. Karma barked with laughter and propped his elbow on Shinsou's shoulder. What, does Shinsou sunburn easily? Such a shame. Izuku leaned over to whisper in his best friend's ear. Keep an eye on your sunscreen at all times. They arrived at the resort and settled in for a few minutes, knowing soon they must start preparations for their assassination attempt tonight. The hotel staff offered everyone complimentary drinks upon arrival, which Izuku gratefully accepted, while Shinsou turned it down. If it's not hyped on caffeine, I don't want it, he declared as he collapsed underneath a beach umbrella. Izuku rolled his eyes and took a seat next to him, downing the fruity drink. Throughout the day, everyone received assignments disguised as fun activities to set up their big assassination plot. Izuku was on the team with Nagisa, Karma, and Kadoka, who pretended to go scuba diving when they were actually doing recon. Shinsou teamed with Yada to persuade the captain of the ship restaurant to go to the specific destination they had planned out. Dinner time rolled around, E-class eating in the fancy restaurant on board. Reality settled in with every disappearing ray of sunlight over the ocean. Izuku barely touched his food, his stomach eaten away by nerves. Shinsou was sprawled out next to him, rubbing soothing cream on his skin. Despite the boy's valiant efforts, he still managed to get sunburn. Don't feel too bad, Shinsou. Your sunburn doesn't look too bad, Kurahashi tried to comfort him. At least you're not like Koro-sensei. The octopus was apparently very susceptible to the sun's rays and literally burned black. Even his teeth had a sunburn. He looks like a bowling ball, Kataoka observed. Yeah, it's kinda uncomfortable to look at, Yada said, eyes gleaming. Can you do something about? Why, of course I can. If you recall, students, I can molt, Koro-sensei declared, molting his burnt skin and replacing it with his usual yellow. Of course, I can only do it once a month, and it takes up a lot of my energy. Oh. Their teacher pathetically covered his face with his tentacles as he sulked. Izuku shook his head. You know, for someone who knows his students are actively planning to kill him, he makes it too easy. We didn't even need to break out Suge's dancing porn magazines to distract him for Yada's quirk, he commented. Shinsou just groaned. They brought Koro-sensei to the floating chapel. As one of the 8 students who got to take out a tentacle, Shinsou stood inside in the front with the others. Izuku stood in the back next to Karma, waiting for the signal to get into position. In a matter of minutes, Koro-sensei would be dead. Their target would be taken out. Their mission deemed a success, and the world will be saved. But at the same time, Izuku couldn't help but fear success. What would the future hold without Koro-sensei there beside them, teaching them to become better people, better assassins? Because, in the end, what's an assassin without a target? Before we get started, Isegai began. We would like to take time to view a collage of memories collected by Mimura's quirk. Think of it as a parting gift from us to you. Koro-sensei tittered. A digital yearbook, I presume. Too bad we only got to capture half of the year together. The octopus took a seat on the bench, and that was their signal to start. Akajima turned off the lights and Mimura blinked, triggering his hologram screen. Instantly, film of their daily class life seen through Mimura's eyes streamed. Before you came to join us, we were a bunch of soon-to-be dropouts, just trying to get through junior high, Mimura narrated live, targeting one of Koro-sensei's weaknesses, flattery. The stream switched to clips from their assassination training. Now we're aspiring assassins with one goal, to kill our sensei. That was Izuku's cue to move. He silently walked out the back, keeping an eye on the scene to make sure nothing went wrong. In our time together, we've learned a lot about ourselves, our capabilities, our quirks, and our classmates, Mimura continued. But above all, we've learned a lot about our target. Instantly, the hologram shifted to show a video of Koro-sensei trying to sneakily read pornography in class. Koro-sensei's arrogant facade vanished. You said you'd keep it a secret. Akajima and Mihara stepped up, grinning evilly as Mimura showed various clips where he caught Koro-sensei being a pervert. It was almost alarming how many there were. Mimura and Heizama teamed up to stalk him, using the girl's shadow body as camouflage, but they only had time to follow Koro-sensei around for about a week. How much pornography did this man need? Koro-sensei's embarrassment and shame were clearly getting to him. While he started out a superior being in every way to them, he was now reduced to a blubbering child caught breaking the rules. Izuku almost felt bad for him. Better get comfortable, Koro-sensei, Akajima teased. Mimura's stocked up on eye drops, and we've got over an hour of footage. A whole hour. By the time the film ended, Mimura went through 3 bottles of eye drops, and Koro-sensei was so ashamed he claimed he was already dead, laying on the bench pathetically. He was completely oblivious to anything else. Just like they planned, high tides arrived, flooding the place just enough to soak their teacher's tentacles. He was seasick, embarrassed, waterlogged, and about to be out of 8 tentacles. It's like success was inevitable. Izuku sat in his boat, waiting for Ritsu's signal. From his position, he could just barely get a glimpse of Shinsou and the other 7 students, all poised with their guns. Shinsou said something, smiling bitterly, before firing at Koro-sensei's right-hand tentacle. The other 7 did the same, rapid fire, and Ritsu appeared on his phone screen. It's been 5 seconds. Go. Izuku and the other 3 boat drivers gunned it, speeding away. The ropes attached tore apart the chapel, exposing Koro-sensei completely. With Izuku's job done, he could sit back and watch the rest of the plot work out. Kataoka, in full mermaid form, launched over Koro-sensei's head, bringing a wave of water with her and soaking him even further. Kurahashi, using her animal mimicry, made what Izuku assumed was a dolphin battle cry, given the army of ocean creatures that came forth, jumping and splashing Koro-sensei until he was thoroughly soaked. The animal attack pushed Koro-sensei slightly off-center, but they had planned for this too. Akajima jumped into action, triggering his snapshot quirk. Izuku was far enough away that he wasn't affected, and marveled watching all movement, even the water, freeze for just a second. Akajima shoved Koro-sensei's immobile body into position just before his quirk timed out. Finally, it was time to strike. The remaining E-class students rose from the ocean on water jetpacks, locking their teacher in a hydraulic cage. It blocked Izuku's view of Koro-sensei, but he knew the plan forward and backward. Those who took out his tentacles, along with Ritsu in her robot form, would start firing rapid fire around their teacher, locking him in tight. As Ritsu's timer approached 1 minute, Izuku held his breath. He watched the gunfire leave Chiba and Hayami's guns from their snipers' nests. There was no doubt in the precision they shot with, especially with their quirks. The timer ran out. The gunfire stopped. Izuku gripped the boat wheel, guilt and excitement wrestling for dominance. Did they actually win? He reached for his phone, about to ask Ritsu for an update, when a shockwave ripped through the air. Life became a void, color and sound suctioned to non-existence, and then the world exploded. Not long after they arrived at the island, Bitch-sensei literally pulled Hitoshi away from the group to a secluded part of the private beach. "Can I help you?" he snapped, rubbing his arm. For such a whiny woman, she certainly had a strong grip. "Yes, you can. It's lesson time, brat. You avoided me the entire training week with Lovero, but I'm not letting you off that easily." "Fine, but you better make it quick. I've got to meet up with Yada soon. We kind of have an assassination plot in the works, remember?" Bitch-sensei scoffed. "That's why I need to teach you this now. You'll thank me later." Hitoshi sighed and folded his arms, waiting for her to get on with it. The foreign teacher's scowl deepened before grabbing the back of his neck. "Bitch-sensei." What the her lips smashed against his, attacking him again with her infamous killer kiss. He could feel his brain short-circuit and reboot itself as her tongue attacked his mouth masterfully. "Gross, get her off, get her off, get her off." His brain cried out and gave him enough sense to finally push her off. He gasped for air desperately and wiped vigorously at his mouth with the sleeve of his hoodie. "Hey, you said you wouldn't molest me again." He spat, wishing he could wash his mouth out with hand sanitizer. Bitch-sensei rolled her eyes. "That wasn't molesting, brat. I was teaching you my best weapon. I call it the kiss of death." Hitoshi snorted. "Creative. Does that mean this is my knife of death and my gun of death?" "Shut up and listen, you little piece of shit." Bitch-sensei growled. "I don't know how Lovero deals with mentoring so many little brats. Unbearable. Aren't you one of Lovero's brats too?" "I said shut up." Bitch-sensei huffed and crossed her arms. "Look, I'm trying to teach you something that could one day save your life. If I've learned anything in my line of work, it's that a deliberate placement of the hand, or a certain positioning of the body can be a stronger weapon than any gun or quirk. I'm sure you already know this, but unless your target talks, you're defenseless. If they know your quirk, they know how to defeat you. With my techniques, however, I have no doubt people will forget themselves and fall for responding to you. You've felt my kiss of death, after all. So, what? You're going to teach me this death kiss of yours?" Hitoshi asked. "Please, I already have. This is a much different technique I'm going to show you," she said and reached into her bag. She pulled out a pair of sparkly heels. "You should know that versatility is a must in the work of seduction." Hitoshi's eyes widened. No way in hell, Bitch-sensei. This isn't an option, Shitsu. Take your damn shoes off." Their plan was going perfectly. Almost too perfect. They lured Koro-sensei to the floating chapel, distracted him so he wouldn't notice the tides flooding the floor, and cornered him right where they wanted him. They exploited every weakness they knew. There was no doubt in his mind, this was going to be the end. So, with that, Hitoshi pointed his gun at his chosen tentacle and smirked at his teacher. "Goodbye, Koro-sensei." When the area surrounding Koro-sensei exploded, Hitoshi feared for a second that they were tricked, and that killing the octopus was what caused the end of the world. That the villain baited them all this time to do his dirty work. But then the light faded and the waves subsidized. Shinsou swam to the surface just as Midoriya drove by on his boat. "Shinsou, are you okay?" Hitoshi hacked up some water but nodded. "I'm fine." "Did it work? Is he dead?" They looked around, seeing no sign of their teacher, not even a body or a scrap of his uniform. Karasuma and Bitch-sensei ran toward them on the boat deck, ordering them to keep an eye out in case Koro-sensei could regenerate. "Hey, look at the water," Tara cried out, pointing at a stream of bubbles surfacing from the ocean. Hitoshi pulled out his gun and aimed it at the spot, while Kadoka swam over there at lightning speed and pulled out a bow. He giggled Koro-sensei in ball form. Hitoshi's gun dropped, the shame of utter defeat weighing it down. It appeared that Koro-sensei's head was shrunken down, preserved in a clear sphere. Where the rest of his body went, Hitoshi had no idea. "Well, class, allow me to introduce you to my absolute defense form." The energy of my transformation crystallized around my sphere head, creating a clear, impenetrable cocoon that will protect me for 24 hours. Then the molecules will melt down and I will return to my usual form via an energy explosion. In this form, nothing can harm me, but the trade-off is that I'm completely immobile, explained Korobal. "If that's the case, couldn't we just launch you into deep space or something?" wondered Kimura. Korobal chuckled. "Wonderful observation, my boy. However, I know for a fact that there is no rocket capable of doing that in 24 hours. "Such a shame," Karma said, picking up Korobal. though the little tingling of my quirk tells me you're not completely resistant to harm like this. The devilish boy pulled out his phone, showing a picture of Koro-sensei shifting through porn magazines. Torobal screamed, but without the rest of his body. He couldn't hide his face in his tentacles. Karasuma ended up taking the ball, saying he'd let the Hero Commission deal with it now, but in the end, there wasn't much anyone could do. Torobal said that when he returned to his original form, the energy would explode just like it had before, putting anyone surrounding him at risk. Hitoshi scratched the back of his neck, looking up at the sky, at the shattered crescent moon. Midoriya, always the emotional one, openly teared up. Nakamura sunk down and blew bubbles in the water, while Chiba and Hayami looked more defeated than anyone else. Nagisa hung his head, and even Karma's shoulders drooped a little. Don't be sad, class. Torobal tried. You got closer to defeating me than even the best heroes in the world. You should be proud. This was undoubtedly the cleverest assassination attempt I've ever seen. It was clear their teacher was trying to make them feel better, praising their ingenuity like always. So why did it make the hurt so much worse? E-class sat at the resort tables in complete silence. There was a sense of defeat among everyone that Hitoshi hadn't felt since he first walked into 3E, before Koro-sensei ever came into their lives. Why does everything revolve around him these days? Hitoshi thought bitterly as he laid his head on the table. Shiba suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. This is all my fault. The class turned to him, visibly confused, and waited for the stoic boy to continue. The moment I fired, I knew my shot was going to be off. My quirk, it's always made my vision so clear, too clear, in fact. That's why I wear my hair in my eyes. It helps me focus and sort through the details my quirk wants to point out. But when I went to shoot, my vision blurred. I couldn't focus on any detail for a second, and it made me hesitate. If I just kept myself together and controlled my quirk. Takebayashi pulled out a slip from his belly button. It's hard to calculate it accurately, but my best estimation is that if you shot 0.5 seconds faster, or if Hayami's shot 30 centimeters to the left, there's a 50% increased chance of target neutralization. Hayami trembled at the mention of her name. My quirk was off too. I practiced so much on balancing the equilibrium in my hands when I shoot, but when it came to fire for real, it felt like I had never used my quirk before. You're not the only one to blame, Midoriya said, sniffling. I should have known better when I created the plan. I should have anticipated a worst-case scenario like this. I blew it, and now the world might pay for it. The class flinched collectively. Mihara placed his head down on the table and sighed. I'm exhausted, man. I vote we all head back to the rooms. A murmur of agreement ran through the class, and Hitoshi arched an eyebrow. Sure, he was tired, but looking at the class now, you would have thought they ran a marathon or 3. Something didn't seem right. Even Midoriya was looking a little worse for wear. It only went downhill after that. Nakamura stood, trying to get back to her room, but promptly collapsed. Akajima, who had just been ranting about girls and boobs, suddenly got a massive nosebleed, worse than usual. Sujino sneezed, triggering his quirk and sending the straw in his mouth flying like a bullet. Something definitely wasn't right. He rushed to Kanzaki's side right before the girl fell out of her chair. What the hell is going on? He asked, stabilizing the girl. Midoriya moved from his seat, but everything was awkward, sluggish, like every step pained him. He brushed his head against Kanzaki's forehead. She's burning up. We should get her a wet towel, said Midoriya, reaching over to soak a cloth napkin in water. Hitoshi took the opportunity to reach over and brush his friend's forehead too, flinching when he felt how warm he was. You too, Jolly Green. You need to sit down. Midoriya shook his head stubbornly. I'm fine. My fever is not nearly as bad. Though Hitoshi wanted to argue, his friend did have a point. While Midoriya's skin was a little warmer than usual, Kanzaki's felt like fire and it hurt to even touch her. What the hell is happening? Hitoshi wondered, eyeing his ill classmates. We need to get them to a hospital. Midoriya shook his head wearily, pressing a wet cloth to Kanzaki's forehead. There aren't any on the island. We would have to take them back to the mainland. Hitoshi still pulled out his phone, about to call an ambulance, when suddenly Ritsu appeared on his screen. The artificial girl stood frozen in the background while words streamed across the screen and an unnaturally deep voice dubbed over it. Looks like the snotty brats are feeling a little under the weather, the voice mocked. Midoriya paused in his care to look over at Hitoshi's phone. Ritsu must have been hacked. Well, I guess calling them sick is a bit of an understatement, the voice continued. They've been infected by a quirk-created virus, one of the deadliest in the world. Give it a few days, and their cells wither into nothing and their organs become jelly. Lucky for you, I had an antidote crafted, the only one of its kind. If you want it, you'll have to come get it yourself. The screen changed to show a map of an island. Come to the hotel on the island's mountain peak. Top floor. Send the octopus with the rainbow-haired kids, assuming they're still standing, of course. If one's sick, then I guess the remaining ones will have to make the journey alone. And if they're all sick, well, they're good as dead anyway. Midoriya shuddered, the flush spreading further down his body. A sweaty sheen covered his body, making his warming body feel oddly clammy as Hitoshi gripped his arm to keep him from keeling over. You have 1 hour. Once the package is delivered, then we'll discuss a trade. If all goes well, you will have the antidote and I will have the bounty. Contact outside help, and the antidote gets destroyed. So please, act wisely. We're fighting for the same cause, aren't we? The line went dead, and Hitoshi couldn't help but feel like all hope went with it. So, what you're saying is, Hitoshi drawled, is that we're trapped on a shady resort known for harboring illegal businesses under the government's nose, while some madman is threatening to kill a bunch of middle schoolers for prize money, and we have no choice but to just comply. They had gathered their poisoned classmates into a group and laid them down on makeshift cots, while the remaining ones stood around Karasuma, waiting for their next instructions. Their PE teacher sighed. Yes, I'm afraid so. Are we seriously planning on sending runts into battle? I mean, I get Turnip Head and Devil Boy, but them, Terasaka said, grabbing Midoriya and Nagisa by the back of their shirts. Not trying to be rude or anything, but my friends' lives are at stake. Why don't we just say screw it and take everyone to the hospital? Bad idea, take Bayashi said. A slip spewed out of his belly button again. My statistics say that if we did that, there is a 100% chance of death. Not even healing quirks such as Pro Hero Recovery Girls could save them. Karma sighed. So basically we have no choice but to do what the prick wants. With the octopus out of commission and all, said Villain giggled. Never fear, Karma boy. I may be immobilized, but I'm not without a plan. I need all healthy students not caring for the ill to gather at the quadrants. Ritsu is sending you a SOP. Hitoshi climbed in the car Karasuma arranged for them, his teeth grinding when Midoriya followed after him. No, you're poisoned. Go lay down. Midoriya hushed him violently, glancing around to see if anyone heard. I promise I'm not that sick. I hardly even have a fever. I'll be fine. Hitoshi still blocked his entry. Jolly Green, if you don't go lay down right now, I'm going to force you to. And I don't want to do that to you. Please, Shinsou. You heard the caller. He asked for me. If I go with the other 6 students, you and Nagisa will be completely alone. He asked for the rainbow-haired kids. Karma is healthy too, Hitoshi argued, but his friend shook his head stubbornly. I know that, but I can't abandon you all when I know I can still walk on my own. I don't know why I'm not as sick as the others, but I'm not going to question it if it means I can help. Midoriya looked so desperate and sad, like a lost puppy in the pound. Hitoshi scowled. There was a reason he was a cat person, after all. Fine, he relented, letting Midoriya climb in. But if you start feeling worse, you better tell me, or so help me Midoriya. I will, I promise. The green-haired boy swore. Once he was buckled into the seat next to Hitoshi, the brainwasher grabbed his friend by the shoulder and forced him to lie down next to him. Quiet, Jolly Green, he said when Midoriya tried to protest. You might as well save your energy while you still have it. Rest a little. I'll wake you up when we get there. Midoriya finally stopped fighting, settling in so he was laying on his back. Hitoshi eyed the angry flush on Midoriya's neck, approaching rash level, while the blood seemed totally drained from his cheeks, leaving his freckles more prominent than ever. Sure, it wasn't as bad as the others. Midoriya was conscious and could mostly function, but that didn't mean he was okay, especially if they were going into a hostage situation. If Midoriya got hurt, it was Hitoshi's fault. He let him get in the car. He failed to alert the others about Midoriya's declining health. He could have prevented it, so he swore on his parents' memory. He will do anything to keep Midoriya safe, even if it meant risking himself. The ride wasn't nearly as long as Hitoshi hoped, and soon they had pulled over to the side of the road. A huge cliff stood before them, their destination conveniently located at the top. Well, we tried, he mumbled, trying to climb back in the car, only for Karma to drag him back out. Come on Shinsou, live a little, huh? Since when has a little mountain ever stopped us? The devilish boy teased. His classmates began to scale the cliff wall with no harness or hand grips like the suicidal monkeys they all were, and Hitoshi just sighed. I do not get enough sleep for this. He approached the cliff, about to start his ascent, when he noticed how apprehensive Midoriya looked. Normally, the boy was enthusiastic about almost anything, but that was when he wasn't poisoned. Hey, Hitoshi said, grasping his shoulder. We'll do it together, yeah. They climbed next to each other, Hitoshi making sure Midoriya wasn't about to collapse and fall off. It didn't take long for them to fall behind the rest of the group. If you haven't noticed, we're kind of on a time limit, Karma commented, looking down at them. The rest of the class was about 30 meters ahead of them. We're trying, all right. Jolly Green isn't feeling too jolly right now, he answered. Are you sure you're okay, Midoriya? Nagisa asked. Izuku waved him off shakily. Just a little tired, I promise, he said, right as he slipped on the rock. Hitoshi caught his wrist to steady him, probably squeezing a bit too tightly in his panic. Do you guys need help? Kimura asked, dropping down so he was next to them, showing off his fancy shoes that allowed him to use sticky feet while wearing them. My quirk lets me stick to vertical surfaces for short periods of time. It'll make climbing with another person a piece of cake. I can help too, I've got more than enough strength, declared Terasaka, much to everyone's surprise. Oh, don't look so shocked. Like I said, my friends' lives are on the line. And if broccoli hair over there is going to be one of the reasons they're saved, then I'm going to do what it takes. A lion always protects his pride. Hitoshi blinked but smirked. Just don't drop him, kitty boy. Yeah, right, turnip head. Hitoshi paused to help Midoriya climb on Kimura's back before they took off up the mountain, literally leaving Hitoshi in the dust. He sighed and began to climb up the rest of the distance on his own. Sure, he mumbled. Leave the purple kid behind. He can figure it out himself. By the time he reached the top, Ritsu already hacked the floor plan and mapped out their ascent. Hitoshi sighed when he saw they'd be taking stairs the entire way. He really should start taking cardio more seriously. Let's go. We don't have much time, Karasuma said, holding the side door open for them. The group ran inside silently and waited for their teacher to peer around the corner and scope out the area. Damn it, there are way too many guards for us to go undetected as a large group. Bitch Sensei scoffed and tossed Hitoshi her obnoxiously large purse. That's what you think. Leave this to the pros, will you? Boys, plug your noses. Oh, and Shitsu, I hope you're taking notes for our next lesson. Hitoshi bristled, glaring at the purse in his hands, but watched nonetheless as his teacher approached the security guards, stumbling like she was tipsy. An opaque, barely visible aroma began to waft off her skin, and within seconds she had the attention of every man in the room. They flew into her trap like unassuming flies. For all her attitude and complaining, Karasuma explained, she is still one of the most dangerous women in the world, capable of taking out even the strongest of heroes or the deadliest of villains. That's what makes her a great pro assassin. The class snuck onto the staircase with no problems thanks to Bitch Sensei's distraction. Before he left, Hitoshi glanced back at the woman, adjusting her purse on his shoulder. She was playing the piano, putting on a little show for the men, but they still made eye contact as he left. She smirked and mouthed the words, "Remember our lesson." Karasuma recommended they pose as snobby rich kids while they traveled to the next checkpoints to avoid suspicion. Apparently, not only was this resort home to shady business deals, but also the brats of the ultra-wealthy and famous. It seemed to work, with them easily making it past even more hotel security. And Hitoshi began to think they might actually make it in one piece. Terasaka, look out. But then a dude with a big nose and a Hawaiian shirt threw poisonous gas at them. Karasuma managed to knock Yoshida and Terasaka to safety, but ended up being enveloped in a cloud of purple fog in their stead. Fua, who shouted the warning, was touching a nearby chair and scowling. I should have known. I recognize you as the worker who gave us complimentary drinks back at the resort. When I kept bumping into things that gave me flashbacks of you, I knew you were no good. You're the one who poisoned our class. Oh yeah, little missy. Big Nose taunted. Where's the evidence? How do you know your puny classmates didn't just catch some tropical disease? Fua scoffed. I'm not so easily fooled. My quirk, History Trace, gives me glimpses of the 24-hour history of anything I touch. When you handed me the drink, I had flashbacks of odd substances being put into the drink. At the time, I brushed it off as strange bartending techniques. While that was a possibly fatal oversight on my part, I have no doubt you, as the server, were the one who poisoned the drinks. Wow, Fua, that was so cool, Midoriya said once the girl finished her monologue. Hitoshi noticed the boy's shaky hand reach for his notebook and firmly slapped his friend's hand down and hissed, "Now is not the time." Karasuma collapsed to his knees, and Big Nose chuckled. Whatever your quirks may be, it's clear you're not here to trade. The big man will not be happy about this when I tell him, he said, turning to leave. Without even a signal, the class dispersed in seconds, blocking all exits as their training taught them. Hitoshi broke off the wooden leg of a nearby chair to make a club, patting it against his palm with a menacing grin. You should have just reported us to your boss instead of confronting us, Karasuma said, standing weakly. Big Nose sneered and tried to gas their teacher again, but Karasuma lashed out too quickly, kicking Big Nose in the face. A bright red light flashed where his foot connected, knocking Big Nose out cold. Whoa, how can he still move so fast even with the poison eating away at his strength? Yada wondered aloud, voicing all their thoughts. It's my quirk, Karasuma announced. Ripples of red energy thrummed over his body, but his knees quaked as he stood above their fallen foe. Isegai moved to help their teacher stand. It's called kickback. I absorb the energy of attacks into my body and harness it for my own use, making me into the perfect super soldier. The stored up energy from the attack is the only reason I'm able to stand right now. You can't push yourself like that anymore, Karasuma-sensei. If I understand what you're saying, if you expend any more of that attack energy, the poison will start killing you. You need to take it easy, said Midoriya while simultaneously putting half his body weight on Nagisa. That's slightly hypocritical, Karma taunted. Karasuma sighed. I know, which means I'm afraid that, for the rest of the mission, it's going to be all in your hands. I'll do what I can to instruct you, but if we're to defeat this enemy, it'll be all up to your strength as a team. Their next enemy cracked a glass window with his palm, and it became pretty clear they were going to need a lot more than brute strength to defeat a whack job like this. Fortunately, they had Karma. So, you call yourself Grip? Huh, gotta say, not really a clever name. It's a dead giveaway for your quirk. Though the window trick took care of that already. Figured it best to be as straightforward as possible, so the contractors know what they're getting into, Grip replied. It's not exactly hard. I mean, take a look at yourself. Fiery red hair, smoldering gold eyes, let me guess, fire quirk. Karma's shoulders hunched, the temperature of the room literally seeming to drop. The devil boy quickly hit it with a smirk. Nope, Karma taunted. Just got a brain that works faster than anyone else in the world. Grip grinned and popped his fingers one by one. Well, then that will make crushing your skull with my bare hands all the more enjoyable. A few blows, 2 canisters of poison gas, and a conniving plan by Karma later, and Grip was tied up on the floor on his stomach. Does your quirk let you see the future or something? How'd you know to hold your breath for my gas attack? The professional assassin complained. Karma sat peaceably on the ground in front of him. Hardly, the red-haired boy replied. My innate capability just makes my brain process 10 times faster than yours. I knew from the beginning that you wouldn't fight fair. Not because you're dishonorable, no, but because you're merely a minion trying to obey his master's commands. Playing fair doesn't allow for that. Korobal giggled quietly as the devil boy taunted the captured assassin. Karma has come so far with his abilities. As his teacher, I must say I am truly proud. What do you mean, Koro-sensei? Nagisa asked. After his embarrassing flop with end-of-term exam results, it seems our young Karma learned to utilize the true extent of his quirk. He used to just expect it to do the work for him, requiring no extra effort of study. That simply wasn't enough. His quirk can only work with what it knows and can analyze, so going into the exam with no prepared knowledge left him with 20% less of his normal skill, as was translated with his B-average grades. Oh, I get it, Midoriya said weakly. Innate capability allows Karma to take in the information around him and instantly know the answer. Like in a fight, it seems like his instincts are supernatural, and it's because his quirk is super calculating your every move. Going in blind, either to a test or a fight, takes away one of his senses and therefore a chunk of his processing ability. Hitoshi paused and eyed his friend suspiciously. How do you manage to think that much when you're, like, halfway poisoned? Maybe your secret quirk is non-stop thinking. Yoshida scrunched his nose. What kind of quirk name is that? Karasuma sighed. The man didn't have the energy to deal with their antics when he was healthy, so being poisoned only made it so much worse. Can we please focus on the task at hand? Ritsu, where to next? To get to the top floor, Ritsu mapped out that they needed to first go through a staircase located on the club floor. Unfortunately, there were 2 major problems in accessing it. The door is locked from the outside, so someone will have to go through the bar area to get to it. However, the lounge area the door is located behind is blocked off tonight by a special performance event. The only way to get last-minute access is to be invited by a performer, the AI girl explained. So not only are a bunch of junior high kids supposed to sneak into a bar, but we have to somehow persuade a performer to let us get backstage access. How are we supposed to do that? Sugeya asked. Leave the first half to us, Kataoka spoke up, motioning to the girls. I doubt we'll have any trouble making our way through the bar. I'm fairly confident we'll be able to persuade our way into the lounge area too, especially with Yada's quirk. I don't think that's going to work out like you think it will, Nagisa said, grabbing some poster from the wall. Yada, your quirk relies on distracting your target first, correct? And you were taught by Bitch Sensei to do it using her methods. Yada nodded and Nagisa turned the poster around for everyone to see. Well, I don't think seduction methods are going to work too well with these performers. The poster was an advertisement for the exclusive show. It depicted a woman with outlandish blonde hair, extreme makeup, outrageous body proportions, and over-the-top clothing. It all added up to one thing. It was a drag show. You've got to be kidding me, Hitoshi breathed while the rest of his classmates began to panic. Well, how are we supposed to get to the door now? Kimura asked. Easy. We just switched to plan B, Karma answered, while everyone tried to figure out what he meant by that. The demon boy side-eyed Hitoshi and grinned wickedly. Hitoshi tried holding his gaze, glaring to get Karma to back off. It only made the boy's smile grow. Plan B, Yoshida repeated. Are we supposed to know what that means? Karma kept up the staring contest as he answered. Isn't it clear? If we can't convince a performer to let us in the lounge, someone will have to infiltrate as a drag queen. The group blinked collectively, following Karma's gaze, and Hitoshi gritted his teeth. No way in hell. Terasaka burst out laughing. You mean turnip head over here? You've got to be kidding me. I don't mean to be rude, but wouldn't it make more sense to send someone who already looks like a girl to infiltrate? You know, like Nagisa, Akano suggested. Nagisa reared back, shaking his head. Me. As entertaining of a sight that would be, Karma began. The problem is Nagisa is simply too androgynous, and will likely be mistaken for an actual girl. While it's a bad idea to dress him up so he can act as extra protection for the girls, someone else will have to be the drag queen. And Shinsou is the obvious choice. I still don't understand how you reached that conclusion, Hitoshi deadpanned, trying not to show how much he was sweating. Karma tilted his head to the side. Is that so? Karma slowly raised the purse Hitoshi was carrying around not seconds before, and the brainwasher had no idea when or how he got his hands on it. What's in this bag bitch sensei entrusted you with? Karma pulled out a pair of heels and a long-haired purple wig, earning him wide stares from all of his classmates. Please, no, he begged hopelessly, taking a step back. Gotta grab the condemning items as she and his other female classmates circled him like vultures spotting their prey. Oh, yes. High heels were a demonic, medieval torture device that Hitoshi never in his life thought he'd have to deal with. But now because of bitch sensei, he's felt their painful trap twice. He walked to the entrance of the club as confidentially as someone who felt so ridiculous could. The sheer layers of makeup coating his face made his skin itch, begging to tear it all off, and his outfit was way too tight for comfort, and his feet were likely bleeding. The bouncer let him pass without a second glance. Once he was inside, he made eye contact with the girls, who went in before him to scope out the area. Surprisingly, he didn't see Nagisa with them. They sent Nagisa in also dressed like a girl to act as a bodyguard of sorts in case things got out of hand. But for some reason, he was nowhere to be seen with the girls he was supposed to be protecting. Hitoshi made eye contact with Kataoka and nodded, signaling everything was good to go, and she subtly gestured to her left, meaning the entrance for performers was in that direction. Hitoshi turned on his heel and headed over there, pretending not to hear the catcalls and expertly dodging the hands that tried to reach out and touch him. He was almost at the area blocked off for performers only when someone grabbed onto his waist, pulling him flush against their back. Hey, pretty lady, I didn't know the pre-show already started, a man whispered in his ear. His breath reeked of alcohol and Hitoshi felt like barfing. Why don't you come with me and give me and my pals a special performance? I promise we'll tip well. The man's hands trailed up Hitoshi's arm and shoved a wad of cash down his top. Pure, unadulterated rage and bloodlust fueled Hitoshi's veins. That's it. This guy was dead meat. As a future hero and current assassin, it was his duty to society to remove this scum from the earth. Hitoshi broke out of the hold with a practiced twist and shove, but the disgusting man refused to release his wrist. Let me go, Hitoshi hissed, inching his free hand behind his back where he spotted a dinner plate knife. Not enough to kill, but definitely enough to send a clear message. But we already paid, girlie. Come on, that tip is just the start, the man said, pulling again, and in these heels, Hitoshi almost toppled over. The dinner knife slipped from his fingers, tumbling to the floor. Fine. Brainwashing it was. He reached for the man's mental strings just as another hand ripped the man off him, slamming him back against the bar counter, while the man began, and they turned to see the tallest woman Hitoshi's ever seen. Sorry, touching the queens is strictly prohibited. Club rules, the stranger stated, voice shockingly deep. The creep quickly backed off, wisely running away, and the tall drag queen motioned for Hitoshi to follow. That's why you never leave the stage area, babe. You never know what drunk freaks will do. She eyed the cash sticking out of his dress. At least you got a good wad of cash out of it. Can't complain too much. Oh, and your wig is crooked. Let me fix that for you. Instead of reaching out to adjust it, what felt like a slight breeze blew past Hitoshi's head, moving his wig. The drag queen winked at him and unlocked the backstage door. The name's Madame Breezy. What about you, my purple queen? He was almost ashamed to admit he already had an answer for that. Bitch sensei was very thorough in her training. Kitty Masters, he answered. Ah, that's so adorable. Explains the cat ears. Oh, the audience will love you, Breezy cooed, and it took all of Hitoshi's willpower not to cringe. Well, feel free to take any station. I'm about to head out on stage, but hopefully I'll see you around. And stay away from the handsy ones. The tall queen strutted away, and Hitoshi released a deep breath, his painted lips puttering. He pulled his phone out from his bra and pulled up Ritsu's map, following it to where the supposed door should be. On his way there, he passed a large mirror and caught a glimpse of his outlandish disguise. A bright purple wig, not far off from his original hair color, trailed down his back in oversized curls, and a pair of kitty ears sat on top. His face was caked in so much makeup it was almost impossible to tell who he was. They even got rid of his eye bags. He didn't think that was possible. All of that plus the annoying padding and the flowy dress and, well, he looked like a woman. A weird, purple cat woman. He was going to kill bitch sensei and Karma the next chance he got. Despite the torture Hitoshi went through, he eventually found the back door to let everyone in. They were already there waiting for him, the girls and Nagisa included. The androgynous boy had a suspicious red tinge on his cheeks, and judging by the teasing going on, it wasn't blush caused by makeup. "Oh, there you are, Shinsou," Karma greeted cheekily. "You missed out on all the fun. Nagisa apparently got hit on by some boy. How was your cross-dressing experience?" Though Karma joked about it, Hitoshi easily noticed the lack of smile on Karma's face as he talked about some random boy flirting with Nagisa. "You're so full of shit, Karma." The girls reported they saw one patron try to get a little handsy. "I hope everything is okay," Horrible asked. Hitoshi sighed and nodded. "Peaky," he said, taking off his wig and dropping it on Midoriya's head. "I didn't leave empty-handed, so that's a perk." He fished the wad of cash out and brandished it to his classmates to make them jealous. Isegai sighed wistfully. Man, when they say an assassin who can pull off either gender in the field is valuable, they really weren't kidding. Midoriya nodded. Some of the best killers were known for being completely ambiguous when it came to their gender. Though, I wouldn't say Hitoshi's disguise is exactly ambiguous. "Well, whatever it was, it sure was great comedic relief," Karma said, brandishing the photos of Hitoshi in drag. The brainwasher made a swipe for the phone, but Karma easily outmaneuvered him, the damned heels slowing Hitoshi down. "Nuwa, I've already sent these to Nakamura," she said, and I quote, "As a bisexual queen, I'd tap that." "Wow, that's a pretty high honor." "All right, that's enough for now," Karasuma said. "Hitoshi, Nagisa, change out as quickly as possible. We're only just approaching this operation's final phase." They made it to the VIP floor just to be greeted by more security. Only these ones were nothing like the wimpy hotel ones. It seemed these were personally hired thugs. "Great, just what we needed," bemoaned Sugaya. "Getting by the hotel guards was hard enough. Now we have to get past professional bodyguards. We don't even know whose minions they are," Fuwa said. "Whine all you want," Terasaka growled, cracking his knuckles. "Either way, we gotta get through these posers too." "Excellent point, Terasaka," Korobal piped up. "And something tells me that weapon you've been hiding will work perfectly for this situation." The lion boy huffed and rolled his eyes. "You really can't get anything past you, huh?" Hitoshi inserted. "Anyone care to clue the rest of us in? How about you just keep up?" Terasaka challenged. "Kimura, you're the fastest one here. You lead them toward me." Kimura's eyes widened. "And you expect me to do this how?" "I don't know, figure it out." Karma ended up figuring it out for their speedy classmate. And minutes later the boy was running for his life as two goons chased him down the hallway. Hitoshi glanced at Terasaka, who waited behind the corner with Yoshida, and prayed this wouldn't end in complete disaster. Kimura was almost at the target spot, and Terasaka turned around smiling, baring his ultra-sharp teeth. "You might want to plug your ears." Not sure what that entailed. Hitoshi and the rest of his classmates did as they were instructed. Midoriya was even kind enough to plug Korobal's ears for him. Kimura sprinted past them, and the two delinquents leaped into action, stepping right in front of the bodyguards. Terasaka opened his mouth and let out the loudest, most inhuman roar Hitoshi had ever heard, as if a real lion were in the room. Looks like Terasaka found that hidden weapon after all. The bodyguards instantly fell to their knees and plugged their ears, giving Yoshida and Terasaka the perfect opening to strike. They each tackled a bodyguard, pinning them to the floor. Yoshida's bodyguard recovered first and tried to attack, his hands morphing into crab-like claws, but the boy easily counteracted it by shining his bright car headlight eye in his opponent's face, blinding the goon. Using his steel elbow, Yoshida slammed it into the man's head. Soon, both bodyguards were unconscious, and the class walked out into the hallway. "Fancy trick. When did you do quirk soul searching?" Karma asked. The lion boy paused, clearly thinking carefully about his answer. I ran into a guy or two that gave me some inside tips," Terasaka answered. Hitoshi instantly thought of the white-clad man Terasaka ran into earlier in the year. "Excellent work, you two. I recommend you search the bodies for anything useful they may be carrying. It could be what saves you further on in the mission," Korobal said. The two delinquents did as instructed and, to the shock of all the students, pulled out something they never thought they'd have to hold. "Real guns." "Yes, and I think Chiba and Hayame should have them," Korobal continued, making the two stoic students jolt. "Their quirks are the best suited for the use of these weapons. It's not uncommon to see heroes and villains using weapons and technology to enhance their performance. These guns are just the second blade to your already existing quirks." The two students took the guns tentatively while Ritsu delivered their next instructions. "We need to infiltrate the VIP room's emergency staircase next. And to do that, we must sneak through an empty concert hall on the 8th floor. Proceed with caution." They made their way over there, sneaking into the dark room as stealthily as possible. They barely made it inside before a pair of footsteps, as well as the sound of someone licking something, began to echo from the stage. On Karasuma's signal, they all scattered behind the audience seats, peering through the crack in between chairs. Hitoshi just barely caught a glimpse of their next opponent, and more pointedly, Hitoshi saw the gleaming gun in the man's hand, aimed right at his head.